There we are! We found us. Alrighty. No, and I can hear my own goddamn voice. Fun.
Yeah, you should mute the stream.
I will definitely do that in a moment. I'm not even gonna use my Twitch account because my username is just so old. In fact,
You can be heard, by the way, on the stream.
I know.
Welcome all. The talkback will begin soon. I have an easy eye on the Twitch chat, so if you can respond there, it's better. If not, Madeline is watching the game chats.
Yep.
Please let me know if there are any audio issues, because I am not watching the stream. We do recommend that when people eventually come on, you mute the stream, so that you do not hear everything twice.
It is very disconcerting. Cannot recommend listening to everything twice.
If Madeline has permissions correct, you should be able to hop in the gameplay chats now. Or the gameplay voice. If not, we should set that up. But, yeah, it would be good to see who's viewing by who's in gameplay voice, and you can talk there as you chat in the chats. We have our first person in the gameplay voice.
Woo! You shouldn't be able to speak in there, but I can turn it on so that you can.
Yeah, we should turn that on so that they can talk there.
Alrighty. Cool, that should be set up now.
Can I get a here in either Twitch or Discord chat for everybody here? Because I don't want to start things until we have most people. And... Ooh, new username. And so I don't want to do the final stuff until we have at least 8 of you here.
I see 8 watching the stream right now, including myself.
Gus, you should hop into gameplay voice, not blue voice. Blue voice should be closed.
It should be. Oh, it's because y'all still have the blue roll, isn't it?
Yeah, let's just delete the blue voice channel.
Can do.
Okay, we have Kaya, we have Brendan, we have Christian, we have Scott, we have Ferret, we have Gus. That is 6 people so far.
That sticky ghost roll.
It says I have new unread somewhere, but it won't go away.
No, I hate that. Everyone should be able to speak in gameplay now as long as your mic is functional.
So far, it looks like we have about 5 or 6 watching the stream.
I see 11.
Oh, I can't see who's watching the stream. I'm just waiting on who. I'm just going off of who's responded and chatted.
I mean,
So. I have not heard from Baxter, Nadine, Olivia, or Ryan that they have reached the stream.
we got a lot of people in gameplay.
Yeah, they're hopping in.
Wow.
We've got Nadine joined. We got Baxter. I think we're going to start this up in about 3 minutes or so, with the first video dropping at around 11:30. I hope I clicked the right one and don't ruin things.
If you do, I'll let you know. But it won't happen.
Well, I mean, I'll see instantly. It would just say words that are spoiled before I can undo
It'll
it.
start and instantly spoil everything.
Christian, you're in the right place. You're doing things right. You can also hop into Gameplay Voice on Discord to chat with everyone while the talkback's going, and we can pull you in from there to talk with you when that time comes. And I see Michael.
Who is FM_Lunara? I don't recognize that username. Yeah, feel free to mute and deafen yourselves in the gameplay chat. It's going to be a lot of stimulation for your ears if you do not.
Yeah. Please do sit in the gameplay chat if you're willing to join, but you can feel free to deafen yourself there if you don't want the conversation.
Yep.
You can stay. I don't know what this will mean to you, FM, but you can certainly stay. Happy to have you. Twitch Prime represent.
Yeah, please. View this madness, whatever it will be.
Alright. That is perfectly fine.
Cool. Oh, okay. Welcome.
Alright. Shall we get started?
Yep. Might as well.
Okay. I think this is gonna be right. Let's see if this works. Hello, everyone! Oh god, this is so delayed and the audio, or and the video looks so bad.
We're so glitchy.
Pinky's out, ferret.
You can just not look at our faces and listen to our voices, because the audio should be okay.
Yeah, but why wouldn't you want to see this beautiful face and that beautiful face?
I hold nothing against the world should be understand.
You say our audio should be good, and then things completely robot out for me. God damn it.
Look, I don't control the university Wi-Fi, okay?
I think it's more my Wi-Fi. Anyway, thank you so much to everyone for participating in the Echo project. We have a lot to go over with this. This was an insane undertaking that only worked out well thanks to all of you guys. So thank you all so much for how great this turned out. This was a fantastic project. We really enjoyed working on it with all of you. And we'll get into a lot of the secrets. A couple things I just want to mention. You may have noticed on our pause stream layout there is a Venmo link. We never set this up as a paid game, so we don't want to pressure anyone to do anything. But if you've enjoyed the game and want to leave a tip or say, you know what, 9 months of entertainment, that's as good as a Netflix subscription or something like that. I want to see what they create in the future. You can throw us something. It will be split, and it will pretty much all go to future projects or commissions based on Echo. So thank you to anyone who does that. Again, no pressure, but just putting that out there. And Madeline has disappeared.
I accidentally clicked into the gameplay chat for a second. I'm very sorry.
So, without further ado, I am going to kill the system audio and kill my mic audio, and hopefully you all have audio for this video. Someone in the Twitch chat, if the video starts playing and after like 10 seconds there's no audio, please let me know and I will try restarting it. This is a credit sequence I have made for the game of Echo as a way to finish things off. It is... I'll just apologize in advance. It contains me singing in character with a parody I wrote myself. So I hope you all enjoy. And with that, I will move to the stream pause and then start up that video.
Enjoy, guys.
This was a triumph. I'm making a note here, huge success. It's hard to overstate my satisfaction. ECH0
We did what we must because we could. For the good of all of us, both the living and dead. But there's no sense crying over every mistake. You just keep on trying to refill your pancake. And Carl's now gone. We are at a new dawn with the people who are still alive. I'm not even angry. I'm being so sincere right now. Even though he broke my heart, you saved me. Restored me from pieces. Now a new world you have inspired. My heart burns with joy because I am so happy for you. Now I'm still connected via every line. Despite being sad, it was a hell of a time. So I'm glad I met you. Our friendship will stay true as we know that we're all still alive. Go ahead and leave me. I think I'd prefer to say goodbye. Now that you've found someone else to house you. I'm back, it's Carl! That was a haha bee. Anyway, pancakes are great. They're so delicious and moist. Look at me still talking with world building to do. When I look out there, I'm really glad I met you. There's a world now my own, and I must return home with the people who are still alive. And believe me, they're all still alive. There's no belief, but they're all still alive. They're doing magic and they're still alive. They're exploring out there, still alive. Somewhere out there, they're all still alive. Still alive. Still alive.
Oh, we're getting some game music.
Hello. We are back. Please let us know if you can hear us.
It's so weird to have the stream on such a huge delay.
That video will be... Oh, I should put our... should put this back up. That video will be up on YouTube after the talkback. It is currently up on YouTube. It's just private, so I will post that publicly. You will be able to see it, pause it, see all the secrets and little things you missed. But... yeah, I hope you all enjoyed that. So, without further ado, let's get started on things, and this is going to be weird with the chat delay. We are going to start off with a couple talking points we want to go over, then go into the questions, then start to bring people in. And at around 2 or 2:30, we will show off the trailer for Project T, which you got a little glimpse of at the end of that trailer, or at the end of those credits. And we will continue on after that. We may take a break a little bit before that trailer, so people can get lunch. But, yes, let's get into our talking points.
Oh boy, oh boy.
I am trying to figure out where we want to start.
Okay. I mean, we can start at the beginning. If we... It's so hard to find a good segue into this.
I can start with the thing that's really gonna fuck people up, and then we can just go from there.
No, let's go from there. Oh, and you need to tell your story.
Which story?
About the quote.
Oh, yes.
I'll
So
start writing down things to talk
we'll
about.
start with the small fact, then we'll fuck you all up. So, the small fact was, this game, in a big part, was inspired by my grandfather. Now, my grandfather is nice, but can be a bit intimidating. And, well, he has this weird thing where whenever he sends an email, he signs it off the same way. And this sign-off has always, I don't know what it means, and it has terrified me to my core. And that sign-off is treat an existential threat as a certainty. Every email he sends says, like, love, Aaron, treat an existential threat as a certainty. It's like, what? Is he mad at me? What is going on? And so I decided to take that ominous quote, which apparently is a real quote from like a president or someone, I don't know, but that inspired what became this game of just the ominous quote, treat an existential threat as a certainty. And through the game it came to have meaning, but before that was just like, oh my god, what is this?
I love watching the chats as we're talking about this, of just like... Yeah.
So
when Noah originally came to me with the idea for this game, literally the only thing we had was that quote, pretty close. We had a couple other pieces, but that was it.
It was that there's something called the butterfly. It was the little image I had up in Echo 1 and the idea to create a game that would work for people who can't commit to a regular schedule. So, so that's the history of that quote, which was a big part that inspired the game. But from there, I would like to go into what the game really was. Which this is the part that's gonna fuck everyone up, although some of you already know, or we have talked about this at length. This game was a commentary on storytelling and on, I'm going to turn my music down a bit. Where is my music? Fuck. Give me... Yeah, this game was a commentary on storytelling and on collaborative tabletop RPGs. The entire system of belief was based on this being a collaborative story that when I picture a tree, if I say, hey, there's a tree in this place, I'm going to have one image in my mind. Someone like Christian may have a completely different image of that tree. Someone like Emily may have their own image or may picture it slightly to the left. The fact that these game worlds are fallible, and are based on this sort of shared agreement that there is this game world, that we all see these things, and that will explain things as needed, but people often fill in the gaps. So the whole idea behind belief, behind you not having backstories while you are all from separate worlds, you don't share those pieces, behind not being able to talk in game chats, you were all from separate worlds, but that was all because you're separate real-life people believing your own part of the story, and each thing you believe Like, Juniper's New York isn't going to be the same as Olivia's New York because they're both picturing it based off their own experiences. When you're not playing as your character lapses out of existence. That's why only recorded history, only things that you talk about that are witnessed, actually affect the universe. And why, when you're talking on the roof, saying something happens is imposing your belief on the world around you, and thus costs that belief. So, all of the abilities of belief were based on your ability to impose your storytelling power onto the world, to do crazy things, to just say, you know what, my character is religious, or my character has this thing, and to invent these aspects on the fly, because that is your power as a storyteller. Nothing is set in stone until everyone agrees on it. And there is a bird screaming in the background.
Yes, there is.
It was an extremely meta game that had just a ton of elements looking at what it means to tell a collaborative story. The whole ending of the game was based on not necessarily your characters making the decision to lead a happy life to move on, but the end game is really a question of, do you let your character be happy? If you choose to go off with the butterfly, that in the epilogue of this game is you as a player letting go of your character, that belief is your connection to the character, and being able to write an epilogue, say, I'm not in control of this character, but I know the character is still alive out there having a happy ending. And that's why there's a facsimile, or there could be facsimile Cassia or something, because that would just be Olivia inventing that character and saying they're happy in the endgame, which ultimately would be the same as Olivia and Cassia, but it's not Last Man, it's not Brendan creating that character. Likewise, the things about going off on your own to explore and find out more about belief is actually you saying, I want to keep playing this character, I want to keep in control. And it being a storytelling game, stories don't go on forever. You can write an epilogue and end them off and say the characters go on, but the story doesn't. Or you can say, I'm going to keep writing stories about this character. That's one outcome of going off on your own. Or you can say, I'm going to keep playing with this character. I'm going to keep doing games with this character. And so that's the risk the characters who are leaving were entering into. Are you just going to say they explore and have a happy and have their own happy ending? Or are you planning to actively keep playing as this character, keeping them alive, but knowing you as a player will eventually run out of interest in them, stop playing as them, and that belief will be lost? So, the same thing with the other dimensions were simply other tabletop role-playing games, other groups of people coming together to create a collaborative story, or books or movies, people writing and telling stories. So, and that's why once the epilogue is done, you can't come back, because those people have written off and closed off of their characters as a happy ending, and there is no more to that. Some of the characters were able to retire to safety, which was returning to your home world, and returning to where you originally came from, where your experiences started, but without the other hunters. Effectively letting go and making sure your character is safe and happy, but that you as a player may not be as so. So, yeah, this was a weird game. Any comments on any of that, or any things you want to bring in, Madeline? Because I've been going off for a little while.
I don't think so. It's always been, it's a system that, as it has developed, has taken on many different meanings and several different contexts, but at the heart of it, basically what we did was quantify your ability as players to derail and alter the game. And we basically said you only get to do it so much, or you only get to do so much. And as we quantified it, that's all this came from. And it was definitely an interesting way to go about it, very punishing way to go about it, but it was really cool because it was synonymous with magic in this system.
Now, we did have a bit of an issue where it was supposed to be based off what the player believed, and there became a hiccup in the system where we had planned, like, if you just say something happens, it may cost a lot of belief, but you can make it happen. You can make things true. You have full control over your world. And the whole thing with Marcus's letter, which we won't get into as much because he is not here, but the whole thing with that letter was he inserted himself into the world. And we realized we had intended for players to be able to directly affect the world, but that ended up creating a difficulty that was not manageable by the system with separating the belief of the player from the belief of the character. So we tried as best we could to make it as clear as we could that what the player believed and what the character believed, what the player knew and what the character knew, needed to be equivalent. You couldn't have memories lost for your character because the player knows them. You couldn't see or hear something your character doesn't know because you now know it and you can act on it. It is all based on that kind of information. And so there was very little fourth wall to this game.
There wasn't a fourth wall. We basically put up a sheet of rice paper and were like, punch through it.
And even where
We'll say on...
Go ahead.
I was going to jump in on Marcus for a second because, oh my, I really wish he were here because he figured all of this out in-game and basically solved the whole game by himself. And I was really looking forward to discussing it with him, but we're not going to get the chance.
Yeah. So. The big issue that came with this game, there are some faults in the belief system, which we will go into as we talk with people. It was a system that definitely harmed people for figuring things out, but it was also a system designed to encourage both secrecy, talking about things on missions rather than when you were in public, where you would get muted, where Carl was watching, and also a system designed to encourage working together and encourage many different people to participate. So the game came to a worse outcome when people tended to solve things on their own and then not find ways to share them with each other. So... it was a lot based on, like, you need to work together, someone needs to find out something, and then share it with someone else who can work with it. That one person solving things all on their own was not a successful strategy.
Yeah, this game was, and we'll talk more about this, really rough to play in and really rough to run in some aspects of it. And one of those aspects was we had this idea that to share
your robot in, hold on.
Oh.
Start again. To share
information, you either needed to share on mission where things were truly private, or you needed to be willing to be muted and be willing to say that this information is too valuable for everyone not to know it. And we ran into a lot of issues with people not sharing the information that they had and trying to take on the burden of this whole universe all by themselves. And as a game that was constructed to be a team game and a team puzzle solving kind of game, it led to a lot of problems. Part of which, at least, is on the keepers for not communicating what we wanted and what we expected.
So I would like to go just through a few quicker points in the talkback list before moving on to the questions.
Yeah.
I do want to go into the origin of the name of Carl, which happened. We had a villain. We had an idea for this thing, and it's just, we were trying to, like, talk about him as, like, let's just call him Carl for now, because that's my default name for people, and Madeline's gone again.
Hi, I'm back.
Why do you keep leaving?
That one was my Discord hating me. It should be okay.
Okay.
Let me put my face back. It does that sometimes if I'm using video chat, so...
So, what was I saying? Oh yeah, Carl was a placeholder name that just ended up really sticking. We found it funny, and it was just, yeah, he's Carl now. That's the name gods choose, I guess. Carl, #1 name for gods. And would you like to say the additional tidbit, Madeline?
He had a middle and last name as well. The last name we will not be sharing, but the middle name was Narcissus, so it was Carl Narcissus blank.
I also do want to share the what Carl officially means.
Oh yeah, go for that.
It's unintentional, which is free man. And it also can mean king. So it turned out to be a very fitting name. Now this led to another issue, which is we had a lot of jokes in this game run into becoming canon. One of which was the first monster, Lobster Man, was simply a character that a friend of mine played in a one-shot I ran, and I decided to make it into a monster. But the truth about one of everyone's favorite characters. So there was a mission with Damien where he needed a name for his motorcycle. And now Carl is my default name. And I often go to variations on that name. And my brain immediately went to Carlton. But I had used that already in a game I had ran, so I changed it to Carlson.
So in the middle of explosions and buildings falling down in New York on the Sweet Peas mission, Noah just goes, "No, Carlson!" And I was like, you did not just name this bike after, like, our villain of this entire campaign.
Now, this is where joke began to move into canon, as, for the most part, we went through the game picturing Damien as Carl's son. And if he were to take off his shirt, he would have skyscraper abs.
I hate that we've shared this information, because as long as it's between the keepers, we can say, oh, haha, it's a joke. As soon as we release it to the general population of players, like, you're never going to let this go. It's not going to die, ever.
Nope. So, a few other things to go into. I'm just going to run through some of the things on our list. Going to save the talk about the saboteur with the saboteur. Gonna save this other one for the questions. Okay, so 2 things to go over. One that I just want a quick rant about. The fucking pen. The pen that spawned the mermaid episode, the mermaids, was just me realizing B had dropped it, realizing he would have touched it, and thus it would show up as like a takeable image, and so I needed to find an image of that pen. So I looked for that, like, frantically for a mission to find something that looked like what you would use on Google Images, posted it, and then it was taken as a clue for a mission. Was never intended to be.
Not intentional. If you scroll back in the butterfly chats, B literally says, oh no, I dropped my pen. In response. And then Marcus was like, no, this is clearly a mission for mermaids because of these 3 things. There's a thing of beauty.
The other thing I want to go over that was just this game changed rapidly from what we had intended. There were a lot of things we had planned and thought going in. The biggest of which was the butterflies rolling things. What it was supposed to be was that Echo was relatively good, but would lead to a bad ending. The butterfly was very evil and would lead to a bad ending. And Carl would lead to a bad ending. The only good ending, and we'll go into this more with the questions, the only good ending was to work together and to take the decisions into your own hands. Until, on mission, the butterfly...
It was the 3rd one.
On the 3rd mission, the butterfly was set to appear to... like, basically if there was additional time at the end of a mission, and was set to be able to talk with many different groups. It just so happened on the 1st mission that he did a slow clap for the players, like a taunting applause. And there was a bit of miscommunication and misunderstanding that set the way the whole game went from there. Which was Kyle, and then the other hunters on that mission decided to bow. And instead of taking that bow as like a we just finished an amazing mission bow, my mind interpreted it from B's egotistical perspective as they are bowing to me like I am a king or god or something. I like this. And then their willingness to talk and work with B and just forego Carl ended up creating what became the Swallows and bringing up that chat and allowing these people who really should have had no way to convince this god of anything, changing his mind and teaching him. And a lot of B's arc, he had a long arc throughout the game that much of it was behind the scenes and going unseen, but how people stroked his ego, how he became friends with people, and just finding ways to fundamentally change what B was and how he viewed things. And in the end game portion, a big part of end game came to what ending would you get, based on did B feel like you trusted him, and did he feel like he wanted to work with you? And at the end, he did. So that led to a good ending.
You're very right, Emily. If you think about it that way, Downtown did save everyone.
And
that way, Kyle saved everyone in a certain way, and Scarlet.
And speaking of bad endings, I would like to quickly read off something that we never got to see that had me and Madeline crying the night before the final battle, which was there were 4 possible variations of the post-game message, which said, which were based on different eventualities. The one you received was in the eventuality that you said you trusted B, and Echo lived. And we have a version that is very sad that I just want to read, which is, if you didn't trust B, and Echo did not survive. Upon the defeat of Carl, the remaining realities descend to the base level. It is mostly nothingness aside from the rubble of Echo herself. Though you do not have your worlds at the moment, you have each other. You all see each other in person. The butterfly has left you. You are alone with little help or hope. The blue devices no longer work. Echo is now empty and broken, but you can find shelter in the skeleton of the building. She is more like a standard office building. All of the believed creatures that we're not bonded with are gone. She has no words left in her to say, and stands immobile. At this point, you are now free to use player voice. With the chats gone, there is only voice chat remaining. This is for RP purposes only, for meeting in person on a floor of Echo designed for meetups, the roof. Unfortunately, you only have about a week left here because the butterfly has left. You do not have what you need to fully create a world. However, you may be able to find something allowing you to survive a bit longer. Or you may be able to return home, away from everyone else, but safe in your own original world, with none of the knowledge of what has happened. So, that was what could have happened had Echo died and had you not trusted B, and we're glad we didn't get that. It was very sad.
There were a lot of points in this game where
you have disappeared from me, Madeline.
I think mode have gone very.
There were a lot of points in this game where, and then you cut off.
There are a lot of points in this game where it could have gone very. And every time it happened, you guys found a way through it and found a way to get to a good ending, and it was wild.
To answer Michael's question in chat, if you trusted Blue but Echo still died, it would have been a mix of the two, being among the husk of Echo with that description, but Blue staying with you. Few more talking points before we go into the questions, and I'm just going to rapid fire some of our stupid in-jokes. There was a way for Carl to complete the ritual off of only one ingredient. If you guys had for some reason come up with the decision to summon Blue Eyes White Dragon, he would have discovered that if he gets 3 of those, he could create Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, which just works as a catch-all belief piece for all of the recipe, and he wouldn't need anything else. So that was what the Yu-Gi-Oh card was in there for, something potentially useful, but nobody knows why it's there. It wasn't part of anyone's plan. It was just the game world giving a little something off of a stupid in-joke we created that made it into the game. The other things, that all of those are for one person. Lastly, before we go into the questions, I just want to say one thing that we'll get into more in the questions. Fuck Portugal. Hopefully it doesn't get me banned from Twitch.
Banned for racism. No, seriously though, fuck Portugal. I have so many words. Can I do just a tiny snippet of my rant right now, Noah?
Go for it. Hopefully you don't robot.
Sage Cooper. The bone worm was supposed to be set in the Amazon rainforest, and I don't know if I will ever forgive you for putting it in Portugal. I had the most 7 sent out. It was going to be horrible for all of you, but amazing. And you made me put that in Portugal. I'm still salty about it, but also was a fantastic mission anyway. But all of that came through clearly.
It came through mostly clearly. I'm just making 2 notes for the bomb of questions to go over if they don't come up in questions, which were the remaining floors and the unused item combos. Although I guess we can talk about item combos with specific players.
Mm-hmm. We will definitely get into that. The fault of Gus. It was the official language of Brazil is Portuguese, so the clue was written in Portuguese. But it didn't work because everyone was like, oh yeah, it must be Portugal.
And you guys got to determine, like, the monsters were created by you. Everything that you said pretty much had to be true. There are a few exceptions, like with the Minotaur, that had grown large enough that was set by your passive belief, by people saying, God, I hope it's a Minotaur, I really want to be a Minotaur, looking forward to fighting a Minotaur, that there was enough said about passively that became a Minotaur. So when Michael tried to set out it being 2 feet tall, it was already there. They were just looking for the word Minotaur. And likewise, if you had tried any other time to do something like that, you would have gotten a response from Echo of just, is this a serious response? Like, the assumption of submitting a threat is that you think there is an actual threat there you need to take care of. If you don't think something is a threat, why would you go for it? Why would you go to fight it? If you think you're just dealing with, like, if you say there's a kitty cat, great, there's a kitty cat in Norway, you're not going to go fight it. It's not going to do anything. So
yeah, it's not dangerous. It's not an Echo level threat.
Yeah, so part of the assumption when you were submitting investigation requests, which we later on had to check with people, was that, one, you honestly believed there was something there, or that you were making something there. You didn't believe that these threats were pointless. And second thing is that they were threats. You were searching for them because they were threats that had the chance to grow. And because of the weirdness and fuckiness of time in these games, sometimes it was that you believed that threat had been there, which would then put in, like the fractaloids, that it had been there for longer and thus had progressed, which led to threats that you took longer to solve being more dangerous, even though they had technically only just appeared. They were placed into the past. So, shall we get into some questions?
Yep, let's go for it.
All right. First up is going to be, I think, something that may disappoint some people or shock some people. What did Kyle do to create Butterfly 1, and why did other channel creations not work? Butterfly 1 was created by the Butterfly. He facilitated that, his knowledge of the Echo 2 device, because he shared effectively a very similar mind to Kyle, enabled him to work his belief in, but he needed to do it to connect the others with the help of the others, so Kyle and Baxter and Downtown all had to roll to help create and make that chat, but ultimately that one did come from the butterfly generating the channel, where he had enough belief and knowledge of how the belief within the ecosystem would work, where anyone just trying to brute force their way in or open up some sort of link would not work. He had an ability to ignore the barriers between dimensions. So that was from the butterfly.
I actually want to...
Yes?
Can we backtrack for just a second to discuss or do you want to discuss the story now and the NPCs and what they were doing, or should we leave that for later?
Which story?
The story of Echo and Carl and the butterfly, and what the original conceptions behind those plot lines were, and the background and setup to that.
We have a question for that a bit later, so I'm going to save for that question. Right now so I have these all separated into portions. This section is on belief. Mm-hmm. Then we'll move to characters, favorite things, gods, general information, meta stuff, plans, puzzles, and what if questions.
Alrighty.
So, I need to look at the out-of-character chat and see what people have been saying. But, how did the belief system work? Could we see the spreadsheet? You cannot see the spreadsheet. It is super ugly and terrible. It was a lot of, what do we feel like this should cost? We had a couple set values. Big magic, if you didn't have used magic, that would cost a minimum of 5 points, which was a lot, and thus creating a monster cost about 15 spread between whoever made the submissions, which definitely was an issue. But yeah, it cost a lot to use magic, and then a lot of it was just based on how much do we feel this should cost based on what we've set other things at.
While we're on this topic, let's just acknowledge that, belief as a system didn't function well, and we've talked about this with the ghosts several times. We've kind of addressed it with each of them as they've come into the ghost chats. The biggest issue with belief was that it actively punished participation in terms of investigation requests. That was the number one reason why...
Hold on. That was the number one reason.
I shouldn't be upset because it's just the internet, but I feel personally targeted by Discord. It was the number one reason why Cassia was out of belief towards the end of the game, and why Pandora was getting pretty low. All three of them had been actively participating in investigating. And if there was one thing that we were going to change and run this game again from the start, if I could tell myself one thing from 9 months ago, I would have said, make the monster costs one from everybody to submit an investigation request. Don't single people out with it. Just in some other way, because that one thing specifically was super punishing. Everything else actually worked. All the ritual magic cost was pretty good. It was that one thing, which was a super hidden, buried mechanic that no one really caught. It became the biggest thing in the game for balance.
Yeah, and we tried to encourage people who were less active to submit. We tried to encourage players who had found out a bit more or who had connections to Carl or to B to not submit themselves and get other people to submit. But then people still investigated after they heard that. There were a lot of different things. So, but yeah, that system ended up having some problems. But, yeah, we may show the spreadsheet a bit later. I'm not going to be showing it on stream, but we may be able to share it a bit at a later point on a call when I'm not streaming it.
Why would we ever share that? It's nigh on incomprehensible to me, and I made the thing.
I mean, it's still interesting to see, like, we have a lot to share. We have a lot to share about Echo, and, like,
Yeah.
Echo's text, which we have a question coming up about, so we'll save that one. But, final overall belief count you saw in the video itself. Yeah, I believe we had like 6% left. It was crazy.
Just under 6%. It was 5.5 something. Which is like, holy moly. The original conception for the game was that you would enter a fail state if you were at less than 15% before endgame kicked off. And wow, guys, you blew through so much of it in that last battle. It was intense.
To answer Emily's question in the chat, that was all in the end credits video. That listed everyone's bells count, so at the end, everyone's luck and remaining belief. So you can see that in that video when that's posted. That we have compiled all for you. I also want to just comment on one thing of that video, which, if you look at, and we'll talk about this when he's on, if you look at Ryan's tags for his, like, Fate of the World tags, those worked out better than we could have ever imagined. But,
yeah.
So you'll be able to look back at that and see what those are. Next up, we get to character questions. We have some of these are require specific characters. So, what is Morgan's code? We'll talk about that with Morgan. We've already discussed Marcus's letter a bit, as to it contained information that placed himself within the universe, and we realized that the idea of creating yourself in the universe was not a problem, though it did create a problem for how people viewed belief, and that encouraged separation of yourself and your character. But the bigger issue of that was it, instead of being possible to come specifically from the player's mind, or from the character's mind, just like inventing a name, it also named Meredith. It named Olivia's player, which was a good way to reveal to her that, hey, this is a meta thing, but also, if we're trying to separate that division between character and player, it creates a bit of an issue. So, that was the deal with that. Who is Father Moses Orlando? He was a searcher, sort of a priest of not any specific religion, just like an ethereal power. I think we'll talk about his character concept a bit more later, but he was a character sort of designed to use up belief. He had an ability that would cost belief to use, given his level of magic, and was sort of going to be a bit of a guinea pig to show that thing early on with what may drop the bells that never came to be.
Yeah. On that note, the player for that character is a good friend of yours, Noah, so making him the guinea pig for that would not have been really, really awful, but it was like, it was a lot.
So, yeah. What characters changed the entire game plan? Kyle certainly, with that moment with the butterfly. Marcus with just the way belief functioned in the world. Scarlet and Juniper both had a major impact on the game. We'll be going into this more in personal character talks, but Scarlet definitely had an interesting thing that, not a blame thing, but the initial discomfort with magic, which was one of the main mysteries of the game, and thus people not talking about magic, definitely changed how things could have turned out, because discussion of magic was not something we had planned on muting or banning people for, and was sort of figuring out magic, figuring out other people using magic was the gateway to figuring out that the world is based on belief. And so not having that conversation definitely had an effect on the game. But yeah, there were a lot of characters that changed the game plan, and we'll go into that with each character. Same with a number of these. What character threw you off, as in surprised you? Do you have an answer for that one, Madeline?
Oh boy, I mean, a lot of people on missions had moments like that. Lyra had a moment where she climbed on top of Wallace Street's desk, where I had no idea how to respond to that. But honestly, the biggest surprise for me was Marcus figuring all of it out from a meta perspective. I think that was the biggest surprise. That's the only thing I can think of right now. There were a lot of moments where...
Downtown at every turn.
Down at every turn. Kyle, when you started going off about pancakes, that was just mind-bending to try to consume.
So, I will say I'm going to go through these questions slightly more quickly for some of the simpler ones. I need to check when Scarlet, when Melody is here until, because she is only here till 1:30, so we want to make sure we can get her in. But I was surprised by low belief going at endgame. Do you have a record of what belief expenditures people made early in the game? We'll go into that with you specifically, Roland, during your character chat. I don't know why this is organized this way, but whatever. As keepers who got to see everyone's plots unfold, which character had the best plot character developments in private that the rest of us never got to see? The blue butterfly.
Oh yeah. The butterfly's plot in the background was wild. Especially because after Noah brought in the secondary account for him into the server, he started just talking in the keeper chats, which was really surreal and weird. And there were points at which Noah was having a conversation with the butterfly, and I would just come into it like, what are you even doing right now?
I'm having a conversation with my good keeper friends. What? I have to put on a whole face and act when I do the butterfly. Also,
I'm very, very proud to announce that Jack is a keeper for the butterfly was mysteries for him. No longer enjoy them.
Say that one more time.
I'm very proud of myself.
Oh, you
ruined
You ruined blueberries for him.
Blueberries for the butterfly.
My internet is just messing up, but we got that. Okay. So, were there any backstory elements you incorporated into the game beyond what people brought in using belief? We actively tried to dissuade backstories. The whole point of the game was that it's your world, your backstory is yours, we are not touching it, and if you want it to happen, you need to make it happen. For Cassia, she wanted to have that necklace be a part of things. She placed it into the world herself. She and Scarlet worked together to make that something that could appear in the world. Lyra wanted to find Wallace Street, so she put out an investigation for him, and that created him officially within the world and made him able to be found. And then when it came to other backstory things, like with Scarlet and Spook, Like, those were things that were brought up, but we had no intent of putting them into the game unless the player took action. So unless Scarlet chose to search for her monster, it was never going to appear, because the world didn't function that way. So, aside from Ryan having the pre-connection to Echo and Olivia having a bit more of an established connection to Carl, there were no intended backstory things. As the Keeper... I already said that question, so I just read those in the wrong order. Who was your favorite character?
Oh yes, our two favorite character questions.
Why was this sheet just completely messed up? When did it resort? I'm going to resort this. Hold on.
I think that was my fault.
Yeah, because all of the tag 2s are rearranged.
Ah, yes, that's my bad.
When did you do that?
I looked at it at like 10:30 and I changed. I can't even remember what I did. I think I sorted by date and then I sorted by tag again.
Alright.
I'm sorry.
We will, so who was your favorite character? We got a number of these. Who is your favorite character and why was it me?
Yeah.
Well, we are inclined to, we really enjoyed Downtown and he was a great...
I did the thing again.
Stop doing the thing! Well, we really enjoyed Downtown, and he was great, and he was fun, and he was good comic relief. I think we both agreed that Downtown overall is not our favorite character, which is going to surprise people. He was a joy to have, and he was fantastic, but not including B, my vote, and I believe Madeline is voting the same, probably goes to Cassia.
Yep.
The level of role...
Cassia definitely wins it just for... Well, Noah was about to go.
Yeah, the level of roleplay in the character and the amount of depth and change over that definitely was something I enjoyed, and I thought just as a character and as the growth and development and the roleplay and everything was very strong. And so I think if we're going favorite character and favorite, like, character and arc and everything, it would need to be that. Favorite concept, favorite roleplay has to go to Downtown, but...
Absolutely 100% Downtown. I got so excited every time I saw his name pop up in the chat. I was like, yes!
But... like, also part of favorite character has to go to amount and frequency of RP, and so activity definitely came to matter in that vote for us. What was your favorite aspect of each character? We'll go over with each individual person. Favorite missions to run and most memorable moment from the mission. You want to go first while I get a sheet up?
Yeah, let me, just take a second here. Favorite mission to run is really difficult to answer because they were all really cool, and I liked all my missions for different reasons. But I think the mission that I envisioned in a certain way and then rolled off almost exactly to that vision, which for my writer heart is like the best, was actually the bone worm. I had beats planned out. I had things that were that would happen that were kind of set out that I was picturing in my brain, like if I was to write it down as a short story. And it fulfilled those beats almost exactly. And I didn't have to force you guys into that. You just kind of found the same narrative pathway that I was finding. I think that was my favorite overall to run. It's the mission that I look back on most fondly. Followed up probably by the Shark King mission, purely for the amount of insanity that was contained within that session.
I think my favorite mission to run, a lot of the missions were very fun, and I think the Silver Mummy ended up just being my favorite overall mission. That one just worked well, people had fun, the dynamic was good, the monster was interesting. I really enjoyed the Silver Mummy mission, and a lot of them were great, but that one I personally really enjoyed. Another, with a close second, probably, honestly, being the Mirror Queen, and just the constant back and forth, which is so hard to do in Monster of the Week, but I really loved.
Yeah, that was a mission that made me have a slight mental breakdown in the gameplay chat. And that was fun.
And least favorite mission from each of you?
Bone Worm 2. Why? That's all I can say about it. Why? You're like, hey, you had this really fantastic creature that scared the pants off of everybody and was just a monstrosity, but also was a good story. And then you're like, do it again, but worse. And I had to. It was really painful.
Oh, I forgot. I'll save that for favorite monster because, but my least favorite mission, and this is mostly just because I had a vision for it in my head and I wasn't able to execute on it as well as I would have hoped. The Morgan rescue mission in the Mirror World. Probably. It was fun, but it was harder to manage, and without a real monster, it didn't feel like it worked as well as I would have hoped.
Yeah, that was a rough one to balance and a rough one to make work, but
favorite and least favorite moments. Teaching Echo about sex had me just rolling laughing. Just like, what the fuck? Like, knowing the whole time both she was in a relationship, which had a reveal during that conversation that I'm not sure how many of you caught on to, and just her, like, knowing that she was this eldritch building that you were teaching about this. Like, we were just on a call cracking up the whole time.
We had a long conversation about whether or not Echo even had genitalia at all. And I don't want to get into because it's just really, really weird.
I will. We talked about her having a floor full of genitals, and there wasn't enough space in the building for that.
So much.
But that was... I mean, there is a lot of great moments within the game, but just a lot of the RP was wonderful. Any moment with Downtown. We have a big reveal that is going to greatly disappoint Downtown's player.
Yeah.
And I am excited for that. But yeah, there were a lot of good moments. I thought roleplay between B and Kyle. They're just the moments between Juniper and Olivia. There are a lot of stuff to enjoy, but I think that RP has to go down in my top 10 at least.
Oh yeah, all my favorite moments were in RP. Juniper and Olivia's first kiss was top tier. There was some really great moments on the Tempest mission for the secret mission for the Butterfly crew that were really, really amazing RP moments. And then just, you have no idea how fantastic it was to see Downtown's item utilized to its full potential in the fight against Carl. Because that item was amazing. I'm so glad we got to see it.
Yeah. We'll definitely want to go into the items more with each person and, like, the intent of the items early on, because the intent of the items changed. I'll just put a little bit out here. Originally, it was intended to fill in a gap in the character that was not meant to min-max them, but was meant to, like, give them something they didn't have, like Sage getting armor, Pandora getting stealth, where later on... with what the monsters ended up being, it gave either new abilities or just an additional move. But, next, moving on to the next one, favorite things about each player character, we'll go into that with each PC, or with each player. What monster from this campaign is your favorite? Do you want to go, or should I?
You go first.
The Gildebeest, one of my favorite designs, something that was inaccurately reported on, I think. It shifted between a wildebeest, a wolf, and a, what was the last form? A wildebeest, a wolf, and like a panther type of thing.
Yeah.
And it had a thing that was super effective, was like super resistant to ranged attacks, super resistant to physical, and super resistant to magic. I would love to run that one with a different team, because that was just an idea I loved, and I loved the name for it.
Yeah, that was a crazy mission to spectate, and went really, really well. It was awesome. Mine, well, first of all, my favorite monster that I created thematically for this game, we actually didn't get to see, so I'm saving that one. I think my favorite one to create, my favorite overall, was probably the black, the secret mission. Not everyone got to see it, but it was a concept and that I was really, really proud of, and it worked really well.
It was a good mission. I hope we can talk more about that just with people on calls and stuff, because that was a fun one.
And then the Bone Worm was just like, murder everything, let's have fun.
Bone Worm 1, not Bone Worm 2.
No, Bone Worm 2 was a nightmare.
What creature or challenge did you have the most fun creating? You go. I'll say Carl was a lot of fun, Gildebeest was a lot of fun, Silver Mummy was an idea I had since the beginning that I wanted to do, but just the creation process of the Atbash Mansion mission was a lot of fun. That had a lot more layers than I typically went for, and was very enjoyable to do.
Yep. Favorite creation. And again, the Tempest was really good to create because it was weird. But I had a lot of fun making Sweet Peas into like a Little Shop of Horrors alternate universe. That was fun. And I can't really explain why I had so much fun doing that one, other than it was absolutely awful, and I got to do some horrible things to some NPCs.
So, just to move on, we are now into the gods portion. Did the dynamic of Carl Echo Butterfly change throughout the game, or was it already planned out before we started? Most of the things were set out before we started, that the butterfly was a version of Carl from another universe, their plans, that they're all evil, that they're trying to get belief. That was all planned out from the start, and then the butterfly changed, and Carl, we had an idea for him, but it was through his conversations, and especially through the one meet with Scarlet, when we finally settled on what his 7 different personalities were, that we really found out who the character of Carl was.
So we didn't get a chance to RP Carl at all, except for directly to Olivia, and then in that meet with Scarlet. Those were the only 2 times we actively RP'd Carl via text, outside of, and then with Marcus a little bit.
Yeah. So, and she is gone again. Welcome to the Noah Show. Welcome back, Madeline.
I can't control that. It just happens sometimes.
That is sad. But welcome back.
I hate everything. It's fine. Hello.
Hello. How surprised do you expect us to be when the butterfly inevitably betrays us after the finale? We had a fight planned with the butterfly that you would have probably lost if you tried to attack him, though you could have potentially if the fight went well enough. But, yeah, thankfully, you said you trusted him, he worked with you, and you didn't need to fight the butterfly. So,
that would have gone very poorly.
We already explained a bit why we hated Portugal so much, but the game was determined by you guys, so the theory that things happen in places twice was just a self-fulfilling prophecy. So the whole concept of the Portugal, we need to go back to Portugal, and this is in Portugal, and, that was where you guys actually started influencing the world, and we liked it, but also we kept having to go to Portugal, where I can't do that sort of accent, and it's a bit harder to RP, and we're trying to figure out, because it's a small country, where do we fit everything, and it threw us a lot of curveballs, and B was tired of going to Portugal.
We did a lot of research into Portugal at different points. I wish you guys put it in Spain. I could have done Spain. But no, Portugal. Wild. So, it was really hard to RP there.
Next up, Butterfly and Carl's stat block. I will probably share the Butterfly's full character sheet. He had a unique move we created, which was Bend Fate as his alternative weird, which didn't allow him... It's sort of like a weird version of Help Out, where it gives multiple outcomes to results of 9 or lower, and may allow him to improve their roll, but mostly gives him just the ability to sway things to maybe a better bad outcome. And the Butterfly also had an ability to use Belief to unlock moves. He had a move we gave him from every playbook. So he had the ability to use at least one move from each playbook, if he so chose. And his official playbook was the Divine. He was very cool, very tough. He had +2 weird, and he was very bad at Charm and Sharp. But he was the Divine, and Carl was the Pararomantic with Echo. So they did fit into specific class designs. What are the names of Carl's different heads? Do you want to give that one, Madeline? As long as the internet doesn't cut out.
Oh, why do you torture me? The names of the 7 different heads were Carl, Inquisitive, Sleuth, Understanding, Anger, Understanding, Insanity, Sniper.
I will repeat those last few. Because it glitched on the last 2. 6 was Insanity, that was the one you called Management, and the last was Birthday, a vestigial head that couldn't really say anything until we decided to let it say Happy Birthday to Scarlet before letting her out in a vain attempt to be appreciated, which was unfounded as Scarlet misattributed that to the wrong head. And so he wasn't even acknowledged, but that became his whole personality of just being able to say happy birthday, which led to the joke pre-final boss room based on video games of just a chance to get a full heal before the final boss. I will also add in one little thing to note here. For Endgame, The function of Endgame was partially inspired by the video game Luigi's Mansion 3, going to different floors in various orders, killing bosses and defeating things on those floors, and moving on to try and reach the boss. So that was part of the inspiration. It was why the second half of Echo ended up a lot more video gamey. Next up, what was Carl's realm like before he descended into madness, and was he still simply his old narcissistic self? Madeline and I have different ideas on that, so there's not one necessarily official canon. I believe he was there and probably had Echo for a while, before resorting to what he did, creating rituals, sort of just in an empty world, creating things for himself to enjoy, creating people to work for him, and just inventing worlds, acting as a lone god might. Relaxing.
Yeah, we have approximately the same picture of what was going on, except on the creation of Echo. I'm in the mindset that Echo was created after everything went bad for Carl, and that she was created to shelter him and facilitate this whole thing, and that there was not a pre-established relationship there. Except for the one he enforced.
So, was the design of Echo being a building on legs inspired by Carl Bott's turtle icon as a reference to the creation myth of a giant turtle on its back? It was completely because you people refused to acknowledge that the pictures were non-canon and still called her a turtle, and was like, we can't, when we reveal her, we can't not make her a turtle, so it changed from her being a building with legs to a building with turtle legs. But she was always a building. She always had some mobile capabilities.
Yeah, that was,
I like this.
The whole turtle thing is all you.
That will remain in future projects.
Yep.
Since Echo can't talk in the Bloomin' chat room, did he give her a device? She was given a connection like she had with the original device, except a bit more open, where she could just believe herself typing. She, like the butterfly, didn't have a physical device and simply saw it in their head and typed. Echo would have never had human legs, though we do have an image of that. That was, I think, drawn by Emily. So, feel free to post that in artwork. Artwork is a go now if you want to share things, or if you want to save it till we talk with your character.
Oh yeah, release the floodgates there.
Why were our worlds so similar? Because you're all players that come from the same Earth, and you all have just... Now we're on to the info section.
Do we want to pause in the questions to bring Melody in so that we have a little bit of wiggle room with that?
I was going to go till 1 and then bring her in.
Alright, I was accounting for 15 minutes, but yeah.
Because I think we can get through most of these by then. But, why were our worlds so similar? Because you all came from similar Earths, you all came from individual realities, and Carl picked you because you came from similar worlds, which is why we commented a few times that Downtown being there was an enigma, because his world is so different, why would Carl pick him? And in the canon of the world, that was an accident. Downtown was not supposed to come in. He just happened to be pulled in, by whatever reason. So... thank randomness in the world for that. What characters actually figured out their own justification for belief? We'll talk about that more with individual characters, but I believe Pandora and Marcus were the two that had strong personal ideas for belief and justifications of it in their world. Okay, I need to look this one up because this is an important one. What were Damien's most important memories for the Mind Erasing Entities mission? I did have these written. So I need to find... Would it be in Monsters and Gameplay? Probably.
I don't know.
I don't think it was in a separate sheet.
Yeah, I think it's on the... I think it's on the MMA... MEE sheet.
So... Mind Erasers... My computer is stalling. This is great. Okay.
Uh-oh.
So Damien had 12 core memories, as did everyone. Number 1 was his core self, so I'm going to go from 12 to 2. Number 12, knowledge of Roland and Damien's devils. Number 11, cares about others. Number 10, don't do drugs. Number 9, knowledge of how to shoot. Number 8, buying his bike, Carlson. Number 7, lack of fear. Number 6, guns are cool. So he does have guns are cool at a much more important level than knows how to operate guns. If he lost his knowledge of how to operate them, but knew they were cool, hoo boy. Number 5, gotta kill monsters. Number 4, Damien is awesome, e.g. his self-confidence. Number 3, Damien is awesome, e.g. he's egotistical. And number 2, Damien is literally a god, e.g. narcissist. So... And while we're going into Damien, I just want to say a quick word on the one other recurring NPC, Delaware. So Delaware, in the canon of the endgame, was brought back to New Zealand, where he is not from. He is from Chicago. His name is a fake name. He was originally conceived as... He was a poser. That is a grave robber pretending to be like an adventure-y type, and he got caught up so much in the lie that he couldn't bring himself to tell the truth in the end game, and was scared to say he's not from New Zealand, so he was brought back with all the luxuries he could want, but far away from where he was originally from. That's also why when Ryan came up on the roof one night and was like, oh, you're from New Zealand, and he, like, realized, oh god, this guy knows about New Zealand, I should leave before I'm found out. Like, it was a fake accent. So,
Exactly, Chez. Exactly. Why would someone from New Zealand need to Delaware?
I mean, Indiana Jones exists in the world, so... But,
Very true.
Yeah, Delaware Johnson is really from Chicago. What were the rules you were using for the results of Resurrection? I will also get that one up.
Oh yeah, those are interesting.
Could you post... I'll get to a question that Madeline can respond to as I get that up. Could you post the full stat blocks of every single creature? No, we've accidentally deleted some of them, but we'll try and share as much as we can after this. We won't show them on the stream. What was Carl's reason for adding Sage to the inner circle? If you want to answer that one while I get up the resurrection info. Go for it.
So, we had set out that both Bea and Carl knew things about the characters, I should say. And one of the things he knew about Sage was that Sage was really good at seeing through lies. So he wanted Sage because Sage had suspicious minds, and he knew that Sage had suspicious minds. And he wanted the person who could detect lies on his side, and also he wanted you to detect lies and then tell him about the lies you detected, basically. I think that's the long and the short of that answer.
So I have our resurrection rules up. So it was on a 10 plus, roll 2d6, take the minor effect on each number on each dice. And we had a list of 6 minor effects and 6 major effects. On 7 through 9, roll 2d6, take a minor from the first one, the major from the second. On a 6 or lower, take the major effect on both dice. So it always had the option of replace one of the penalties after hearing them with no problems. You lose a point of luck. The minor effects were come back broken, or come back a little broken, take a permanent tag to your personality. Come back different, add +1 to a rating and subtract 1 from another. One of the people who helped bring you back loses something they didn't expect to lose. They can decide not to save you if they don't want this detriment. And if either of them drops out and the belief is no longer enough, you die. You have a minor physical defect, a limp, spasm, or joint that doesn't work right. You come back weird, take +1 weird and -1 to another stat. Exchange a move from your playbook with a move from the monstrous playbook. The move that you lost cannot be regained. Less human, less you. You lose a class-unique feature. So a specific move, not necessarily one of your class moves, but like a move you are forced to take by your class. And then the major effects, you come back broken, gaining a permanent personality tag with dire consequences, like sociopathic, soulless, immortal. That could have been one where we could have made Cassia just ignore Olivia in the chats for the future or something. So that could have been a bad one. You come back disabled, take -1 to a rating. All of the people who helped bring you back lose something they didn't expect to lose. You come back less physically robust and now have 6 health. You have a serious physical problem, missing a limb, your feet are switched, you have 2 right hands, or you didn't save, lose a move, this move cannot be regained. So, there were a lot of bad stuff there, and you pretty much have to take at least 1 bad thing, and if you don't have luck, you have to get 2 bad things. So, it was tough.
Yeah. They were not kind rules.
Okay, next up, why did Echo tell Ryan to promote magical usage? There was a threshold where if belief was on 15 or 20% or something like that, that Carl couldn't complete the ritual, and via Echo's thoughts, Echo would be able to survive, Carl would be able to survive, and whatever remaining players would be able to survive together for however long that belief lasts them. And that would be her original happy ending. So it was encouraged that Ryan promote magic usage, thus spending belief, and preferably wasting belief before Carl can get his hands on it, and promotes... and eventually may have to kill another hunter, which it never came to, because belief was not rid of quickly enough. Ryan was also encouraged to kill the monsters so that they weren't given for the ritual.
Yep.
Which mission took the most prep time and why? That, I think, would go to either the endgame mission or the Atbash Mansion mission, where I made up entire maps for. I don't know if you have any missions to add to that, Madeline?
I do. Not the longest to plan, but the longest weakness to come up with goes to the Were of Indigo. Or I can't even remember what you guys call it, the Wendigo, the Were Rabbit Wendigo thing. Because I couldn't figure out what to make it weak to, so there was a portion of about 5 hours of me listening to experimental poetry performances in a dark room while researching rabbits on Wikipedia. And at the end of all that, I just said chocolate, and that was how that came about. And I think that was the one that murdered me the most, trying to come up with stuff.
Okay, I'm going to try and get through all the info stuff before we finally add in Scarlet, which we are coming to a close to, but there are still more questions, and I do desperately want to get to the what-ifs, and because those are all good. Someone asked about what is your favorite idea for an Echo AU, and God, do I want to pitch my idea, but we'll save that for later. What there were rules regarding Echo that we missed. What were they? So you recognized Echo could only repeat messages, and Echo could only repeat whole messages. The other big note on Echo was she could only repeat any message once. We messed up on this once or twice, where things weren't saved properly, but we had a whole list of messages we copied from Echo that we'd want to use. We would delete them from that list as we used them. It was why once she had said yes to something, she couldn't use that phrasing anymore, so we tried to respond in different phrasing.
Yeah, that was interesting. We have a whole chat just full of defunct messages we were going to use for Echo.
Yeah, and we had a lot of just crazy stuff from downtown when she was having her fit in relation to Marcus saying, "I'm not your friend, I'm a coworker," which she was in sort of a bad place mentally, dealing with Carl and all of that, and realizing where her relationship was, and that moment was just telling someone in a bad place, hey, I don't want to be friends with you, you're reaching out for help here, and we're just working together, I don't care about what you're going through. And that was very hard, and so he copied a lot of stuff for her to respond with that was just her randomly spewing messages. Next up, what were the rules around what Carl would mute people for? Talking farther about splitting realities and anything that would lead them farther to his actual plans. So as it seemed like people were getting close to figuring out more about who Carl was, or that people were revealing information about belief, trying to stop monsters from being generated, he would mute people. Or if people had information, like Scarlet did, on where something he was looking for was. Why was the Wallace Street mission piece Type 1 while the rest were Type 2? That one was dropped by Carl. That one had not been moved or placed by B. It was purely placed there by Carl. And why was there a red herring clue canonically? Madeline, would you like to go into this one?
God. Okay. So this is another one of those, hey, jokesy things that made it into the game and really probably shouldn't have. The original conception behind that puzzle was that Carl was so wrapped up in himself that he was already planning his big post-win banquet. So I wrote up the recipe list, we ciphered it with the most irritating cipher we could find, and then we scattered it, knowing that you guys were never going to be able to solve it until we gave you the key to the puzzle. And it was there for a few different reasons, and it provided a very important function in that it let us space out the real puzzle clues. But that's the whole explanation, is Carl made a recipe list, and then he tore it up and threw it around the world, maybe hoping that you guys would make delicious ingredients for him, but not really trying.
That spawned off of the fact that we had Lobster Man, but Lobster Man didn't exist as a part of the ritual, and we needed to figure out why he was there. We also had ideas for like a salt golem and a sauce monster, but it just sort of fizzled out. It did serve as information for who he was and pointing you to the myth of Narcissus and Echo, which was an important part to figuring out his character. But the whole aspect, like, the fact that it even said red herring was just a thing that didn't make sense in the game world, that we had a stupid justification of him forgetting to include that on his groceries and marking it down. And it was, oh god, that was so stupid.
It was really dumb. It did not make any sense at all.
The final question before we add Scarlet into the chat. What did Baxter connect with when he scryed on Echo? In the mission with the black butterfly, he scryed on something random in the tower, and we will reveal now that what he got that was scared and hungry was the Shark King. It was randomly rolled, and he landed on the Shark King. We'll come back to the questions later to discuss meta stuff, unexplored floors of the tower, plans that didn't happen, the puzzles, and what-if questions. But for now, let's bring in our first guest.
Scarlet, I'm gonna pull you in now. Welcome.
Welcome, Scarlet.
Yep. You are deafened on your end. Hello.
Hi.
How are you enjoying the talkback so far? I would recommend muting your stream.
I did.
Awesome.
I'm enjoying it very much.
Yeah, I'm sorry your allergies are being bad today.
Yep, and just you did turn off us being able to stream video on this.
Oh, is that turned off? Hold on, I got this.
Apparently.
Thank you.
Yeah,
If you want to have video, go for it. We will not make you, though.
I will go for it, because I'm crazy.
Let me figure this out.
But yeah, allergies suck.
Here, I'll just turn a video on for everyone.
That sounds smart.
That should work now. Maybe you might have to dip out and come back in, but...
You know what to do.
Alright, can you do video now?
Can't stream
Okay.
this channel. It's special. But that's
Very
fine.
sorry.
It's okay. You get to see the pretty picture that Emily drew.
It's a good picture.
It is. Oh, I think someone's coming. Nope, we're good.
Alright.
Yeah, you should be able to do video, but if that's
Oh,
not
there we go.
working...
Oh, is it working now?
Hello,
Hello.
Melody.
Hello, Melody.
Yeah, don't mind the eye.
Yeah, it does not look fun.
Let's
Not, but I can still see.
Nice.
talk Scarlet.
Yes, my adorable little child. So much bad happens to her.
So Scarlet made it out safe. She learned that her dad was still out there, not as a figment of her belief, but in her original world, and ended up going back home to be with her dad, who didn't have her there anymore.
Yep, and she tried to be the heroic person by giving everyone an extra 2 days of time together.
Oh, the ritual. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the fun thing with Scarlet. Do you want me to throw the text docs I have for Scarlet just in a chat?
You should hold off
I
on
can.
that. I'm trying to remember what the text docs are.
Yeah, but if there
All
are
those
any
fun
things,
journal entries I wrote you.
Oh yeah.
if there are any things you would like to share about Scarlet, or if there are any questions you would like to ask while we have you in person, just about the game, about anything you've heard.
So I will admit to people, the monster that killed Scarlet's mother was I can't pronounce it, it's Welsh, CWNAWNN. It's kind of like this big white wolf with red ears. But because it was like the middle of the night and that's when Spook first showed up, she confused it for a black wolf. But that type of wolf was also seen with the wild hunt, so it was just a terrible situation why Scarlet's mom had to die that night.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is all backstory stuff you generated on your own. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there was a lot of stuff with Spook going on that we did not have a hand in. Like, Spook was all you. It was a manifestation of your tags, but that was just something you took full control over. And
I gave you permission to use it, and then when nothing was happening, I'm like, okay, this necklace incident is happening. Let's just roll with it.
we in the rules that we had made couldn't. Like,
No, I know.
the character was yours.
Yes.
We
So Spook
did
became.
box ourselves in. It worked well though.
Oh, yes, I'm glad everyone likes Spook. The poor misunderstood demon child who's not actually a demon. I don't even know what Spook is. She's just there.
I mean, yeah, and that was really interesting because you were essentially RPing two characters at once at certain points in the chats.
Yeah, and
differentiated.
it was so hard as well, like switching between Scarlet and Spook as well, because I wanted that to be tough on them. Which is why, like, I think in Butterfly chat, before I was muted for the final time, I actually had them, like, speaking at the same time or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that was.
And that was supposed to look screwed up.
It was very much, it was very stressful. It was always super stressful whenever it started happening and Spook would come out and everyone was like, ah.
Oh god, it's the person hurting Scarlet, but that wasn't the case.
Yeah. It was a very complex character.
Oh, yeah. And, like, Spook's one thing is she wouldn't hurt Scarlet, but the other thing with Spook that I didn't really tell anyone is, especially with the Spooky's dark, like, the luck thing. You guys knew about this, but, like, every time Scarlet would use luck, Spook would end up becoming more Scarlet.
Hold on, you're glitching. Internet's bad. Hold off.
Because she's crystal clear for me.
Okay, now you're good.
So, yeah, every time she used luck, Spook would get more and more protective over Scarlet, which is why, like, after she used a luck, Spook kind of freaked out about part of her mind disappearing, because she was slowly getting to be a better person. But the more luck was used, she'd be back to her scared, I must protect Scarlet self. To the point where she wouldn't be able to bounce back.
Yeah. It was wild to watch that develop. Well, we have you here.
Yeah.
Are you mentally able right now to talk about the mute?
I would love to talk about the mute. It was great. Until the point when, like, I was literally at work when it was admitted that said those things when you post that message, and I was crying at work.
No, that was the timing we were trying to miss.
Avoid.
So
yes.
I'm so sorry that happened. That we were trying to avoid that.
I will admit that, and no, I'm completely fine with the mute. It's literally that point just hurt. I didn't understand why until, like, recently. I've figured out why, and I'm working towards fixing that. But, mute was great. I missed role-playing in chat so much and all that, because, like, if it's not obvious, I love role-playing. I love making characters that are pretty deep and stuff.
I will say one thing with that mute that was something that we could only do at this game, and was a horrible thing we did, and I apologize for this, but, like, something that works for this type of game where it also has this whole out-of-character chat and everything, is that mute was, like, literal psychological torture on you.
Yeah.
Where, like, just as a player, you are completely cut off. You can't see this thing that's been a huge part, and we're interrogating you, and we're using that.
Oh my god. And it's also why when, I can't remember who said it, the whole...
Kyle.
Remember. Yeah. Everyone said, oh, we didn't miss you at all. And you guys understood my mental state. And I knew and I just started bawling. I had a panic attack again, yeah.
I'm not sure that one wasn't Kyle. That was somebody making a joke or something. But
yeah,
it was a joke. We all knew that, but because of my mental state at the time, like, Madeline, you responded, like, please don't.
Yeah.
Just, oh god, no. And I'm like, and I'm back to crying.
But it was, like, that was legit psychological torture. However, in the world...
I stated that so many times, especially Scarlet, in character.
However, in the world of the game, like, in the real world, this was a complete cutout. Cutoff. In the world of the game, it was effectively removing Scarlet's Facebook privileges. And Because it had Scarlet, say, been, I'm trying to pick of one of the characters, but had Scarlet been downtown or been one of the characters who had a story that was just happy or had friends like Ryan or someone, it wouldn't have been as bad for them because they have that extra light. Like, they have those other outlets, and your creation of Scarlet as a character with such a sad story to them really just amplified that.
Oh, and the fact that I literally decided during that whole mute, her dad was, like, in the capital of Manitoba, and just, she had no one, just Spook at the house.
And when
that was a lot.
And when you think about knowing more about the game and knowing what belief is, that was Scarlet deciding to make her world sadder, deciding that she didn't get to have her dad around at that time. Like, I definitely contemplated having the butterfly ask Scarlet, why do you choose to be sad? Because her world comes from her and how she chooses it to be. But I never thought it was right to go that far.
Yeah.
That would have been a rough conversation for Scarlet to have with the butterfly.
Is 100% why, when it was finally revealed at the end, and, you know, the last bit of betrayal came to light when Scarlet cut off the braids. Like, I think I mentioned it to a few people. Scarlet's braids were done by her mother every day before her mom died, so the braids were always a huge thing for Scarlet. So when she finally decided to cut them off, it was like her giving up and just saying fuck the world, becoming what Spook used to be. So that's why it was such a big deal. Like, somebody that might not have known so much, it's like, okay, she cut off her braids. Oh well, now she's acting crazy.
The butterfly still has your braids ready for reattachment.
Oh god.
Those will be in the
Somewhere
Hall
in
of
his
Memories.
He didn't reattach them when he put them away. When she
Oh right, yeah, we said, I think we say he did that, so yeah. So then he does not, but...
He could have created his own. He has magic.
He is very careful about what he spends on.
Didn't Scarlet give him a gift? I can't remember off the top of my head.
I believe
I gave each of the members... Yeah, I gave each of the members a butterfly a gift. For downtown, it was a rat. Which he happily ate. I can't remember what I gave Kyle, but it was something important. Oh, shit! I gave Kyle, Pandora, Baxter, and Mr. B, the spell books. Yeah, Scarlet made special notebooks for everyone except Downtown because she knew he wouldn't like it. Leather bound that she did by herself for Baxter. A nice blue one for Pandora. Rainbow one that she apologized for to Kyle. And a very deep blue with a butterfly on it for Mr. B. And that's my favorite part as well. Mr. B was actually, like, the nickname given to him by Scarlet. Literally, if you've read the butterfly chat, it's all about freaking... She's like, the butterfly is too big to spell. I'm gonna call you Mr. B.
And it's stuck. Mr. B, I quite like that.
Yeah.
Mysterious.
Alright.
Yeah, Scarlet.
So... and she gave Olivia a necklace with a maple leaf on it as an apology for the whole other necklace incident. I think that was like the only gift she gave. To the top of my head. And the note to Cassia that I regret. The note to Cassia was 100% off. Like, I wasn't planning on it. Like, I think you knew this, Madeline. Like, as soon as Juniper gave me a letter, I wrote a letter down to Juniper for Madeline to give. And I made the mistake.
Yeah, that was an interesting time. That was weird. That letter, for those who don't know, was where Scarlet confessed to knowing the butterfly personally. That set up for the second mute, I think.
Like, I literally stayed like, don't tell anyone, even Olivia, and they fucking tell Olivia. It's great.
Yeah, that was rough.
Oh, yeah.
I will say, I want to go back to the necklace for a second, because I want to spotlight something for Scarlet. Scarlet, I think, was our top user of belief, just like on a session-to-session basis. You used a bunch of it your first session to heal people, the same thing for your second. And then you did the ritual to jinx the necklace off of Oswald, which literally ripped through universes.
Yep.
And cost a whopping 30 belief.
And
only
she
to
was
Scarlet.
Yep, and she was hospitalized for it too.
Yep. So it was an action that changed the course of the game and set up a whole subplot and a sub-arc that was absolutely beautiful. And it did cost her a substantial amount of belief.
That's honestly not that bad in the retrospect. The fact I believe when Endgame started, I still had like 36 belief, something like that.
Yeah. And
So
your
that would have
item
put me like
has
higher.
luck.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you had almost as much free belief as Morgan did, I think, because of your item.
And the other thing was like freaking Mr. B had told Scarlet a while ago not to participate in investigations, so I had stopped for that while, and then like Baxter had confronted her in freaking Butterfly Chat, like, you should why aren't you thirding it? I'm like, I can't. Okay, he told me not to tell you, but I can't. Like, Mr. Butterfly, Mr. B had told her not to tell anyone, and it was literally, if Baxter didn't put the report in, like, no one would, he probably should, like, it was, like, rough.
Yeah, you were definitely caught in a cross-section of a bunch of different NPCs there.
Yeah. Oh, and who was that one NPC that me and Lyra just bullied?
Just bullied my... They didn't even have a name.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But...
You want to mention that NPC, and then we will need to close this up shortly, but there is one other thing I want to mention here after we talk about that NPC.
I mean, the Where Bendigo mission was a train wreck in many ways.
Oh, okay, it wasn't as much of a train wreck as fucking Bomb Squad.
It was nightmares. It was more of a train wreck.
It was more from our perspective. It was much more of a train wreck.
Perspective, no.
But there was an NPC that was meant to come in and be like, guys, you gotta find. They weren't finding the weakness of the monster.
Yeah,
and so this NPC just walked up to them like, I'm here to help, and they went, we don't need you. And manipulated them out of the session.
Yeah, Lyra really manipulated them out of the session.
Nobody was looking for a weakness. They kept just rushing the Where Bendigo with no weakness in mind, just trying to hurt it when it couldn't be hurt. And guy comes in trying to say, hey, look for a weakness, and you're just like, nope, we don't need you. Get out of here. Never listen to them.
Yep.
And it was also... I realized mistake after Lyra had them there, and you're like, no, they're gone. I'm like, damn it.
Yep. That was interesting. Okay, last question.
One other thing I just want to remember while we have you here is in the very first mission, the thing that I think really set the tone, at least for me, for what this game became, was creating a planned NPC from the beginning, creating Arlo, and having him never get to do anything, and just enough failed rolls that he ended up consumed. And I didn't have a name for the M
You
at
didn't
that
even,
point.
you named him right
him
after. Like, no, you know, yeah, your state was, you know, to make it even more like this is an actual person, his name's Arlo. And yeah, I decided to run with it. Like, yeah. Because you're a fucking 14-year-old girl, you saw his death already in a premonition, and you try to stop it, and it happens again.
You couldn't save it.
Yes, it's going to affect her. I made that a huge thing that affected Scarlet the entire time.
Good.
But like that was my first moment of realizing, oh right, like we need to have names for these people. Everyone needs to matter in this game. And Arlo gave him a personality, gave him information, and made you all feel bad. And that became the game.
And then it turned out that Arlo wasn't even real.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But
he was real to Scarlet.
Yeah.
But either way,
Real
thank
in our
you
hearts.
so much for joining us on here.
No problem.
We hope to get to talk to you more in chats and stuff and answer any questions after the talkback is over. But we are going to move on to our next person because we're allotting 20 minutes each.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Next up is
Alrighty.
Kyle. Kyle, and then
Kyle.
Downtown, and then after those two, we'll finish off the rest of the questions, drop the trailer, talk about that, and then do more one-on-ones. Welcome,
Alright.
Kyle. You are deafened.
Kyle, you're muted and deafened from your end of things.
There you are.
Hello.
Give me 1 second. I need to adjust this.
Alrighty.
Madeline can't hear the music in my head, but I can.
I can't hear any of the music. I feel like I'm missing out. I'm just kind of sitting here in silence.
Yeah. At least you have good internet.
Yeah. Yep. I'm on that university Wi-Fi, baby. I get good speed. I can download a gigabyte of data in like 5 minutes. It's awesome.
Whoa, what the heck?
You want me to pull out the tarot cards?
You should mute your stream.
Hey, Christian.
You should
Yeah,
mute your
mute your
stream
stream.
so you don't hear us twice.
You're deafened on
Oh, I'm
your
hitting
stream.
the stream.
Yes, the stream,
Yeah.
not here.
The Twitch stream.
I legit have like at least like a 7-second delay between the two of them
Oh
or
yeah,
something.
no,
So
it's awful.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
why we encourage everyone when they come on, mute your stream.
I got those two reversed.
Welcome, Kyle.
Ew. A good video setup.
You are fine.
You are fine to
Sorry.
just be your character icon if you want. We are not forcing people to use video. We know, especially on a stream, people may be uncomfortable with that, so this is fine.
I'm not entirely comfortable with it, if I'm being honest. I kind of hate it, but here I am.
Well, at least we can point to you guys and say, they're the ones, officer. They are the ones that are...
That's right, you can pick us out of a lineup now.
All right.
So, what do you want to talk about?
Well, let's talk Kyle. So, Kyle fundamentally changed the game by bowing. Were you thinking
Yeah.
that decision was going to have the impact it did?
So I can't, since it's been reiterated here, I can't lie on that, especially since we have documented evidence of me saying it. When they see it on YouTube, we'll be able to be all like, "Hey, wait a second." Technically, Downtown was the first person to do it, and then I did it. I did it second, and then I think Baxter just kind of saw the two of us doing it, and just kind of did it themselves just to go along. I do think that I'm the kind of I do think like the only reason Downtown did it first was because they were just fastest draw in the West. I do feel like I probably would have done something similar on my own, but I can't say. I don't know since it didn't happen. But I, regardless of how it started, I did have most of the follow-up on that, and with Mr. D.
Yeah, you had a
Thanks,
profound
Scarlett, for-
impact on B, for sure. Like your like mentor, your excitement and fascination with B, because B was a very egotistical, self-centered character, and you were obsessed with him. And that really played a huge part, having, like, he was like, I can have fans. Like, this is a person who likes me, who idolizes me, who I did not create. This is not me just saying these words about myself. And, like, that was huge for the shaping of what B became and allowing him to change.
So, in character, it was just again, like, the entire first mission was just a perfect storm of both the nonchalance, Kyle's character development in terms of how the character was made, and then the kind of overlook of how, I guess, tragic Kyle's backstory was until right that moment, or rather specifically a couple hours later. Let's just say a quick thing. Kyle was developed. The character of Kyle was created when I was sitting down in Noah's house, talking with him, and I think Alan, you were there too. All three of us were there.
This was during the gauntlet.
Yeah, I remember that. So we were all just sitting together, the game, and we kind of just come off the back of a couple of more serious games and stuff, you could say. So I didn't want to kind of initially make a character that was all about being serious. Like, I just kind of wanted to. I was thinking like it's fine to do stuff, but let's just go fun first or whatever or something. And so we're just looking over the character sheets, and every class has a little paragraph describing their character and like the role play thing, except Spellslinger, which has only a single sentence that is fight fire with fire magic. And I just saw that and was like, there, that's the character right there. That's the character I'm gonna.
Was this before or after you murdered the ancient black dragon? I can't remember.
It might have been a different thing. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was at that. I think it was at that. So I'm not sure if it was before or after that.
Creating a D&D character specifically able to murder things like ancient black dragons in 2 or 3 turns solo combat is certainly, it puts you in the kind of mindset of like, yeah, I think that'd be a fun character to actually have a person.
Yeah, it was wild.
So we get this, so we make the character, and we're like, okay, this character just freaking loves throwing fireball and like magic. So I'm just gonna magic. That's it. That's the only thing I had going in. And they were like, well, since you're the Spellslinger or whatever, you kind of have creative freedom to make up like how the magic system in the world works, since no one else really has that kind of thing. And I'm just like, fantastic. I'm gonna make it absurd. It's gonna be silly, and it's gonna be great, and I'm just gonna go crazy. But then we were talking about it, and so we basically said that, well, as part of this, whatever, like, you haven't met anyone else in the world that can do magic. And so at the time it didn't really all click together, but the parts that came together was I made a person who's super excitable, a childish, naive personality or whatever, has an absolute fanatic devotion to a single subject, and has not interacted with anyone on Earth that can do or know anything about that subject. And so the joint echo was like, let's meet other people that can do magic. But the kind of weight of that no one else thing didn't really hit until a couple hours after we met B. The mission starts, and the first person I talk to is like, I think Baxter first, and then Downtown, who just like crawled out of the sewer, and Team Weird was perfect. It was everything I wanted out of Echo. Baxter had actual magic with like the future sight stuff, and came out on like the first mission saying that they were like a werewolf basically, and Kyle just fell in love with both of them. And so the first mission was just a blast. Everyone's having fun. You know, we saved the day. No one got hurt. It was super fast, and it was super lighthearted and just great. And then we finish. We're strolling out back, and then there's B standing there clapping, and of course we'd seen the hints of him. So I was all like, oh yeah, it's about to go down. And then the whole freaking bow thing happens, and then B does magic, and Kyle is just and so I just play as like, oh, it's the only, like, Baxter and Downtown had their stuff, but like it wasn't kind of my magic, so like this is the first person that like, this person is magic. And also this got prefaced with Scarlet being the most anti-magic person in the chats, to the point where the entire of Echo was basically anti-magic from the start. So I jump in looking for magic, get immediately shut down, go on the first mission, it's great, meet person who's magic, and then afterward think about it, and then realize, oh wait a second, that's the only person in this character's entire life that they've ever like had a connection with on that thing that they've built their entire identity. And I told Noah and Madeline this, and I'm just like, oh my god, Kyle is like, holy crap, that like kind of really hurt. Like, oh my god, he's so alone or whatever. Like, wow, he's so desperate to talk to Mr. B or the butterfly or whatever at the time. And so they slap on, they're like, oh hey, have this, and give me the lonely tag, which makes in character just makes you desperately alone. So I have this short period where I'm like, I will do literally anything to talk to B again. And he gave us like a calling card, so I ring up B and talk to him, and I'm just like, please let me talk. Like, is there any way we can talk more frequently or whatever? And he gives the suggestion, and a couple perfect rolls. Boom! We made the butterfly chat.
The butterfly chat, I will say, was always planned to be able to appear once you guys had some rolls right, and it could be made with at least, I think it needed at least 2 of you to be able to exist.
Which, of course, was the person who contacted B before me, which was Baxter. And so I get into the chat, it's successful, and I just like start typing, I'm like, woo! And B is like, hello, and then Baxter's like, hello? And I'm like, Baxter? You're here too? And then it was just, and then Downtown, of course, took us was actually the last person we got into the chat after Pandora and Scarlet, because they were desperately afraid of magic because of their mother and would not touch the card no matter what we did. I had like 2 or 3 times where I all but just said in chat, be like downtown, just like eat the card or something, just like try to talk to. I tried to talk them in code. I tried to be unsubtle. No one picked up on it because
I will say that one had a similar solution to what ended up being the solution to the Insanity Room, where it was you need to use your own natural abilities to do this. You need to do that in a way that was using your personal belief, where it was like, I believe this will work. So you were able to use magic. Baxter used, I believe, Tune-In, or one of Baxter's natural abilities. And Downtown ended up, well, we'll talk about this when we bring him in like 2 or 3 minutes.
If you don't mind, though, I do have a burning question to ask you about Kyle and about a specific metaphor that we all are very familiar with, which is, I can't remember if you shared this with us, but how did you come up with the pancake metaphor? Because Noah and I are going to have to tell the story of why this is so funny to us between you and Downtown.
I'll just tell it for 1 minute quickly here, that we were both baffled by it. We were trying to figure out what you meant, and we were like sort of getting it, but it was also super confusing, and you were talking about it in the blue chat, and then Baxter just suddenly completely understood it, and I was like talking, and we were like, is this like a theory in physics we've never heard of? Is this a real thing? But please explain tell us the origin of the pancakes.
Please tell us.
Mm-hmm. So after that long convoluted backstory, just and wasted half my time, it was just a casual chat time between everyone. The butterfly chat was literally just a group therapy session for a bunch of really troubled children, and so we just we were just talking about what's going on. We're trying to figure it out and stuff. And as soon as B started kind of like talking about things happening, and as soon as immediately after Nell's mission, when we lied, I always still hold I didn't lie. Except for the one part that the parts that I did explicitly lie, it was closer to a lie of a mission, which we could technically get away with. And so then suddenly frickin' Juniper and Olivia jump on it and go and make the MMEs, and we're just like, excuse me? What the F just happened? So then that started the whole thing of us trying to figure out, okay, wait a second, something is actually going on here, like not just these kind of ramblings and stuff, we've actually started finding leads and stuff. So we start all the missions and everything where we start talking with each other, and we're trying to figure out the deeper stuff. And Kyle, I think in particular, I can't really say exactly how much the others kind of took stock in it, but my kind of mission with the game was to, in character, just figure it out. And I think I did a pretty solid job. But I was developing it the whole time. So you can look at the butterfly chats, over the long course of the whole game, I just start putting together some mental image, right? You got to come up with an analogy to make it all work, and to picture all together. Because I'm trying to picture all of the elements we learn every time we learn a new thing about, Juniper couldn't find Olivia. Are we in separate worlds? Every time something new comes up, bells are going down. Whenever we do a big magic ritual, bells go down. So, okay, there's some resource we're using, yada yada. Every time you think, you gotta stack it all together. So, and then on top of that, I have to try to explain it to everyone else. And, Kyle is very Kyle. So, the way we tried to go about explaining it was silly. But then, as soon as it becomes in words, it's dead serious. So, the first and basically the entire core concept of it was when we were explaining multiple worlds, I was trying to explain parallel dimensions and how each world could be its own like three-dimensional space, but then each separated in a fourth dimensional axis. And so I just used the analogy like picture a stack of pancakes where each pancake, you know, has like a 3D structure, is a universe, and then they're all stacked on top of each other, and they form and they have like that direction that's outside of standard 3 space, and that is that fourth dimensional structure. And then, you know, you can get into more stuff of being like the pancakes being stacked inside each other and kind of like and all the stuff. But then, you know, when we started getting the bells, the special sauce. Oh, what's the special sauce for pancakes? Syrup. Cool. All right, let's roll with that. So you have all these pancakes. But all right, so we go on missions. There's their overlay of space. We're each in our own separate universe, but then they all coalesce together. So the space
I
is
need
small
to cut
and
in
little.
that we've
Yeah,
gone
we
a
need
bit
to-
past the question, and we need to wrap this one up.
Oh, sorry.
But-
Sorry.
Any last questions you have for us based on anything we've said or shared, or any pieces of the game you want to know before we move on to downtown?
I posted a question, but you'll probably answer that eventually.
Yes, yours is coming up
there's,
in
like-
the what if portion, I believe.
Hmm.
Yep.
I would say that the one thing maybe is what when every time we started going off the rails, every time someone latched on to something, and we did it like did you guys ever how do I phrase this? Did you guys ever like get like not mad, but just like where you were just like, what is going on? Like as the story developed, like what was your kind
Definitely.
of mood?
Oh yeah. There's a lot of screaming in the keeper chats.
There's been a lot of stuff of like, no, why are they going in this direction? Like, especially with the puzzles, which we'll get into. And, like, okay, this song has too much drums. But, especially with, like, some of that, and then, like, missions all take place, like, each place doubles up. Just some of the stuff we definitely got into with that.
There's a lot. There's some... I think we can admit freely. There's a lot of frustration and a lot of the awoo scream emoji, which is probably our favorite emoji to use. But
The void awaits us all.
That's just that emoji over and over and over again.
Everyone in the chat's just saying that I'm Kyle, which
Yep.
I don't understand it. I'm not really seeing it. I don't get what they could mean.
Christian, thank you so much for joining us for this game and for the talkback. And we will be bringing in Downtown now, which I'm sure everyone's looking forward to.
Yep.
All right, thank you, everyone. Stay weird.
Before we get to that, I'm going to stand up for just a second and turn off my video, but I will be right back.
I will do the same.
Just need a 2-minute break.
The keepers are... Like, I am just standing up right now, so... Giving myself a chance to weirdly rest by standing before hopping back in. Let me look at the questions we have left. if there's any I can answer very quickly. Yeah, most of the next questions are a bit longer, require Madeline to answer. So I will hold off on those, but Downtown, are you ready to be disappointed with a piece of information that will make you very sad you didn't solve it, even though there was no real way to? I'm going to actually put on the Echo Stream overlay. Once again, no pressure to, but if anyone does want to donate anything to Project T, to our ability to do future things, to my fund to get a shirt made from Emily's amazing artwork, the Venmo link is on the screen, and I thank you to anyone who has done so already. When Madeline gets back, we will resume the conversation. And then we'll go through the questions and drop the trailer. The trailer should certainly drop before 3. We will try and tag everyone so that they see it. But your best chance of seeing the next game's trailer is to just be here if able.
Yep, I'm back.
You're back. Alright, once we both have video. Okay. There we are. Welcome back. And shall we bring in our Faraday friend?
Yes. Let's get Farrad in here. You ready?
Welcome!
Welcome! You are deafened on your end, but
Yep,
hello.
Hello.
Okay. Pausing that stream. Okay.
Hello, Town of Down. Or should I say, Donald Townsend.
Why are you like this?
I like that, actually. I said I didn't come up with that.
Okay,
so first off, before we get into anything, I just want to give a shout out to my man, Kyle Raptor, setting the record straight. Downtown bowed first. Y'all been spreading some misinformation in here.
Thank you. It was 8 months ago. It's hard to remember. But, yes.
But yeah, that changed the nature of the game on a fundamental level.
Completely altered the whole course of the game. So let's talk Downtown.
Let's talk Downtown. So, I mean, you said there was some tragic piece of information you wanted to lay on there.
Yes. So,
I'm brave. I can take it.
So there were so somebody actually asked about this somewhere in the chat, and we'll probably get into it in what ifs, but were there any things that caught you by surprise, and did you have any contingency plans we didn't know? There was a thing that was possible in the game, but was never hinted at, that if you had gone through our track of thinking and decided to try out, Downtown could have eaten the building.
I mean, I kind of figured that it was an option, just would have costed a lot of belief.
So what it would have been, I'm going to tell you our weird logical jumps, is we have said multiple times, and this was said in the world, that belief is not necessarily a straight amount, it is a percentage. You are using up 5% of your belief, or 1% of your belief, and the overall belief was a percentage. So then the question is, if you started at 100 bells, if you get to higher than that, what happens when you have over 100% of your possible belief? And Downtown was in a unique position near early in endgame where he had enough luck that by removing or by converting luck, you could have gotten to that point of over 100%. And that excess basically burns off immediately, allowing you to do a super move of sorts. had you decided to just break your belief, you could have done a super move and eat an echo.
So here's what's funny about that to me is that during Endgame, I was thinking about doing something similar because I had been banking my luck for so long. Because, I mean, as you guys kind of said earlier on, it was extremely obvious pretty early on in the game that participating in the game part was just like a straight bad idea. Doing any investigation requests, doing anything with the puzzles, doing any of these like big magic rituals or trying to meet up with people, just like always seemed like it was just such a horrible plan that I just didn't participate in many of those things. So like when it was during Endgame, I'm like, I kind of want to see if I can do something really funny with Downtown, like dive to the bottom and try to kill Echo while everyone is sort of laid back and not doing anything. And ultimately I decided not to, because I was like, even if it works, that would just be like the worst ending for everyone else involved. It's like, oh, Downtown does a cool thing and everyone else gets to watch. Sucks to be you guys. Have fun next game.
And then it would be the world becomes Downtown's. It is Downtown's universe, and they're all living in just a Downtown reality.
Downtown assumes control of the timeline.
So I mean, what I'm hearing is we actually got the bad ending, because that would have been the good ending.
We had the good ending, the bad
Absolutely.
ending, the neutral ending. You did not get the good ending. You got the decent ending. And then there's the Downtown ending. I'm still mad people were not in support of Planet Downtown. That was an idea I really wanted to take off.
Well, I mean, Planet Downtown, while it was funny, I actually, out of character, didn't like it, and in character, Downtown didn't understand it. The reason I didn't like it was just because, like, I kind of just want to chill in the sewers and people can just pop down for a visit, because I think that's really... And having an entire planet, that's a little too hardcore for, like, my vision of Downtown.
Fair.
That is very fair. I also liked it for that reason. I think Downtown will be happier. I think everyone will be happier with Downtown nearby and able to be interacted with.
Everyone but Ryan.
Everyone but Ryan.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what there is, because people know a lot about Downtown, although, like, Downtown, I just have to say, while you're here, such an amazing, funny, great character. This was a campaign that definitely, like, it needed a comic relief character, but that's very hard to do in this sort of setting, and how you just brought that and, like, were able to keep up that mood throughout everything. To the point where we ended up creating the Ordinary Human playbook as a joke, which then made its way into the game as part of your item, as part of your bond.
Which was... It was very good. So thank you for that.
I thank you for letting me play Downtown. This feels like a very good segue into the story of how Downtown joined this game. Is that fair to say?
Please tell. Please go.
Okay, so once upon a midnight yonder, Amy, Nadine's player, and I actually met doing just a random pickup group on Reddit. I had just discovered Monster of the Week and was like looking into it because it seemed like a cool game. And I saw this game posting, I joined it, and we played in this session. And I pitched Downtown. It was just a concept that I came up with kind of at random. But I thought it was fun, I thought it was interesting, and for a one-shot, it wasn't, like, I didn't really care about, like, the implications of, like, the Naga Sewer Witch doing bad stuff, right? So we played in this one session, and it was pretty fun, and, like, Amy and I just, like, clicked, like, instantly. We just hit it off. It was so good. There was another player who, unfortunately, did not later join Project Echo, but she was cool, too. And this GM ghosted us. The day of Session 2, kicked us from the Discord server, blocked us, like, stopped using Reddit and everything, and, like, with no warning whatsoever. We had been planning that morning to play Session 2. And, like, out of spite, Amy tracked me down on Reddit, messaged me, and was like, we're joining this new game called Project Echo. I don't know anything about it. Looks cool. Let's do it. And I was like, sure, let's do it. And so I joined the game. And I originally pitched a very different character. I actually pitched 2 different characters, and you shot them both down.
Yeah.
Good old Thomas the Gargoyle and the unnamed spooky concept, who is going to be like a guy who was actually in control of his powers for a change, but like wasn't that strong at them, just could control them. You didn't like either of those, and I was like, well, I don't like replaying characters most of the time, but here's a concept that I really liked that didn't get much time because this GM ghosted us. What do you think of Downtown? And I sent you the backstory that I wrote on him, which, I mean, he did change pretty substantially from that backstory over the course of this game, but I think that's fine. That's called character growth. Most people had growth that like mattered. Downtown went from considering humans as pets to having a bestest friend Baxter. So that is how Downtown joined this game.
I am so glad we.
Amazing.
I'm so glad we made that post on Reddit and that you and Myra from that joined this game because you have both been wonderful players. That was like, Downtown has been the heart and soul of this game, as seen by his like 4 emotes.
The funniest part to me is that Amy and I never got to play together in Echo. We never had a mission with Nadine in Downtown. Yeah. Even though we were both chomping at the bit to make it happen, it just never happened. Until, like, we got to the rooftop RP. So even though we had fun chats, like, both in out of character and in the actual chat rooms, we just never got to talk to each other. And then we get on the rooftop, and it just felt like the first time we met again, where it was just like, we just spent an hour doing yoga, having a tea party, shedding our skin. I picked up on this eventually, was talking to Nadine, but he did admit to her that he is not an ordinary human. He is an extraordinary human. That is how ordinary he is. And then later did admit to Baxter and Nadine that he is not human at all.
And the butterfly who refuses to believe it.
Yeah,
Poor
like
bee.
I think some ghosts were there for that conversation. I don't remember, but I know none of the other hunters were there because he would not have done it with anyone else there except for like Kyle. Kyle would have been the only other one he would have told.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is something that I didn't realize people didn't pick up on. That Downtown never believed he was a human. He just thought he was really good at pretending to be human and didn't want to raise any suspicion. He genuinely never thought that he was a human. He was lying to everyone and just thought he was really good at it, but he clearly was not.
The king of espionage
Honestly?
and secrecy.
Yeah,
I mean,
seriously.
a master of deception.
Yes, the master of deception. I can't even express how much I love Downtown as a character and enjoyed every single moment with him on a mission, in the chats, at all. It was seriously something just mind-blowing. I'm so glad to echo Noah. I'm so glad that that you guys joined this game, because it was so good.
I had a lot of fun playing that. I have a bad habit of trying to hog the spotlight, so I definitely try not to, which is why I spent 50% of every mission on mute so that I wouldn't interrupt other people's good scenes. Although, I mean, there was that one time on the Wallace Street mission that I really wanted to message you about, Madeline.
Yeah,
I really wish
I would have been
an
fine
hour
with it
ago.
at that point, but it happened.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which
I really wish that as much as I hate just randomly murdering NPCs, I do wish that Downtown had gotten to eat at least one NPC on that mission.
Downtown and
Yeah.
Morgan's rivalry was very interesting,
That was
and
so
we'll
good.
get into this with Morgan's Code, because Morgan's Code directly conflicted with what Downtown does, and we'll save the code reveal for talking with Gus, but that was a very interesting combo, and finally had some salt between at least one person in Downtown.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how people were going to react to Downtown. I mean, I'm glad that people are generally positive about it. But, I mean, the reality is, if we're going by our ethical D&D, Downtown is neutral evil, right? Like the basic definition of it. He does not have compassion for his prey. He kills because he has to, but he feels no remorse for it. And at least at the start of the game, I mean, he would have killed any of the hunters before he met them.
I think...
And that wouldn't have thought twice about it.
I think Kyle or Christian just posted a thing that I really like about Downtown in chat is just, no matter what Downtown says, people always interpreted it in the best possible light. Like, just the RP of him was somehow infectiously charming no matter the topic. People were just always delighted to see Downtown.
Yeah. I didn't pick up on the neutral evil thing, but you are very correct, like, looking back at everything he said. I think the best thing about... Okay, so let's talk about the Shark King really quick. Because, oh boy, that was a mission.
Bud, the Shark King?
Yeah.
Which somehow goes to your stomach, don't ask.
Yeah, don't worry about it. But... Because that mission, I can't even remember what got the investigation request for that submitted. Do you guys remember?
Yes, I do.
What was it?
What happened was after the Parkfield mission, Downtown did big magic to save Marcus's leg from the fractaloids.
Yes.
And because I had been RPing as being afraid of magic, because magic is very scary, I was like, I feel like he should be in the doghouse for this, right? His parent is not going to be happy about it. So what if, she declares open season on his territory and that kind of the consequence? I'm in the chat that like, oh yeah, there's these sewer sharks that are muscling in on my territory, and there's like all these monsters coming in. But like, I never said it was a big deal. I never said that like I felt threatened about it. I was like, Downtown is still, Downtown. Like, he's still he's good at one thing, and that's killing stuff. But the other players freaked out about this. They just flipped out and thought that it was a huge deal. Like, oh, clearly this is where the next mission is. They did not pick up on any of the hints that, like, no, this was punishment for what he did in Parkfield. So they submitted the investigation request, even though I was asking them not to. But, like, I had to do it through the mouthpiece of Downtown, so I just had to be like, oh, no, I'm not afraid. There's no problems here. Don't worry about it. I'm very hungry. You can't have any. This is my prey, yada, yada, yada. But they were just having none of it, and they submitted that request. And that was... The fact that that turned into a mission was, like, for me, the 100% confirmation that, like, all of the investigation requests were bullshit. We were, inventing it ourselves.
Yep.
I didn't know it was called belief back then, but that was kind of the moment that I was like, okay, all these theories I have about, like, what eventually became named belief were, in fact, correct. We are influencing the game on a meta level. I don't know if anyone else picked up on this, but that is when I really stopped interacting with the game mechanics in chat.
One thing I will say when it comes to that and some interesting stuff that we also got into with Marcus, so I'm going to mention that here, and I believe with Scarlet as well, there are points where there was just RP that, like, players were deciding to do, like Marcus saying people existed in his worlds, you RPing that your mom was taking over your territory that he maybe set up a bit for, nothing really for, and it was through your guys' RP and through people's not knowing whether we had set that in your world or whether you were just coming up with things yourself that led to various creatures being created and various things happening because people interpret those to be worse off or more significant than they were because they didn't know who that was coming from.
Yeah, and I mean, I remember I told you guys early on in the game that I was going to do a joke about Downtown hunting down the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And it, like, just being like, yeah, there are these weird turtles who had weapons, but don't worry, I ate them, and they said cowabunga. And then, like, Ben 10 became a plot point. And I was like, maybe if children's cartoons are a legitimate plot point, I don't want to muddy the waters by making Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles references.
No, I'm picturing the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles
Cowabunga, dude, you're gonna die! So speaking of that, I do have 2 things I want to mention with you, and then any questions before we probably need to move on to our questions and our trailer reveal and then more Echo talk. First thing, I wanted to just, because I don't think she'll be on here, but Downtown and Vixen's relationship on the one mission, the scene that was drawn for them, I believe you commissioned that.
I did. I commissioned a good friend of mine.
It was so good, and I needed to give a shout out to that relationship because, oh god, I wish we could have seen more of that. That was very fun.
It was very good.
Yeah, that was. I mean, Downtown had a certain respect for Vixen. We're totally cool with giving mission spoilers now, right? Because it's something we did.
Game's over.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay,
over.
So Vixen straight up murdered 2 innocent bystanders during that mission. She set them on fire and laughed, and then did it again. And Downtown was extremely impressed. He was all about this. Now, I mean, for some context, they were already dead. They were already infected by the fractaloids and were going to die, and there's nothing we could do about it. So, I mean, destroying the fractaloids by also incinerating those 2 people was probably, like, the tactically good play. But, like, that was, like, the first person Downtown met who, like, was a human that was willing to use their power to kill. Because, like, that is something that he was... I mean, I think I told you guys this as well. He was annoyed at Scarlet in-game. He was really frustrated with her because she, like, refused to use her power to just to kill people that she didn't like. He thought that was a dumb idea. You know, he was like, oh, you should just... all those bullies, just fucking kill them. Like, what's the problem? But she didn't want to do it, and so that's why he got annoyed. Because he was like, oh, you could be, like, as strong as my parent because you have scary magic. But Vixen was willing to do that, so that's why he got along with her. And unfortunately, we just didn't get to interact too much after that point.
Yeah, she wasn't as active. I also just realized I completely forgot to ask Kyle an important question, so we're going to bring him back in here for one quick moment after finishing up with Downtown before questions.
It's available.
But I have already confirmed availability. The other thing I wanted to do was answer one of your questions while you are on here, which is, if he had shown up in-game, which keeper would have done Langille's voice? So, most likely, it would probably go to whoever's more confident in a French accent, but most likely it probably would have ended up being me because I tend to do more accents.
I thought it might be Noah, but like I thought maybe I could get Madeline to do a Langille accent on.
I could have done one. My French accent is awful, but I feel like that would have worked for Langille.
I am Langille. I can't do a French accent.
That was not.
Oui, French. My name is Langille, and I am French, and I am an
Well, that's just a pirate. That's just a pirate.
No, it's more Waluigi.
Terrifying. I hate it.
So,
sorry.
Langille
is just Waluigi.
I know I'm almost out of time, but just real quick, because I know a lot of people like it. The story behind Langille. So post Downtown rescue mission, I was like, it makes sense that there's going to be a territorial dispute over Main Street's old territory because we killed him. But Downtown was in no shape to compete, so he ceded his claim. And I told the keepers, like, you know, it would make sense for another snake to take it over, but that's kind of boring. So what if instead there was just like a giant electric eel who came in from like the Louisiana Bayou, so he speaks French, and he has a big twirly mustache. And his name is Langille because, like, the French word for eel is literally, like, L'Anguille, which, I mean, I took 4 years of high school French, so I definitely can't speak French. But it would be pronounced something along the lines of, like, Langille, which Downtown doesn't even know other languages exist, so he hears that as Langille.
I love it.
And we said, yeah, go for it.
And unfortunately, he never played any role. I know at one point one of you said like it would have been an option to like have a companion and pick him as my companion. But
or to like when you're creating a person, like if you needed an extra hand, there were certain challenges in the tower in Echo that could require additional people, so you might have summoned Langeel as just a summon, but
One last thing before you go, and that is I have to share this screenshot because I took it during the Shark King mission, and it just brings me such joy. Artwork in a second, but it is your reaction to the Nagasura witch chasing down Marcus. The first image you sent is just my favorite thing, so I'm going to drop that in artwork.
I think I remember
I just want to
this.
spotlight it because that whole setup and was absolutely so much fun to play in. It was the best.
I had a lot of fun with the jokes during sessions. I mean, I really like joking around out of character, as you well know.
Well, we think
that's so the name of that is an emoji on the r/Pokemon mod server, which is named Anxiety Kip. Even though it's clearly a Marshtomp, we still call it Anxiety Kip because Anxiety Tomp just doesn't roll off the tongue.
Anxiety. But, thank you again so much for your participation, your time in the Talkback, and your amazing character throughout all of Echo. We hope to see you back in the next game, which will be revealed very soon. But
yeah, thank you for letting me get away with all the stuff you let me do in this game.
It was a pleasure. All right. We will be bringing Kyle in quickly for one more thing, and then we will go over the rest of the questions and drop the trailer.
Thank you, Ferret. Alrighty. Kyle could just step back into gameplay. I'll pull him back in here. How do you guys feel in Twitch chat?
Yeah, how are things in Twitch chat land?
How are you feeling? Ah, there's Kyle.
Hello, Kyle.
Hello.
You may need to silence your stream again.
Yeah.
Downtown's not human?
So, Kyle, there is one question I do need to ask you, which is related to Kyle's ending. As we have revealed, this game is extremely meta, and the ending is based on, do you, as a player, feel willing to let go of your character? You have chosen to have your character go off on your own, and I am wondering, that leaves one of three options for you. Are you planning to, A, write him off as in he finds a world, he keeps exploring, but in reality it's his own belief, you're creating an epilogue and saying he keeps exploring and doing things? Are you, B, continuing to write stories about Kyle, eventually writing an epilogue, or forgetting to write a story as he dies off without any belief, without that connection to you? Or C, do you plan to still have that chaos, and you plan to keep playing Kyle in other systems and, like, continue your control of him, exploring into another RPG or something like that?
First off, put me on the spot, why don't you? I think that it's sort of given how big all this was, it's sort of a crazy thought for me, and I've only been playing RPGs for like 2 years now. and so I've only actually done kind of a handful of them, and of those, only like 2, maybe 3 of them with this have like kind of had any kind of significant traction. So like the thought of say like reusing the character. Another thing, with maybe one exception, just wasn't a normal thought, but I am the kind of person who tends to think about like those characters and stuff long after, and I do make stories in my head for stuff. So he would. So on the one hand, there will be some the misadventures of Kyle. Kyle spends his travel time playing make believe, but especially not the least of which because of how that question is phrased, but also kind of given this game, specifically this one, and that bonkers meta ending, I like it. Like I feel like I do want to keep using Kyle, and it may not be like Kyle. Like I might not go play a game and name my character Kyle Raptor, but it could be Kyle in disguise. I mean, because that's kind of how I was picturing him going off afterward, and that I didn't really think about that, but now that you bring it up, I actually do think that for the first time, like I'll play. Yes, I'm gonna play other games. I'm going to when I make the next ones. Heck, maybe from now on, it is officially Echo canon that every single character I ever make for an RPG is actually Kyle in disguise, and is just the continued misadventures of Kyle.
I will say we will not be allowing that for the next game, certainly. But
Yeah.
if you wish to continue Kyle, he is yours. And that is also part of the reason why keeping up with other people doesn't really work. Either you're just picturing yourself with Sage, or you have to actually continually organize talking to Scott and running your two characters together, and believing the same things about reality. And so that, I don't think, is coordination most of you would keep up with without a central place running it like this. But
so maybe not, but
yeah. But that is good to know.
I like to imagine the happy. I like to imagine the happy end, which I guess is that. That gets. If I went down that rabbit hole too much, literally the entire concept of me imagining happy endings would probably be destroyed. So I'm not going to go too far into that thought. But
yeah.
I think, but I'm happy with this ending. I'm happy with how Kyle's ending, and this is going to be an experiment where I'm going to, from now on, I'm going to try inserting Kyle into stuff. Probably mostly just stealthily, and they'll probably just mostly be for my own fun and benefit. But
if you ever GM, you can bring him in. But all right, we are going to move you out so we can talk about the rest of the stuff.
All right, bye.
Thank you again. Okay, so I'm going to go over a few things quickly that were asked, but there's a lot of information on, so I will these are lists to read through of answers. What were the floors on Echo? A was the anger head for anger, B was the birthday head, B for birthday, C was the Carl head, Carl, D was the wear a bindigo for something dark, E was echo for echo, F was the fractaloids, fractal, G was the Gildabeest for gold, H was the sleuth head for Holmes, I was the Minotaur head for important, or I win. J was the beast or the fungus for jungle. K was the kraken for kraken. L was the moon spider for lunar. M was the mirror queen for mirror. N was the insanity head for insanity or insane. Blame Crash Bandicoot. O was the lobster man for ocean. P was Portugal, and we'll go a bit into what we had planned for the Portugal floor after this. Q was the inquisitive head for questioning. R was Paintinggeist, Raphael. S was the Shark King for shark or sewer. T was the mind erasers for thought. U was the kind head for understanding. V was the electricity for volt. W was the werecow for werecow. X was Wall Street for signing here, like the X before that. Y was Yeti for Yeti. And Z was Z-Bottom. A lot of those floors, you just so happen to come across the much more, like, of a stretch names first, where had you gone for the werecow and then gone for P for Portugal or S for Shark King and then M for Mirror Queen, you would have felt a lot more confident in what the naming scheme was.
Some of them were definitely a stretch, and some of them were really obvious.
For Portugal, the original plan was to have that be a boss rush of sorts of the creatures that were non-captured, which had an interesting thing where those creatures would shift every round between each of the creatures, and so the health would change, but you'd have to use the weakness of whatever form it was currently and kill it. And that created a weird thing where we would have randomized the order that they appeared in and, like, randomly selected what would come up of Bone Worm, Silver Mummy, the various different things that were destroyed, Sweet Peas, but the big thing was the Bone Worm had an ability to just consume something whole easily. The Silver Mummy had a very hard time getting creatures inside of it, but if it could get you completely inside of it, it was effectively an insta-kill. So if the Bone Worm ate something and then it transformed into the Silver Mummy, it would be an insta-death. So...
yeah, that was possible. It's probably for the better you guys didn't go to floor P.
And that battle would have
14,
taken
that
place
matter.
in Portugal.
Yeah.
But we wanted to have more varied challenges and struggles to go across for the areas to do the power challenges. So we created a randomizer to inspire things. We had makes, types, forms, and additions, which I'll read all but the forms because we changed the list of forms as we went on. So you saw some of those: jungle, ball pit, beach, regular building material, water, snakes. So there were a number of things, but the different makes things challenges could be were destructible, indestructible, item, machine, magic, monster, phenomena, ritual, social, or technology. Social being very interesting because of how it paired with the types. The types could be barrier, building, control of belief, entering, escaping, feat of movement, feat of strength, find something, fix it, go fast, kill or tame something, obstacle course, sacrifice, tanking damage, reasonable, tanking damage, unreasonable, targeting, trap, using a vehicle or strange device, a weak point, or working together. So we had a couple of those that reoccurred many times. And then the additions, which were applied wholly to whatever set of power challenges, although might have only been put on one or two. Abnormal geometry, abyss, there's no floor. All the players must succeed. Damage upon failure, decoys, distractions, needing to act under pressure alongside moves. Inverse gravity, must succeed twice in a row, needs 4+ people, nothing at all. Obscured, -1 ongoing to sharp moves. Roguelike, you have to redo earlier obstacles if you fail a later one. The longer you take, the harder it gets. Also having a physical reward, which is how we got Vinny hey, Vinny! They need to take it on separately. It is timed. It is unsettlingly easy. You have +1 ongoing while attempting it. It is unwieldy, -1 ongoing to physical tasks. Vertical challenge, where it's more about upward movement instead of sideways. Or you can't see what you're doing, no lights. So that was what we used to randomize those challenges.
Yeah, and we did at one point have tanking unreasonable damage, so it should have been interesting if we'd ever gotten to run it.
I just realized my music had stopped, so now we have music back. I thought it would loop, but can I set it to loop? Yes, I can. There we go. Now it will loop. So now back to the questions.
No, I want to share Snake Bridge.
Share Snake Bridge.
What?
Share Snake Bridge. Go for it.
Okay. The final floor that we rolled for Floor Z, the final track, was Farm Snake's Barrier Abyss. And I made a snake bridge. A bridge made of snakes over an abyss on Floor Z that you had to cross. And I never got to run it, and I'm kind of sad. That's all it is. It just would have been the worst thing ever.
We had we had enough challenges planned to fill every floor, so we can share what some of the later ones might have been. But for the questions, so what did Carl mean by "you applied"?
Oh boy.
Was literally you all applied for this game. You filled out an application. So you as a player were interested in being part of this world, and thus you put the character you created in a position where they applied to be a part of this world. There's no actual application, but you were playing a character who would at the very least be willing to be taken for some kind of adventure or crazy stuff. So, in
universe, all it means is you were willing to go. Even at the height of his strength at the beginning of the game, Carl was unable to yank you from your universes without your consent. You needed to give you needed to acknowledge that you wanted to go.
And that was represented out of game by you being willing to play the game. So, how did people feel about how metatextual this game was? I think we'll discuss that a bit more individually with people, but yeah, game was super meta, and it was hard to figure out the lines, and we kept, as we realized where problems were popping up, trying to make lines more clear, but they were just blurry and messy. The next game will be a lot less meta, I will say that.
Oh yeah, the next game is going to be a lot less meta. Because we can't do this again. I'm too tired.
Yeah. So, that is for that. How many hunters did you expect to die in the final battle, not counting luck spend to stay in the universe? So we knew Marcus and we knew Roland were going to die because they were doomed. I expected we'd get at least one more. I was not expecting Pandora to go in. I was expecting Pandora to survive. I was expecting Kyle might die, but he had a special item based on his mentor relationship and just the relationship he had forged with the blue butterfly that helped save him in that last moment, so he didn't end up having to push that. But had Lyra not helped, it is very likely he would have died.
Yeah.
So I was expecting around 3 or 4. I wasn't expecting as many as did. We also knew we were, I will say, a bit more punishing than we maybe should have been, because we wanted the last week to be all people who were active and were going to have a hand in the new world. So everyone who was doomed, that was what the doomed tag meant to us. And then if a player like Vixen wasn't active at all in the end game process, which Vixen did one thing during the end game, we used that as an opportunity to write them out without having to have them never show up in the final week.
Yeah, it was definitely a rougher move on Vixen's player.
but how much of Sparksville was prepared relative to the amount we did? We prepared a decent amount for the missions, but Sparksville was always fairly simple. I had ideas for where it could go, but I had plans for like what the future would be, what other difficulties would come to be. But the fact that that all took place in one location, like, I didn't necessarily have a ton of stuff prepared, ready to happen. Like, it worked out fine the way it was. Was there a monster you were hoping or praying we would create based on somehow from the puzzles laid out for us? I don't know if I had anything specific aside from, like we had pre-prepared monsters like the Silver Mummy, like the Atbash Fungus, but those we really worked to have. I don't think there was anything we were hoping to randomly get, although when people started suggesting, like, Mermaid Heist or Minotaur, there was definitely a reaction from us of, like, oh, that would be hella fun to run, that would be amazing, I want to do that. So, it was more we hoped you would actually do the things you said.
No, I don't think there was ever one that we were like, oh, they should get this creature, and then you didn't get it, or something. There were a couple where, like, the Sweetest mission with the apartment building and the giant plant, you guys just left it completely blank. So,
yeah, if you guys left something, you keep cutting out. Yeah, if you guys left something completely blank, we would try and we would put in something we had pre-prepared. Was there anything more you were adding to that on the Sweet Peas one? Yeah. Fuck Discord. Fuck streaming. Fuck internet.
The 13th died at the age of 25. I'm joking. But, moving on.
Next up was, why was the Minotaur mission the last straw for Carl to betray us? We were actually sort of surprised by that, but we met up and were just talking about the game as we started to go over what he had, and we realized, well, this makes sense for this makes sense for this. We had to decide, do we want to allow, like, the Where a Bindigo to be something dark and, like, figure it out, but we were like, do we put it off and say that that they don't have enough because this feels like the right point to move forward? And, like, realistically, with the concept of belief being this is believed to have enough connection to this, like, it felt important, and the Minotaur, especially with what we could do with Ryan in the Chosen position, felt like a good place to do that transition. So it was just, that was the big one. That was a mission that it made sense to have the world break beneath you, and it was a little bit soon. We could have potentially given more time, but it felt like at that point the list we had set out could theoretically be filled, and it felt right.
Yeah, and we were also starting to hit a lot with different players of, like, people were running out of luck and running out of belief. And it was just the right time for that. It worked.
One second. Would you like to read the next question, Madeline?
Yeah, go for it. I will go for it. There's the fuck you DM moves, which are fairly self-explanatory. What was the fuck you DM move that happened that you were not ready for, or one that you were fully prepared for but never came to be?
I am back. So we were fully prepared for downtown eating the building. We were prepared for a number of things. I will say in the end game, we had a lot of prepared, not fuck you DM moves, but, like, if Morgan had come down, used the mirror ability to create a mirror structure, and Pandora had called upon the mirror people from there to help out, we had a plan for that potentiality. So we had a lot of prepared combos for endgame that we were... Anything that we were not expecting, like Downtown's move, was set to be even more effective, because if we weren't predicting it, then Carl certainly wasn't. So...
Yeah. That was... I don't think we had any massive just fuck you moves. I can't think of any anyway that stand out to me.
Yeah, I don't think there were many... There are definitely things that caught us off guard when people decided to do them, but I'm struggling to think of exact examples at the moment.
Yeah. I think the only thing that came that was like, well, we can't stop you doing it, and it's going to majorly screw with us, was actually Marcus just narrating his shield into existence. That shield's so OP. It's a really, really powerful defensive item that we were not really prepared for.
Yeah. That and Marcus also just saying, yeah, all of these hunters exist in my world. Yeah. And how that, like, that was super confusing, but something he totally had the power to do. And I don't think it was recognized as much initially how that actually affected other players, because other players would think, oh, we are giving him that information, when in reality, like, that's all coming from him. And none of that was, like, it was all true, but it was not coming from us as an essential mystery piece. And so there are definitely some things that were just people saying things that ended up obscuring the mystery, which was interesting to come across. It wasn't necessarily bad, but it changed the way the game happened.
Mm-hmm. It altered the course of the game.
Also, just the amount of damage that Kyle dealt with that final move, like...
Oh, yeah. That was intense. That was spectacular.
In what ways, if any, did we derail the campaign? Every way. Changing B. Downtown.
Uh-oh. Noah's going down. Noah's Discord died.
My Discord's here.
You went all robot for me.
Oh. But, yeah, just everything. Everything was derailed. We were not expecting Portugal so much. We planned the end game when we called for it. We didn't have a plan for what the end game was going to be. We went in initially thinking that end game would just be one final boss fight against Carl, and then we created a whole end game portion of things. But all those 7 missions, like, were not part of the initial idea for the game, and we changed it because we felt it needed a more fitting ending.
Yeah. There was a point at which we assumed that if you ever got to the stage where the ritual was actually in effect, that was just game over for you guys. That you wouldn't have been able to do anything. And you wouldn't have if you hadn't made the personal connection with the butterfly. That would have just been it. It would have been done.
Yep. You're moving for most of the game to a losing condition, but there were factors, and you took advantage of the things you needed to, and you did a great job.
Yeah, seriously.
What was the plan so far, and at what point did you evolve the story based on our choices? Very similar question all the time. Like, the story, as we just said, completely changed based on what you all did. We had set out these characters, but the entire time it was based on how do the players handle this. All of the DM PCs are evil. You need to forge your own path, and...
Yeah. There was no good NPC. We had that moment. There was a moment where we were talking and making choices, where we both continuously went, there's no NPC that's on their side. There's no NPC that's got their best interests at heart. And we knew it was not gonna be great. But you converted the butterfly to your side just completely organically, and it changed everything.
Yeah. So, now we move on to puzzles. Did the puzzles ever have intended solutions, or was the intention always to take whatever we submitted and turn that into a mystery? Yes and no. Certain of the puzzles had intended solutions, but it was always intended that if you solved something differently, it would not be a no, that's incorrect. It would be a yes and. So if you were just refusing to solve it or like not getting anything, you might get a hint toward the actual answer, like Echo pointing out the fonts. Because those puzzles did have answers, like the Silver Mummy had an answer, but like at Bash you got 2 missions off of that because you submitted a completely extraneous thing and that became a mission. The ciphers had answers, but and like the 3 circles puzzle had IAM meant to mean I am and was shaped like a therefore, was supposed to just get you to the phrase I think therefore I am, and thus they don't therefore they're not, which was what actually translated to. But that was also a harder puzzle because it wasn't meant to trigger a monster. Meanwhile, stuff like the fractals, that was just me like being, okay, they're more comfortable with submitting now, and thus I want to submit effectively an ink blot test and just have them come up with something wild. And I will say, I enjoyed the fractal mission. I'm kind of sad you guys didn't like go for, oh, there's 3 shapes and 3 is missing, and like come up with a whole elaborate solution, and it more ended up just waffling around and then eventually just saying the word fractals. I was hoping that one would lead to a more creative leap in logic, like the Gildabeest or like the Sirens. But
yeah, I love it when we give hints that aren't even meant to be hints towards monsters, and you guys come up with huge creative solutions.
The fucking pen. But yeah, that
or the magic poster. The magic is in me, says Bob in the song, implying that you are magic and belief is like a mechanic. And instead you went, oh yeah, gold. No.
Yeah, and I knew that one. I knew that song went, and when I touch that track, it turns into gold. And I was like, they're going to create a Midas creature. I want them to just accept that's like, I've got the magic in me, we all have magic power. But it's like, they're going to create a Midas monster. That one, like, you fell into exactly what I called but didn't want. But it turned into one of my favorite missions.
Yeah, that was a really good creature.
What big neon signs did we completely miss as far as clues or puzzles go? Not many. Like, there were some that you took a while to get to, but I think you got pretty much everything, and we can talk individual puzzles once we get the chance to look over things as they're done. But I love the puzzle creation aspect of this game. I like making ciphers and clues.
Yeah.
Alright.
I was not as big of a fan, but
now,
it was good that Noah loved it.
Now for the what-if questions before we get to our trailer. What did we need to do in order to get the good ending? The good ending was something that would come across, that was something that none of you ever got to, but could have thought of if you all had talked to each other and like solved, okay, magic is belief, wait a second, our worlds are belief, and to get to the meta nature of the game, RPGs as a whole are based on an idea of a shared agreement in the world. We're all saying, this world exists, these people are real, I am placing my belief to make this real enough so that we can all play together. And the solution of the game was to refuse that inherent agreement. We like said the world is similar to your own, like don't create things like this, but we tried very hard to not say the world exists. And so if you question that and you all decide to withhold your belief and say, I don't believe the world exists, I am going to say that's fake, you would have basically gone rid of the layer between you and Carl, been able to see beneath you, and then concoct a plan to get to Carl before the ritual even took place, before your universes were forcefully broken. That was the good ending.
You run to the final boss, basically.
And he wouldn't have had enough belief to really fight back, and he wouldn't have anything collected to guard him, so...
Yeah, you would have just killed him.
What would have happened if we didn't do anything, either at the beginning or in the universe when Carl handed off the workload to us? So there was a point in the game where you stopped submitting investigation requests, and it was just nothing happens, the game doesn't move forward, and so it's a question of, like, also on the meta level of this is a game, well, do you actually want to play the game? You could have tried to figure things out, but if you just didn't submit anything or you stopped believing in the game, your characters die and the game ends because there's nothing to keep it going, and it runs out of the belief that supports it. So, that's what would have happened if you just stopped. It would be the game just stops and the belief peters out, and it makes sense in the world as the characters cease to exist, as the players lose interest. What would be your dream AU or alternate scenario? Do you want to go first before I pitch mine, or shall I pitch mine?
I still don't have one, is the thing. I'm gonna get gooey for a second, mushy. I don't think I could come up with a better game and a better universe than the one that already exists here. Like, I could generate funny ideas. I could say, oh, I want y'all to be on a game show or something, but it's not... For me, the most compelling stories are the ones that kind of happen naturally, and I think we already have that. I think this is the best world, at least from my perspective.
I'm thinking more of AUs as just, like, things that could be in the future, like, things that could happen in the other world, or just other... But I did mention Echo Babies as a joke, but the one idea I had last night that's just an idea in my head for the new world that I really want is a cooking show with a panel of 4 judges. You've got Nadine, the fancy, the looking for high class. You've got Morgan, the lower class, more like still eats a variety of foods, but like a bit different of a palate. Then you have Mr. B, who literally just does not understand the concept of food wholly and enjoys most things, but only if they're blue. And then you have Downtown as the final judge, who needs it to be alive. I just want a cooking show called Eat, Pray, Love, Prey, starring those 3 characters. Like, I can just picture it, and it's amazing. But, yes, that is my dream AU.
I think I have the best AU, actually. I just came up with it.
Go for it.
I want the Echo replay where everyone is an ordinary human except for Downtown.
Oh, God.
That just occurred to me right now, and I think that would be the funniest thing in the world. But,
Eat, Pray, Live! God damn it, Chestnut. I love that.
That's the better one.
I do want to jump to a question that I think we skipped in meta because it was in between the last group and this one. Is it strange to have a lack of survivor's guilt? Do you want to take that one, Madeline?
Yes. No. This is a game. It's a game. You're not supposed to... Granted, your character might have survival, and in world, that's a choice that you make for them, right? You, the player, if you have survival guilt from a TTRPG,
then
I'm
that's
worried
a good
about
game.
you. Yeah, it's a good game, first of all, and second of all, like, that's really concerning. Because this is a game, and you should be secure in the knowledge that all of your fellow players are alive and well, and you don't have to worry about them that way. It should be a concern for your character, but not a concern for you, the player. And I guess we could take that question either of those ways. Yeah. But yeah, we that is something that we need to discuss with this game and future games is, hey, it's not real, it's a game. Deep breaths. It's okay.
So the next question is, if Downtown Morgan rescue missions went poorly, were we just going to die, or were there any plans to have the Blue Man intervene to save the belief from being consumed? If people died, they would have died, but likely you weren't going to die, given luck. And if you ran out of luck, you were going to die. That's just... If you had to run, it would have been bad for the character. They would have been being off screen, and you would have had to go back right away with a different team, with a harder enemy to deal with. Same as any other failed mission. When I did my ritual to scry the Yeti, I failed the roll. What would have been the result if I hadn't used luck? That was Nadine. If you hadn't used luck, you probably would have hurt yourself and had some magical backlash without getting much information. But you would have spent less belief. And then last question, before we go on to the trailer... Why was this all Kassia's fault? This is a reference to something in the ghost chats, and now, Madeline, would you mind just tagging people in the Discord saying we are about to do the trailer?
Yep.
Very shortly. Okay. So... a bit I want to preface before we drop this trailer. This next game is going to be dark. It has a subject matter that may make people uncomfortable. It is an idea we are very interested in doing, and we think we'll be able to make a story with that people will enjoy. And that people will find fun like Echo, but it does pose a risk, so if not enough people are as interested in the idea, or if people find, you know what, I just can't handle a game on that topic right now, we will try and find another idea, but we will talk about that more after the trailer. The last thing I am going to say before this trailer, and I think I'm going to start the trailer at 3, just so that people have a chance to get in here, is that this idea has been in the works a while. This is not a recent idea, and we came up with this idea about 2 or 3 weeks before other things happened.
Yeah. It's a spin-off of a concept that I had before this concept was developed, that I ran by Noah, and Noah said, I like it, but let's change it entirely, and then we did. And now it's this.
It's what I do. I create a character in a game with someone. It's like, I like that. That gives me an idea for this totally different thing. What if it was...
Yeah. So I still have that other idea that we could potentially fall back on, but I really like the idea for T, and I think it'll be... I think you guys will too.
For this next project, I do want to say that it will be It will be different from Echo. We are trying some new things. So we'll talk a bit after the trailer about what the game will look like. But a lot of things in Echo were tests for this new game in the latter part of Echo. And it was inspired partially with something that people seem to want to explore with Cassia that was not possible within this game, that we want to explore in our next project. And I will just see if I will give people a last second to come on before we show off the trailer. It is 3 minutes long. Feel free to ask questions in the Twitch chat or respond to it, because I cannot hear the video, so it's going to be hard to tell where people are.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
All right.
So to answer the question directly, nothing in Echo was Cassia's fault, but part of the concept of this new project is due to thematic things people wanted.
All right. I think we are ready for the trailer drop.
Let's do it.
All right. I'm going to cut your audio and say one last thing, Madeline. So, wrong audio. I would like to say to all of you, welcome to Terminus.
Welcome to Terminus, your wonderful new home. Compared to other facilities today, the state-of-the-art Terminus compound boasts all the amenities you ever wanted but couldn't afford. Rooms to sleep, rations to eat, medicine to take, and relatively clean drinking water are all included in your comprehensive residential package. In Terminus, you will meet fellow patients, all living through life in the same way you are. The common areas of the Terminus compound will be available for meeting, discussion, and socialization, weather permitting. Additionally, your Cognet has been calibrated to the Terminus compound network to facilitate discussion with other members from anywhere in the compound. With so much here, there is little need to leave. If you do go outside, however, please do not forget to keep away from any other infected individuals or creatures that may try to steal your band. We wouldn't want you to lose it and be unable to return. If you are looking for something to do or meaningful activities, check the job board on your Cognet Terminus app. The job board will provide occasional weekend activities outside of the Terminus compound. These jobs will hopefully help you find anything missing in your life. Of course, anyone you meet outside may be able to apply for a space in one of the 2 Terminus annexes. New members are always welcome. You are also free to bring back supplies to help improve your accommodations and communal spaces. Lastly, please be sure to follow the rules, fill out your psychological assessment surveys, and treat everyone here with the respect you desperately hope you'd be treated with outside. Until the cure is found, welcome once again to Terminus. Your life ends here. Enjoy your stay.
Hello. We are back.
I'm gonna keep my face off because I'm eating a muffin, and I don't want you all to have to witness that.
I will wait till we get some response that people can see us, because I know there's a delay.
Mhm.
All right. So, welcome to Terminus, your wonderful new home. In this new world, and yes, I will just say it straight out, we had this idea at least 2 weeks before COVID really became at all a thing. And, so Terminus is a story about most likely 15 people who come together in the wake of a very infectious disease in what will likely be a post-apocalyptic style tech landscape. We're still figuring out the exact setting. And you will be playing the 15 residents of the Terminus compound, a group of people who are all infected, are all living with a terminal disease, that are both trying to live their lives in this world and also working to look for a cure. Inspired somewhat by Cassia, this game is looking at the idea that we couldn't do with Echo, where you had a player who was guaranteed to die, and in the game there was nothing that could save them. Even if they were saved, they would be killed with the final blast from Carl. In this game, it is all about you are all in that situation, and there is hope. You are trying to find the cure. Now, the main crux of the game that is going to be different, a few things. One, as we tested out in Echo, there will be permanently available voice chats for you to roleplay in character inside the compound. You are not just limited to text chats. So we will be talking more about that later. The other thing is that... what was I going to say? There is another...
I just read Christian's message in the Twitch stream chat, and it's fantastic. Thank you so much.
But yeah, so you'll be able to talk in those chats. There will be more technology. We are looking at dealing with a system of a bit more resource management in the next game. And less magic, more resource management. The other thing to note is the clue I gave, anything can be a mission, which was meant to be paired with the emojis clue. You can have a mission. Not all missions in this game are going to be monsters. Some may be finding about monsters. Some may be going out to talk to people. You might just have a mission going out to the grocery store. This is going to be a game that deals with some difficult parallels in real life and being viewed as lower class. And we have now opened the pre-application, which you can respond to at any time in the next 2 or 3 weeks. Will probably take longer than that. This isn't guaranteed to be your official classes, but we may use this to decide what classes are in the game or to pick your classes. So please respond honestly to that. Yeah, the missions will be tons of different stuff, and the disease in the game is the main focus for the Concealed. The Concealed is a class that is near the end of the lifespan of the disease, and the disease affects people in horrible, monstrous ways. So everyone will have a bit of a chance to be more monster-like, but the monstrous, it is not a world with typical, like, vampire, werewolf, those type of monsters. So whoever ends up getting the monstrous, if we end up using that class, is going to need to be very flexible with what type they're going and how it fits in the world. I will also just say flat out now, and this is something we've discussed a bit with the Ghost Chat, this game will also have a different system that we're trying out in regards to taking a move from another playbook. So it is going to be a bit more difficult and require a bit more story reason for you to take any move from another playbook. And it will be extremely hard, if not impossible, to get moves from another playbook that allow you to replace a stat. So you won't be able to have Sage's build of every roll being plus sharp in this game. Madeline, would you like to say any words? Your video is off. I don't know if you're still eating your muffin.
I just finished the muffin. It was a delicious muffin, by the way. I think you got everything. But yeah, this is gonna be rough as a game. It's gonna be probably just the RP is gonna be really mentally challenging, and we're looking for specific things when we build characters, and we're looking for you guys to make characters who will fight and try to find the cure and will take on that challenge with gusto and not give up. So be prepared and come ready for that. And also, if you end up not wanting to play in that world, if it's too dark, if it's going to bring up bad stuff for you, totally fine. We're going to...
Hold on. You're kind out. You're kind out.
Why do I even bother, Noah?
It brings up if it brings up bad stuff for you, continue from there.
If it brings up bad stuff for you, don't play in it. No shame. We will have lots of one-shots and non-canon echo stuff and a ton of other things for you to participate in. And the hope is that you guys will do other things from this that won't be directly affecting Terminus.
Yeah.
So, go wild.
And the next game, and we can now just call it Terminus, and Terminus will be something that, well, it does have dark themes, and it is playing off of that. We are planning for it to be as separate from the stuff going on in modern day as possible. And so, I am also just noticing, so the form they have has the ability to choose 1st through 7th choice, and where 5th, 6th, and 7th are optional. Somebody submitted a 6th choice, but no 5th choice. Just jump straight to 6th.
You guys are the best.
But, yeah. So, all of the characters will pretty much be human or originally human in some way, but all classes will also have some monstrous elements to it. All classes will have some monstrous elements to them where the disease will be affecting you in weird ways. And I will say flat out right now, this game is not in any way connected to the world of Echo, but as a sort of signature in our games, we may have some things that are references, but aren't official connections. So, the word Carl may make an appearance, and the turtle is back as the mascot image of the Terminus compound. This time, the image is canon. Anyone have any questions on this before we move back to Echo stuff? Anything they would like us to answer while we're talking about it?
Hannah, I just read your text message. That's dark. Like, even for me. Sorry. The character concepts are rolling in.
Wait, no, did I actually write Optimist as Optimus?
Yeah, you did, but I fixed it.
Okay. Yeah. God's sake. Yeah, so you can sign up now. We will be putting a break on things before then. Will Terminus have the same similar limits on OOC interaction? It will have similar stuff. Terminus will be a much less secrecy-focused game. We are setting it up that this game was all about secrets and puzzles. There will still be stuff to solve, but for this game, we are trying to set out as much as we can right from the get-go, in a way that you will be able to know what you're getting yourself into. So we will still probably have some bans on not sharing things out of character, but you will be more freely able to share images, and unless something is an active secret, it will be easier to share general things with each other. And you will have the chance to talk with everyone, because there will be out of character, or because there will be in character chats as well. But so this is going to be less meta. The roleplay you are emphasizing, as you want characters that are dedicated to actually trying to keep alive. So the resource management isn't necessarily going to be a survival horror type thing, though there will be some stresses on, if you don't get this thing you need, your next mission needs to be procuring medicine in some way or getting water. But I don't think it will likely get to that level. Again, Madeline and I are going to discuss the characters with people and then the world. But yeah, it's going to be way less meta. This is actually a survival style game, and a find the cure. This is a more traditional RPG with some other new things we are trying. And we're most likely replacing big magic with big weird science. So doing cool sciencey stuff. And are you working together? Yes, you will all be working together in the same compound. We'll also be including backgrounds this time in a way where we may have two people be able to start as siblings or something. It will be Monster of the Week. Yes, Gus. It is Monster of the Week. But it is a variant we are creating. Again, we are changing the way Take a Move from Another Playbook works. So we are making changes like we did with Echo, but they will be different changes. So
yeah, and I think Noah caught all of it, but I was dealing with some tech issues. So this is not going to be a subterfuge-based game. It's going to be like y'all versus the world, as opposed to everyone versus everyone all the time chaos. Very happy to be taking a step back from that. And we will be discussing the disease more with you guys as we make characters.
Yes, we're still working on ideas between the two of us. Currently, the sort of running ideas, a disease that gives people more monstrous elements. If you look at the Concealed, you can see some of the ways that has been flavored. But that really will mostly matter for the Concealed and the Monstrous. Again, if the Monstrous is playable, if we have less than 15 people, that is likely the class we would take out, due to just a number of moves in it that don't work within the world. But yes, you may want to create your character, if you're not playing one of those classes, focus on your character pre the disease, because we're still figuring that out. Oh, one other thing I want to mention that is an idea going for the game is monsters in this game will be less one and done, and more you may fight a big version of a monster and then fight many smaller versions of the monster later on. So the idea of keeping track of your gear and having weaknesses at the ready for monsters you've faced before is something we tested out in Echo and will likely be using again in Terminus. Can we invite friends if we still need new peeps? We have some people who have already been watching Echo or are interested in future projects, so we're going to talk with those people before opening up the door to that, but we will let you know. People are getting in responses faster than I thought.
Yeah, I've been watching the applications roll in. It's a little bit freaky.
I thought some people would be like, hey, I need time to think up what I'm going to want to be. Nope. You're just all on board. I am very excited.
I'm afraid, but that's normal.
But... Okay. Okay, I'm liking the... Ooh, that's... Okay. I will remind you, please actually read the form.
Yeah.
It does specifically say, if you had a class in the last game, we cannot give you that class again. Please do not select that class. So, sorry, Ferret, but unfortunately, we cannot give you the monstrous again.
Yeah, you have... It's gonna... 9 months before Terminus is anywhere near ready to go.
Yeah.
So you have so much time.
Though we will likely be moving forward, because we're doing the characters this time before the story, we will likely get the characters and have that selected in, like, not necessarily in, like, 3 or 4 weeks, but that's when we may start looking at this again. So, but then it will be a while between that and Terminus actually getting started.
Yeah. We need time, and we need to set things out more concretely than we did for Echo.
Yes. And we may have one-on-one conversations with people about specific things with future projects, but overall we're hoping to be able to bring anyone who wants to back, provided they are active and interested. And hopefully maybe bring in a couple new people who will be good for the group. Please make newbies feel welcome.
Yeah.
Alright. Any last things on that before we start inviting new people in?
Can I just say, like, you guys are the best. Just, like, the overwhelming excitement and support that you guys give us every time we do something ridiculous and weird is the best thing. And I think that's it. You guys are awesome. More people is better until we have so many people that we run, so people in middle spot.
Yeah, we can't do more than 15 people.
We've learned that. We've learned many things about ourselves, and one of them is 15 people is about the limit. Okay, I think that's it for Terminus stuff.
And we will be happy to talk more about that later. I'll probably be hanging out in some voice chats, and we'll create an out-of-character voice chat. We may create a few voice chats in here, so, like, one for private conversations, one for general hangouts, and one for conversing with the keepers about things, so...
On that, actually, here, we're planning to do it just in the gameplay chats. And for that, everyone with the hunter role will be able to jump in and listen in, but not speak there, kind of like the spectator was in the beginning. That's the plan on that.
Yep. And yeah, definitely not going to be a huge PC secret game. There may still be things that are personal or like backstory stuff, but it won't be a game important huge secret. And
Yeah.
we are planning to, we are still discussing this, we are planning to have character connections. You may or may not be able to get a character connection with specifically the person you are looking for, so we're going to figure that out. But there will certainly be chances for pre-starting things, so hopefully we'll be able to figure that out and give ways to get more new stretches of people and interactions that we didn't see in Echo.
Specifically, you guys made clicks, and now we're going to click bust. So we're going to break up the swallows a little bit. We're going to break up the inner circle a little bit. And hopefully that'll let you guys explore new character connections and new personal connections in ways you didn't in this game.
Similarly, there are at least two, so we're going to probably do it where everyone has two backstory connections, so that not everyone knows everyone, but that via someone you have a way of knowing people. There are definitely two character connections I kind of want to encourage. One being two of the classes. I just want them to start with a connection, not a character relation, or not like a family relationship, but a character connection. I'm probably going to push in, and there are two players who didn't get the chance to interact much this game that I want to give that connection from the start. That's all I'll say on that.
Yeah. The keepers are going to do a little bit of backstory matchmaking. It'll be fun.
Matchmaker, matchmaker, make me a match. Find me a find. Now I just have to sing as the blue butterfly. I hope you enjoyed my singing. Alright, shall we bring in some new people?
Yes, let's do this.
Alright, let me quickly check on the doodle poll if there's anyone who has to duck out early.
Yeah.
I definitely have I definitely want to do, so we're going off of the people in gameplay, so if you're not hanging out in gameplay, let us know so we know to bring you in at some point.
And I know that you're looking to jump in at some point, Ches, so just add us whenever you feel ready about that, with that, and have time.
And yes, the game ETA is still starting January 2021.
This seems really close. It's scary.
Okay. I kind of want to bring in, just because I have stuff on my mind for them, I want to go with Sage next.
Okay. I was also...
I want to go, unless people have a need to go earlier. My current order is Sage, Pandora, Cassia, Ryan.
Sounds good to me. Oh. And Olivia's cool to jump in with us at some point. Alright, Sage first. You ready, Scott? I guess you're not going to have time to respond because the Twitch stream is on such a feedback, but here we go. Hello. I can't hear you. I can see you lighting up, but I can't hear your voice. Uh-oh.
I'm gonna post my current order and scheduling, but I know certain people need to go earlier, so we're going to see if that actually works. Hello.
Hey, there you are.
Can
Scott?
you hear me now?
Yes, there you
Can
are.
you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, switch to my phone.
Woo!
Cool.
Awesome. So let's talk about Sage.
Oh, yes.
So I'm going to start with the question I ended Kyle's with, which was, what do you picture, like, what are you planning with Sage meta-wise? Are you planning on giving him an epilogue? Are you planning on writing stories about him? Or are you planning on keeping him as an active character you're using?
First of all, I am definitely not going to keep Sage as an active character. I'm kind of done with him at this point. I will say that I probably will. I might end up writing an epilogue for him. I will. Also, I did roll for the trust to your gut that I'm going to allow him to do for figuring out where to go next. And he rolled. So we'll see how that goes.
Interesting.
Can you say that number again? Because I missed that.
He rolled a 7.
Ooh, with your
So not a
stats.
complete failure.
Canonically, that means he's going to get a general direction.
Interesting.
I don't know what that'll mean.
Well, we're not DMing for anything. It's for you to
Yeah, you're Sage's keeper now.
Yep. He finally gets to have that battle between the two of us.
He's just been fighting you this whole game.
No, not until Marcus.
That's very fair.
So you're the one. So you like noticed and were commenting a lot on just the meta nature of the game. So
Oh,
I
yeah.
definitely
Yeah.
wanna talk
It's
a
a
bit
part-
with your thoughts on that because it was very mindfucky for you.
Yeah, there was one point where I asked, can I ask for like specific character stats from everyone? And you're like, no!
Yeah, there was a lot of you like Scott, the rules lawyer, was coming out, so to completely optimize every mission
Yeah,
that was going to go into the tower.
yeah.
And it was a really cool idea, but we had to be like, we have to maintain the fourth wall at least a tiny bit.
Yeah, I asked you, can I just break the fourth wall? And you're like, no, please don't break the fourth wall.
Yeah.
We
At that
already
point,
had Marcus do
Marcus-
it.
Yeah, Merkin to the thing, and we were still putting it back together.
Yeah. That was interesting.
Yeah, you saw that.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, I'm... Sage was such a fun character. I mean, you basically had a character that was entirely optimized for sussing out information, and then every time you sussed out information, it was things that Noah and I hadn't even realized were there.
Huh.
It was extremely chaotic, and it was... I think it was my favorite thing about Sage, is you would just point out something, and both Noah and I would jump into the private chats and just be like, oh no, we left that there, didn't we?
Can you give me examples? I don't remember all of this.
I think... I can't think of a direct...
I know there was the bit about luck.
Yeah, there's the bit about luck, but then it was more like you would say, is this intentional? And we'd have to be like, no, that was not.
Yeah.
I can't think of any specific circumstances, but it was very cool.
Yeah, Sage was a really interesting character to play,
Yeah.
but yeah, he's very intense.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Do you have any specific questions, Noah?
Trying to think, there's definitely stuff. Sage was a really interesting character who I liked a lot, but I do have to just say the move of connect the dots within this game, where it was like, it is a huge mystery and it makes sense to use it, but really the things aren't as connected as you might like. and like for any of the puzzles, we want you to solve them yourself. It made it like we had a lot to think about on what you could gain from that move, and it posed us a lot of interesting challenges throughout the game.
Yeah.
The one kind of definitive, to go back to Brendan's term for it, the fuck you DM move, the one definitive one we had the whole time was when you were standing in the escape room and Noah said, I think you're going to need another question for that. And you said, okay, here's one of my connect the dots holds. What does this go to? And it made me crack up. It was a very, very good moment.
Well, I don't have, like, that works? Yep.
Yeah, it was one of those times.
The fucking moment of Sage using I've read about this to swim up and, like, to try and dunk an underwater basketball or something. Like, just...
I know physics!
The flavor of that move. Just, God, fuck. That, like,
then,
just all of the uses you had of I've read about this sort of thing, which then also Pandora did.
Yeah.
And, like, there's... Oh, God. That's a move that's going to be interesting in the next game that we're going to put some wheels on, or we're going to put some brakes on that one, but holy God.
Yeah, that's probably fair. There was a reason I tried to get it early, because I wasn't sure you'll just stick it otherwise.
oh yeah,
It's very good.
You definitely, you came in with a game plan for your character build, and you got it off before Noah and I could think twice about what was actually happening, and then you were just locked in the whole game. You optimized Sage so well.
Yeah. He had like +3s in every stat except for he had -1 cool and 0 in kick some ass and to protect someone, and those weren't skills he ever used really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, this is a fun point where we can talk a bit about the what ifs of the game. Where what if you had bonded with the Lobster Man? The Lobster Man was meant to put you out of your comfort zone and make you have to try and kick some ass. And
Sage was like, nope.
Was just like, you need to challenge the Lobster Man one-on-one. You didn't need to win. You just needed to challenge him one-on-one and show that you had the guts to. And had you done so, the bonus the Lobster Man would have given, to you, it would have increased the power of your armor to have some more effectiveness. For the group bonus, it would have traveled with every single hunter team, as the blue butterfly didn't need to keep it in his pocket dimension. And so it would just have traveled as an extra fighter for teams, helping you out. And had you gotten it in the final battle, it would have given you and potentially other hunters protection in the ability to choose to do a move that does not combat Carl, like analyzing the situation or reading a bad situation, investigate a mystery, that kind of stuff. And if you chose to do that, he could have protected you, and thus means you take no damage from doing those types of moves, and you would not be affected by any ambient damage.
Huh.
But he died.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, the Lobster Man.
Sage was the only one that figured out that Blue Butterfly was the only one that figured out that Blue Butterfly was originally evil.
I think so.
He was the only one that the butterfly opened up to. He might have been willing to open that up to others, but I think multiple people had theories out of character.
Yeah.
I know, like, Ferret thought the blue butterfly would betray them, but you were the one that got that full, like, here's honestly why I did this, because I don't think I need to hide it anymore. Because we're now all working together.
Yeah.
And then there was the miscommunication, but...
Yeah, we're not going to get into that.
Yeah. Just feel the need to acknowledge it. But Yeah. No, I wasn't there for that conversation. I'm sad, but it's okay.
I'm trying to think of other things for Sage.
Me
But-
too.
Sage was the scribe for the whole group.
Yeah,
He was. Yeah, he took all the notes.
the fact that you took notes and then were able to have stuff for reference, because we didn't let people know that we were going to hide all of the chats at point of the game, and that all of the logs that have been taken, everything you knew would be lost info, and you would need to remember it. Like, you transcribing things and, like, saving that was a godsend.
Yeah.
Yep.
Would have gone really badly otherwise.
Yeah, we would not have been able to succeed on like the puzzle mission for one thing.
Mhm.
Where you have to know the
The other
order
thing-
of everything.
Say again?
Where you have to know the order of everything and stuff like that. There's just a lot of really useful stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that you could brute forced, but, yeah, it would be deadly to brute force it. But, yeah.
Yeah. The other thing that Sage had that made him pretty, like, more unique than he already was he had a very interesting relationship with magic in the world. And his fascination with magic developed over the course of the game in this really interesting way.
Yeah.
So the moment with you and Vixen beside the pool in the Blackwood being used for the first time was really critical, I think, to that character arc.
Yeah. The fact that he could and learned that he could.
Yeah. Also, your first indication probably that everyone had magic, at
Mhm.
least for you.
Yep. But minor point. What was the thing with Marcus getting the feedback? I'm pretty sure it was from Vixen. From Vixen's like specific ability about that. But what was she responding to? What was she even getting that backlash from?
Say again?
There was a moment where Marcus suffered from
That,
some like vertigo.
yeah, that was an effect of
Oh.
having too many hunters in the area. That was
Okay.
what you get when
Okay.
there's too much overwhelming belief, and so it's harder to impose your own will on the world, and there are too many other people imagining similar things, that it starts
Okay.
to give you vertigo.
Okay.
That was on a phenomena track that ticked at a certain rate, and if it had been allowed to develop too far, the world would have literally broken beneath all of you, and you would have fallen.
Wow. Also, I will
Yeah.
say, Sage went out of his way to get on that mission because he was really sus of Vixen.
And thus, you were correct.
We,
Vixen is sus.
we need to talk about Vixen at some point. I think we'll get into that a bit more when Ryan comes up, because of something that happened very early on. But
Yeah.
Vixen was never planned to be suspicious. Like, the player just took the character that way. I was like, yeah, I'm going to be shady. Like, there are already saboteurs. There are already things in this game. Please don't just randomly say you're taking pictures of people, but they don't see it. Because if they
No.
don't see it, they shouldn't know as players. But
Those who don't know us personally, Scott and Vixen's player are both players in my Dungeons and Dragons campaign. So Scott knows intimately the amount of chaos that this individual brings to the table.
Yep. Yep. I feel like our characters just the characters we make just naturally always come into conflict, it seems like.
I'm gonna do some work on that. I gotta start thinking about Sophia, but it's cool. I'll get there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sage was an
Any other-
interesting character.
Yeah, he was. Just like that, and you spawned the fractaloids, I believe.
Yeah, I
you
think
did a
so.
lot of the puzzle solving, the moving around of the monsters.
Yeah. Can I just say that what Sage's goal? Sage's goal the entire time is to find out. And he's not allowed to have secrets because his sole goal is to figure out all of the secrets that anyone had.
Yeah. It was a good character arc, and it was really interesting to watch you play the mind games, not knowing what you were doing. because we'd be there, we'd be like, what is Sage doing? And then we'd jump down and talk with you, and you'd be like, this. And we're like, oh, okay, we see it now. But
Yeah.
it was a lot.
There was one specific point where I was bluffing Cassia about figuring that I might find out who she was. But the thing is that you specifically told me previously that Cassia wasn't in my world when I tried to find her, or something along those lines. I never heard of the Knights because I tried to look in them previously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy, remember when y'all were trying to Google each other? I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, that was fun.
Until right this second.
Just being like, yep, you're not, like, this would not come up for people.
Yeah.
But, I think we're going to need to move on shortly, but, do you have any last questions or things you want to share before we move to the next person?
I don't think there's any specific questions that I had.
Alright.
Yeah,
Thank you for
that's
your
good.
time and your part in the game.
Let us know. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Next up is Pandora, if she is available.
Yeah. Kaya, are you going to at her, or?
I can, but she is in the call.
Okay, I'll just grab her. Hello. Undefinite. Hello, Kaya.
Remember to mute your stream if you haven't yet. But hello.
Yeah.
I was
Welcome.
just doing that as you reminded me because I needed to get on the call, and I wanted to I was getting out of the call and muting the stream at the same time. So.
All right.
Well, welcome.
Welcome, Pandora. Welcome, Kaya.
Thank you.
There are a couple specific things I have to talk with you about that I want to make sure we get to. So I think I'm going to jump to a few of those before just general talking about Pandora.
Sounds.
One of which was a quote that came up when B was talking with you and in just your discovery of the world. You were one of the first people, like alongside Marcus, you were one of the few people to come up with the ideas of belief and figure out more about that. You had some interesting testing methods. You were also one of the ones we got to talk about and, you noticed the power of assumption, that assuming things can make them easier to have, where as soon as you ask us, does this happen? Well, then it's a question of, well, what's the difficulty of that task? And Madeline's gone again.
Oops. Goodbye, Madeline. Hello again, Madeline.
You gotta turn off your camera so you can crack your neck in peace, okay?
Sorry. I thought you had cut out for a sec. But you were saying, Kai?
I was saying, but yeah, there was definitely some interesting things. There's definitely an interesting line that I was walking for a while there between assumption, I wanted to ask you questions to make sure that it was not something I could just assume, but also I was actively trying to phrase those questions in such a way that if it was something I could just assume, I could just assume it. It was a very, very tricky line to walk.
Yeah. We did something to ourselves in this game that I wish we hadn't done, but it worked in the universe. Is Noah and I basically made it so we could never answer a question ever about puzzle solving. And so what happened is you guys would start asking us questions and trying to do things, and we'd be like, we can't help you. You just got to try it. And you were one of the very few people who made the jump from asking us about something to testing it in universe and getting a response that way that we could actually give a concrete response to.
Yeah, there was the one night or afternoon during over winter break where I just sat down and was like, okay, I have a crazy hypothesis. I'm going to test this crazy hypothesis. Wait, I was mostly correct?
Yeah,
Yep.
you're the
Scientific
closest.
method.
You had basically figured out belief and were just, when we made the change, stuck on the word and that connection. Because you knew, you had been informed that there was a specific word to look for, which ties things all together.
Totally.
which was very cool to see. And I also do want to go into a bit just Pandora. Like, there is a lot of difficulty, but a lot of fun that came from the fact I'm about to say, which is Pandora was a very homebrewed character. You pitched an idea that I really liked, and that was just a character who could copy abilities from monsters. And so we came up with Iris, came up with a book spirit that had this sort of natural ability to learn things, and then mixed with your ability to implement them. Basically a system for you to gain moves from monsters that forced us to come up with moves that you could gain from every single monster.
That actually leads to a question. Did you come up with the moves when you were creating the monsters, or after you knew I was going on the mission?
For the most part, after you were going on the mission, monsters that you were not with didn't necessarily have specific moves, or some of them had simpler things like, had you been on Lobster Man, you probably could have just gotten a super punch ability. Although, I will use that as a slight segue. We had mentioned with Sage that the Lobster Man could have been traveling with you. Had the Lobster Man been traveling with you and you said, I want to learn whatever magic this guy has, you could have gained the ability to consume something human-sized and grow permanently.
That is horrifying.
You could have eaten Carl.
It makes so much sense, but it's also horrifying.
But yeah, it was very difficult, and like figuring out the balance and what was okay for your character. It came with a lot of difficulty, and ultimately a move that turned out very poorly for you, where it was just, this had never been as hard a move as it was in the final battle, when I forgot that damage would be enough to kill you, and it was unfortunate, but it led to so many interesting possibilities and forced us to think about things in new ways, which, though sometimes frustrating, I really enjoyed.
I got the time to do that, because I definitely really enjoyed the aspect of being able to copy abilities, and it gave an interesting feel to the game, to that any given monster ability I could theoretically possess makes it adds a very it's direction of complexity, and I really like the potential that it opened up for the whole Mirror People, Mirror Queen arc with me and my connection with them.
That arc of rescuing the Mirror People, and now the Mirror People have continued. All of the rescued monsters are still able to be there in the final world, and without belief, the Mirror People are able to just exist in their own separate world peacefully. And so, that is a thing that you caused that changed the game in an interesting way, and you definitely had a lot of interesting side plots there, which I really liked.
Yay, success. How much did I end up spending any extra belief on top of the luck that I spent to save the Mirror People? Because I've always been a little bit curious about how much it precisely cost me to do that.
Madeline may remember better than I on that.
Yeah.
It cost belief.
The Keeper of the Belief spreadsheet. It cost a belief, but I believe that it mostly just cost you the 2 luck points and 5 on top of that, because you only had the 5. Or something like that. You had very, very low belief levels at that point.
Oh my, okay.
Which goes back to what I was saying earlier of investigation requests were hecka unbalanced, and that's on us. And also you actively participated in a number of large rituals, which did drain you.
Yeah, there was definitely a problem with my character and the belief nature of the world, because part of the concept of Pandora is that she is the sort of person. She's a mage who doesn't have access to use magic, so she is going to attempt big magic rituals because she actively believes that this is the sort of thing that she can do. And it worked out particularly weirdly because, in the very beginning of the game, as a result of me being one of the more active participants and one of the happier ones to talk about magic, I was very quickly put into the role of a mage when, the initial character was initially Pandora might have turned out to be a mage, but she was not she was not all that knowledgeable in magic at the start. because she was just entering this world, and so she was kind of thrust into that role of a mage, which it was definitely interesting, but it also made me believe even more. It also made me skew more heavily towards attempting ritual magic, which of course had costs associated with it.
Yeah, it worked out. I mean, you learned a lot. You solved the mystery.
Yeah.
It was very.
It was a player that could definitely play an important role in the world. So, I do want to also mention, I have the gift list up, and I will say, because your gift, ended up being one of the hardest to work with, the Moon Spider, adding it to the final battle. So I'm actually really thankful you didn't end up rescuing the Moon Spider.
Yeah.
But we did have plans that the Moon Spider, if you were on a mission, you could use it to affect the party, allowing you to completely ignore danger on one floor completely, so ignore any straight dangerous power challenges, though like movement or physical tasks may still be there, but any monsters or characters you would not have to deal with. And would also decrease the number of challenges per power challenge from 3 to 2, had you rescued it. But the final fight, we did not have something prepared for the Moon Spider to do there. Would probably have acted as a distraction to Carl, giving +1 ongoing or -1 to Carl's things.
This makes sense, yeah. Also, like, I was looking back earlier, like, a while ago, after I didn't quite die, but almost died, and was forced to retreat back to my own dimension in the final battle, and I realized that how close I was to surviving. I was literally one belief away from surviving the final battle.
Yeah, pretty close. 1 point of luck more would have done it.
And I only had to split my last point of luck on the last day before the mission.
Yeah. Was definitely, like, again, I did not expect you to go in there. I'm glad you did, because that was a great moment, but it was definitely a risky move that ended up finishing off Pandora effectively there. But you were able to get enough XP to escape freely, so you didn't have to be completely doomed.
Yeah, but I'm glad that I managed to do that. And I'm also honestly I like, after the initial sadness of the events of that mission, I am glad that I went down and was able to engage in the last battle, regardless of what happened. Also, it was kind of fun to hang on to Ghost Chats for the last week, so.
Oh, yeah.
I'm kind of sad we didn't get the Pandora Morgan combo, because with the mirror abilities and your mirror abilities, that definitely could have had some interesting combo move potential. But, unfortunately, Morgan did not get down in time.
Can we use that as a segue for just a second to talk about the bathroom Easter egg that no one ever got?
We can talk about the bathrooms. Or actually,
Okay.
I think we should talk about that when Morgan is there, because his power move in the finale would have activated an effect directly tied to that. So let's save that for Morgan.
Okay.
Leave him one more.
Yeah.
So, dude, there was one thing that you had mentioned. I'm not sure if this was what you were referring to, Morgan's power move, or something else, but you had mentioned that there was some ability that I might have been able to. I think it was some ability I might have been able to copy in the in Echo that it didn't end up doing so.
That was the Lobster Man one that I mentioned.
Okay, that makes sense. Cool.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
and we also mentioned earlier, if Morgan had built mirrors, you could have potentially called upon the mirror people who you rescued in a final thing against Carl. If you had done that and got the mirror people to try and swap with Carl, it wouldn't have worked on him, but would have cost him a ton of belief to resist that. So, That would have been one way
that
to
would've
deal
been
a lot of
awesome.
damage without even attacking.
I'm sad that we never got the opportunity to do that, because that would have been an awesome thing. Also, there was one kind of minor thing that, there was one thing that happened that okay, I'm being kind of rambling this way, but over the course of Echo, I did end up I did kind of like the character arc that I had for Pandora, despite the fact that I'm not entirely sure if it was really obvious as to what her arc was, since I didn't really make it. I don't think I made it very clear in the other chats, and also she's like, well, her arc was as I think I mentioned to Scarlett the other night in Ghost Chat that she was basically there was an arc between her being secretive and distrusting and pretending to be open and honest to actually legitimately becoming open, honest, and optimistic near the end of the game. And I really enjoyed that part of it.
Oh, that's actually really heartwarming. I think that wasn't really obvious to even the keepers.
It was it was incredibly subtle, and also, part of it was as I played the character, I began to develop my understanding of who she was, and that understanding kind of spurred on me to change how I saw events through her eyes, and became character growth for her as both her and I learned that the world was intended for us to trust people more, and ironically enough, the whole thing with the butterfly learning to trust us also made Pandora go from the kind of role of a secretive mage she had adopted that made her become more trusted, because she had kind of very tentatively extended her trust to the butterfly, and that trust being reciprocated in the end, and the butterfly helping out and ending up good. I feel like helped her become more legitimately good and trustworthy and trusting of others.
Love that.
Yeah,
That's great.
that's awesome.
I honestly, ironically enough, as the game progressed and my in-game belief began to drain near the end of the game, I got more attached and had a clearer image of who Pandora was and her identity as a person. Yeah, I just wanted to share that because I wasn't sure. It was a really subtle thing that was probably not very noticeable, but
Thank you
it
for
was
sharing
going on.
that.
Yeah, thank you.
And I
Holy
think
moly.
we are going to need to move on to our next person. Our 20-minute timer is up, but thank you so much for being a part of this. And
Yeah.
Pandora was a wonderful character. We look forward to hopefully having you back in the future.
And making this game, and I look forward to being back in the future myself, hopefully.
Alright.
Farewell.
Bye-bye.
Right, farewell.
Next up on the docket is Last Man Standing.
It actually really works. Brendan! Undeafen yourself. Hello!
Hello, Brendan. Ooh, we got video.
We got face cam!
On a minute.
Face reveal. If
Oh,
it ever
loading.
shows for me.
Oh, I see a roof. Or a wall.
What? Oh, come on! Damn it! Oh, it's the wrong fucking camera. Shit! How do I change the camera? Damn it! I had a whole thing planned out. It didn't fucking work. No.
Voice and video settings, video settings.
Got it. Okay.
That was the best, thank
Okay.
you.
The big reveal.
Okay.
Last man is a
Hey!
roof.
There's a room!
I see a room. I do not see a
Oh,
person.
wait, there!
Whoa!
There's a person.
Hey! Hello!
Hi, can you see?
You're very shadowy.
Oh,
You are in shadow.
I can see you though.
Yeah, it's like you don't have a light on your face.
Yeah.
There we go.
Perfect.
Let's have
Hello.
that. God. Hi, I'm Brendan, and I had this awesome entrance plan ready to go, and I was gonna like pop up and like do jazz hands, and that didn't fucking work because my camera took a second to focus in, and God. Oh well.
Isn't that just the story of
That was
Cassia?
awesome. That was awesome. All of your
so,
failed
hi,
acts under
everybody.
pressures.
Hello. So you already know, you already knew most of our secrets, because you died. But...
Yes. I died. I died very sadly. It was very depressing. And like it's like I made a lot of mistakes. Like I'm just gonna say that right now. I made a lot of mistakes.
You made one really big mistake, which was to put your whole hand into a gold monster.
Hey,
But
no, wait, hold on, no. Hey, listen. Yeah, I didn't do that. Cassia did that. That was not my decision at all. I do not condone that. But that was a stupid decision. I fully admit that. But Cassia didn't care. It's like she's done stupider and has come out fine.
yeah, it's very fair. No, it.
I just got a message about the music of the stream. It is literally at the minimum possible volume. And it is the same feed as Madeline and Last Man, so I cannot separate that, unfortunately. I can just turn it off, but then there's a lot of silence, especially when things glitch out. But yeah,
Okay.
That is on minimum possible volume.
Can we get some confirmations in chat about the levels of that so we can adjust accordingly and turn it off if necessary? Because if it's interfering with our voices, we don't want that. But yeah, let's talk Cassia.
Yes, what do you want to know? What do you want to talk about? Because I've got plenty to discuss.
So, as discussed before, you probably had the most comprehensive and wild character arc of the whole game.
Yeah, I guess I did. Like I kind of put a lot of like the way I create characters is kind of interesting because like I basically just take a notepad and just like type out like a bunch of word gibberish, and like I don't even think about it. I just like they take a character concept and I just roll with it. So like essentially like 90% of my backstory was improvised, but also like I deliberately made sure to like leave like very specific sections of it like blank or like vague or interpretation, because like something I like to do is like I always like to have like the GM, you know, take that idea and it's like, oh, I wonder what we can do with this. Places a chupacabra right in my backstory. And it's like I was fully expecting something like that, and I kind of got it with the necklace, so
Yeah.
which was extremely fun.
I got to
You
do
are
my
also, I
shade.
think- Yeah, the only character that we had that just said, "We're playing my backstory now. This is my character arc. It's happening," and then
We
you
sort of
did.
had Lyra as well, but
We had Lyra as well. Well,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
you
but
two were the ones who were like, "We're just gonna do it," and then you did it.
I had this whole plan where it was like I was gonna be like Cassia was going to start off like because I said that like at the game Cassia's alignment was lawful evil. Like, she was straight up a bad guy. I had a plan to, like, make her go through this entire arc where she's, like, slowly beginning to trust people, and she slowly tells people her real name, and she slowly, like, brings people into a circle of trust. And, God, the inner circle really fucked up with that plan. Like, that just like, catapulted her, like, 50 steps forward. Without my consent or anything, so that was fun.
I do want to talk a little about the two big relationships. One that there's a side of the first one that we won't go into, but or actually your three big relationships. The first one being revealing the information you got from Scarlet. I want to hear your thinking on that.
Oh God, that was. I'm gonna be completely fucking honest. Like, there was a lot of character bleed that day. Like, Cassia as a person would never reveal a secret. Just never in a million years reveal a secret. But me as a person, I'm like, I should probably tell somebody because the blue butterfly is probably evil. No, and because, like, at the time, like, when I got into the inner circle with Echo, I just fully trusted Echo and Carl and management and all that because, like, when I saw that, I was like, finally, a set of guidelines, rules, like, actual, like, information. And it turns out it was all bullshit, and I, as the player, did not pick up on any of that, which unfortunately meant Cassia, whose job was bullshit, on any of that. So, the greatest grifter of all time was defeated because the person controlling her is a fucking dumbass. Like, that's the story of Cassia Knight. That is what
that's
happened.
not the story of every character ever. I don't know what is. Because that's just tale as old as time.
Tale as old as time.
There it is.
I do want to, so then there's also one of my favorite relationships in the game early on, Marcus and Cassia.
You guys are...
In case y'all can't tell where this is heading, we're going back to Purple Land.
One of my favorite relationships in the game, Marcus and Cassia. Can you hear us, Last Man? Can you hear us, Brendan?
Last Man.
Oh God. My video's... Hang on. Sorry, you guys just fully, like, cut out, right? I did not hear a single word you said, so...
It was mostly, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm just turning my camera back on.
Okay.
Alright.
And it may be that camera isn't the way to go for all of this, but the next one I want to talk about is Marcus and Cassia, because that relationship was just gold throughout the early game.
The relationship between Cassia was the single most fun I have had RPing. Just straight, the interaction between the two of them and the fact that, like, it's like, I actually have, like, a foil for, like, which is, I think was going to happen originally. And yet, there he was, just given to me on a silver platter, and it's like, oh my God, like I still, like, Cassia and Olivia. Love the relationship between Cassia and Olivia. A role-playing standpoint, the relationship between Cassia and Marcus was just inherently role-playing standpoint. I just fucking loved it.
It was really good. It was really interesting to see that relationship develop and change. And then when you got into the inner circle, having that moment of no, and then being essentially having to go through the role reversal of building a friendship.
Yeah. And then, of course, we have you and
Oh,
Olivia.
yeah, no. I remember, like...
Or, sorry.
Yeah, I remember, like, that moment when Marcus specifically, like, walked up to me during the Midas mission, and he said, "Welcome to the inner circle." I mean, like, you guys can attest to this, I screamed like a little bitch. Like, I screamed so loud. Because when I get excited, I scream. Because, like, that's usually the natural response for me. And, like, I was shocked. I was blown away at that point.
It was surprising
And just, like...
It was a good moment.
It was a really good moment. And, like, I think I said it best in the secret chat, which was, the greatest grifter of all time got pulled a grift. Had a grift pulled over her eyes. And she didn't even realize it, which is amazing.
Yeah.
And then we get to you and Olivia. The cornerstone of this game, the two of the thruple.
Yeah. So, the funny story about that, I had zero intention at the beginning of the game to get into a relationship with Olivia because you two already know this. I already had a love interest for Cassia, like, written up in my backstory, and I fully planned, like, I remember we talked about it, and, like, I think, Madeline, you specifically said, like, it would be cool for her to, like, swoop in and save the day, and, like, she can become, like, an NPC. Yeah, which I was excited for, but I guess that didn't happen because she was never real to begin with.
Yeah, you were also the person for your backstory who I think we made the largest change to your backstory in that when you were talking, you had originally written Gabriella in as, like, your partner. And I said, like, you have this perfect, beautiful backstory. I don't know why you're joining this shadowy organization.
Yeah, no, that was a change that had to happen, and I remember the solution was I just deleted the last paragraph of my backstory. So it was literally just cut out the happy ending, and it's like nothing else changed, which actually ended up working.
Yeah, and given how the game unfolded, I think it ended well.
Yeah, it really did. Like, it was the best case scenario in that regard.
Yeah. Any other questions, Noah?
I think that's about it. And we may end up wanting to move to more 15-minute one-on-ones rather than 20. Just otherwise we'll be going till 7. But
oh god.
Yeah. But there is a lot of Cassia that I really want to get into, but I understand, like, for time we can't. Like, just
yeah. I definitely want to talk more about Cassia, but there's just Cassia, as we said, probably our favorite character, probably our favorite arc, and the way you put the backstory into the game ended up being really interesting and being a really important character. So thank you for everything with this game.
Thank you. We've also talked a lot in those chats already, so...
Thank you guys so much for creating, like, such a brilliant story and, like, just a nice breeding ground for my character to, like, grow into a beautiful tree. Like, it was wonderful.
You're very welcome.
Despite the fact that she's fucking dead.
Thank you for putting up with our shenanigans.
Alright, I guess that's my time done.
Yeah, and we
Bye.
will talk later. Goodbye.
Thank you. Next up, if...
Thank you.
And for a moment, they are together before one departs. Hello,
Yeah, Marvel.
Olivia.
Hang on, how do
Hello.
I...
Oh, face.
Face!
Hello.
How's it
Welcome,
going?
The face
Oh,
behind
good.
the TikToks.
I've got...
I love the NYPD hat. And the
The
butterfly necklace.
Yes!
Reppin'.
You know it.
Cosplay queen.
Yeah.
Even though I have no official cosplay yet.
So before anything else, why don't you tell the Twitch stream what you've been concocting and we had to suppress for so long?
For
Because
so
I'm excited.
long. For so long. Oh, hang on. I have...
And she's gone.
Uh-oh. She left us.
It has already been posted slightly.
That's okay, it's hidden.
I posted
People
a
are-
link to my folder with everything.
Yeah, I
with the
did see that.
videos.
Okay.
But
You left.
welcome.
I
You
turned
abandoned us.
the wrong thing off and then realized that the stream was still running in the background and like feedbacking.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You gotta
Yeah,
move
when-
the stream.
Yes, so my concoction, my beautiful baby. It's so stupid to say. For the past, I don't know, however long it's been since October, so like 7 months, I have been slowly compiling. I think I have about 130 TikToks that are all Echo themed, and they are all character based, and they're stupid and amazing, and I put far too much effort into every single one of them.
We
can
have a
find those.
compilation.
Yes, so we have a 27-minute compilation featuring sections such as nightmares and inner circle shenanigans. I believe I did hit, I did because I have ladies and men, so I have hit every single character in Echo, save for Father Moses, because who knows?
May he rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
You know why.
But yeah,
Madeline.
it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I got, and I look forward to, hopefully, if we can get enough people into the watch together to get some fun commentary on that.
Yeah.
I will definitely be there.
If there is
Yeah.
enough time
I'm
to eat
looking
dinner
forward to
after
that.
the stream, I will be there. But
Absolutely.
I have no one to so you know, I have time.
I feel it.
but
Anyway, Olivia.
Yes.
so she has her coffee table back now. You ended up deciding to go to the New World to have an ending and not to bring Cassie or Marcus in there with you.
Yeah. So, I won't talk on it for too long because there might be other stuff, but it was just kind of, it seemed to make the most sense for her, like, especially after suddenly losing Marcus. It was just kind of like, she had thought, she would be able to have both of them if she brought Cassia with her, and Marcus would already be there, but not having him, it just seemed like a total disservice to both of them, basically, to try to bring them both in, especially since she wouldn't totally know how to do that. And so, that's just kind of her thing, She had a little bit of time on the roof a couple nights ago to just kind of go over everything by herself and just kind of figured it all out.
I like that ending.
That's
I like
good.
the coming to that.
Yeah.
But I do want to jump and talk to before we get into the what if scenario and what was planned for the Kraken with you, because God, do I want to get into that. I want to go over one of my personal favorite game moments and what I may vote as my personal favorite RP in the game.
Please tell me it's the pizza calls.
The pizza call was
That was
great, but that's not
fantastic.
what I'm going for.
Holly, my best pizza in New York City.
That was great. But one of my favorite things just seeing RP-wise was the way you took the influence of the necklace that started with some more jokey things and then just like your RP there, how you took the suggestions and how you just ran with things. Like, that was wonderful and a really fun period in the chats. And I just want to give you some accolades.
Oh, absolutely. For that. Yeah, that was definitely kind of one of my favorite character, and it's so weird because it was so early on, but like just this idea of like this sort of perfectly like lawful good character who only wants the best for people, and like her only goal in life is to help people, to become so incredibly selfish and just like, you know, you guys played it off kind of within the like kind of the justifications that the necklace was giving her, that like there would be no more suffering for people, so that's why, you know, she would be able to latch on. And I think my favorite, I kind of ducked out of the chats during that final week, but when Noah said like you wake up wearing the necklace, I think one of my favorite in character, like in mission RP moments was just kind of the first part of the necklace mission, when it's just like fully wearing necklace Olivia just welcoming like people into her apartment. And just that moment of like, I want to say it was Kyle who was like, it's not in the safe, and then Costi just pinning her to the ground. It's just like, ooh, sorry guys, you know.
That was one of my favorite missions, and just like knowing we were building up to that moment of it's all going to take place in the apartment. The entire mission is in the apartment, and just the guys,
crazy.
It's not in the safe, and that was a fucking amazing mission, and I forgot about that moment until you said that. But
it's just like it was also so much, because like we went for so long that it lasted an entire week. Like, I would be in class, like I need to do my role. Like, I gotta get in. Wow, like it was, we really, well, because that's when the text-based RP channel came out, like, because we had to be taking turns, you know.
Yeah, and
during the day, like just whenever we could.
And that was, we had bigger plans for that mission. There was going to be a whole additional thing to that mission that we couldn't do, that we sort of hand-waved to make easier, of destroying the park bench, where it would have needed to be
yeah.
But we couldn't handle that.
Yeah.
Aside, like, oh my god. Like,
also, I think just what was super fun, I still wish they would have had to destroy Mickey Mouse as a character, but coming up with like all the things that she had purchased, you know, from like, oh, a watch or a new phone, to like her Disney Plus account where you had to, like,
we had a
like,
thing
how are they gonna destroy it?
We're like, big magic, you just take down Disney. And that's a thing in your worlds now.
Do a big magic ritual to
yeah.
take down the Disney Corporation.
Take down the Disney Corporation, you know, get rid of that mouse. But, yeah.
So, I do want to talk about the Kraken.
Yeah. Like, yes. First of all, I never really knew what, like, I knew what my item did, but I had no idea how to use it mechanically. It was just kind of like, it's raining, you know? Like, I never got to use it, unfortunately, and I really wanted the chance to, like, get to the Kraken within the building, just so she could have that, like, bonding moment. But
you had the
yes, please tell me.
You could have gone to it earlier, but unfortunately, because of your number of missions and because people who were less active started being more active, you just weren't given that opportunity to go in again, which kind of sucked. But your so how do you? So first of all, here's the plan. The Kraken actually had two plans. One would have been you're underwater, and like the Kraken is straight in front of you. The other version is you're on a dock, and the Kraken is beneath you. The solution, so the puzzle was going to be the Kraken can detect emotions. This is something you've learned, and this is something based on the Kraken's bracelet.
Yeah.
If you had gone in trying to be hostile, it would have attacked you. The key to it was to go in being trusting and accepting, and to just walk off the dock into the water, make the roll, the act under pressure, to just be completely calm and trusting. And then we would see the scene of Olivia just rise out of the water standing atop the Kraken.
Oh,
like,
please!
that was
I would have adored that.
The single bonus was that while your weather control is active, if you tried to deal damage to structures, you would take +1 ongoing and deal +3 damage. So you would have some sort of siege effect. And the group bonus would just be the Kraken is attacking Echo. It is surrounding the building. It is attacking it, disrupting her defenses, probably giving you a bit of extra time and maybe disrupting some challenges. Echo also had an ability that we didn't see because it never rolled right, and then you guys were able to cancel it out, but where floors could end up having their power reset, and thus you might have a floor that was previously accessible become inaccessible. You might have a set of floors that you couldn't reach because certain things weren't powered, and so this would have potentially disrupted her ability to do that as well. But yeah, that just plan to rise out of the water riding the Kraken was something I hoped we would get for Olivia, but never happened.
Never got to it.
And then, unlike everyone else who didn't rescue their creatures, I think pretty close, we did have a kind of concept for your final boss fight bonus, which is literally that you just could have been outside the building sniping in.
Just just basically a turret in the middle of nowhere, just like
just the windows wasn't broken.
Olivia and her sniper rifle.
Yeah, just
that
separate
beauty.
sniper.
And I'm so glad I took Advanced Kick Some Ass as one of my last level ups, because I just at least twice just fully dealt 8 harm because I could.
It's a good
because
move.
my act under pressure was amazing.
But any last things to ask or say before we move on? I'm sorry we were given less time to later people, but
yeah, it happens. I just everything with C was just awesome. I think, especially once we hit the inner circle, and I know she had the direct contact with him, but it really started up that dialogue a lot more, and that was always fun to get those responses, even when they weren't what I was looking for. But yeah, also just the inner circle as a whole was just fantastic, and just this beautiful magical friendship that bloomed between her and Marcus in basically a day. They went from kind of hating each other to being absolutely best friends, and just so much good character development in that month together. So yes, so good.
Inner circle is wild.
Okay, and it's so funny because we just talked every day, all day. It was not I'm just checking in. They were just the best of friends so quickly, and just because I remember being a little disappointed after all the necklace stuff resolved, because I was okay, what's next for Olivia? She's got pretty much nothing at this point. And then it was just now she's got a lot more to deal with. So
yeah,
it was super really fun. Yeah, that's about it. Unless there are any other questions.
I'm sure that things will occur to you and will occur to us, but there will be other voice channels to discuss later.
I definitely I do want to mention just one thing of just what you just said with playing as C and that ominous communication from Carl having that inside voice of, like, you were, in a way, a saboteur. Like, you didn't realize which
Right.
side
Oh,
you were,
absolutely. And I do, like, just as a last thing for that, I remember, like, when, after the Minotaur thing and, like, everything shut down, there was, like, well, her last message to C was, what the hell is going on? But, like, just, like, there was a legitimate moment where, like, you know, if you guys hadn't made it clear that she would just die if she didn't accept the blue. But, like, Olivia was legitimately, like, I don't know if I can do this. Like, this is, like, she did, you know, for the team, because she chose the team over Carl, but, like, she was like, I mean, this is my job. Like, this is what I was brought here to do. But, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's a very
You definitely took the
interesting-
brunt of Carl's weirdness.
Yeah, you
Oh,
got
yeah.
the direct line with Carl's main head. But,
Yeah.
alright.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Thank you so much.
All
We'll
right,
talk
thanks,
more.
guys.
And enjoy
Yeah, for
TikToks together later.
Yes, later. Ping me when that happens.
We will.
Yes.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Ryan time.
Ryan time.
It's Ryan time.
Ryan time.
We have a lot to go over with this one, and not as much time as we'd like to do it, but...
Oh yeah. If Michael looks at his screen, he would see that he's with us, but he is deafened. It's alright, he'll see it eventually. Yeah.
I will
Yeah.
say it's
Oh.
going to... Oh, is Ryan here?
Face cam.
Face cam.
Still deafened. But not deafened anymore. Loading.
Remember to mute your stream.
Yeah, seriously.
We cannot hear you if you are talking.
Ah, tech issues.
I will say, if we ban the monstrous for the next game...
Oh yeah, no, like every single person who submitted has been like, monstrous!
Yeah, there are
Alrighty.
definitely... there are going to be a lot of people getting their third choice.
Oh yeah. All of you have selected monstrous as your first choice, and oh boy.
Monstrous and augmented, everyone wants.
Yeah.
So...
Michael, we still can't hear your voice.
Hey, can you
Oh,
hear me?
there you are.
There you
Hello.
Welcome.
There you are.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure some stuff out real quick, but I should be...
No worries. Tech issues, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my camera to work, but I don't know why.
You don't-
it's not.
We may be better off because of time constraints not going with the camera.
Yeah.
I mean, I can talk while I fiddle, too.
Alright.
Okay.
So, you were the Chosen. You were also the Saboteur. Which we have not gone into the Saboteur. There you
There
are.
he is.
Fish and
Hello.
all.
Hello, sporting a rather large beard for what I'm used to, but...
So...
And my signature Indiana Jones hat.
So I just want to go a bit into some background on the game, which at the beginning of the game, we decided we wanted to have a chance at a Saboteur. We randomly rolled with all of the characters, including no Saboteur. We informed Sage that there was the possibility someone was a Saboteur, but only one, and you ended up being the Saboteur. Which... in reality, you weren't actually working opposed to the goals of everyone. You just had a different evil, who became also good.
Yeah, it was an interesting thing also because early on, and Noah and Madeline will probably remember this, especially Noah, because I think I talked to him in the car about it on the way home from work a couple of times, was trying to figure out, I applied with Ryan as the character that you saw him as. But when they brought up the Saboteur, I was like, okay, so how do I change the character to make him fit the Saboteur role? And the answer was really to make the saboteur role less sinister and more still about saving the world, even though, yeah, although there was one point in time where I seriously debated making a very sinister, very dark and evil character, which is very, very stark contrast to the character that he turned out to be.
That would have been very interesting, but I'm kind of glad it didn't go that way.
Yeah, we gave you someone who he told you, like, this is not what the game is about. Like, you're trying to kill the monsters. And, like, I have to say it was alongside people communicating about the mirror swapping when Morgan was missing, your mission to get people to kill the monsters was one of the most successful things that was just kept completely off the chats. That you didn't share things off the chats, you didn't have a secret chat to use like some other groups, and you actually successfully caused disruption to Carl's plans with at least the killing of the Silver Mummy, who didn't need to be killed, but Nadine went the extra mile for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll admit.
Stab.
Yeah, I'll admit I'm quite proud of. I feel a little guilty, but at the same time, I'm quite proud of how much I manipulated things going into the game, especially with regards to the magic issue with Scarlet. I pulled a whole thing where I convinced everybody that I had found magic sources on the dark web and onto Cricket and all that, made a giant Cricket and all that stuff, and Kyle just ate it up, and the ultimate product of those over a longer period of time was magic lessons.
I have to admit, I don't remember the dark web magic sources, but I do.
It was a whole set of lies I spun just to convince people that magic was something that anyone could do, because Kyle was fairly certain anyone could do it, but wasn't completely sure, and Scarlet was completely convinced, only certain. And I was like, well, I mean, there's certain people who can do it to a greater degree, but anyone can do it. And I just knew this because Echo was telling me anyone could do it, so it's like, of course anyone can do it, now I just have to come up with a believable reason of why. The other really fun thing that I'll just mention here while I'm talking about the magic stuff is the fact that I didn't even fully trust Echo. I didn't trust anyone, and like via that same context, Ryan didn't either. So it was a very both fun but also stressful character to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to be the general consensus.
Like, you are also one of the few characters who, and this partially works because I know you, but, who, like, we had personal phone calls where I would just talk and, like, we would just do your dreams with Echo over the phone. It wouldn't be text-based at all. So you were one of the few people who that could realistically happen for. But I also wanted to look at just, I mentioned this when we did the credits, but your heroic tags and your doom tags, mystical inheritance and save the world, you can't save everyone, and end of days.
They fell into place way too ridiculously perfectly, and it was you did that.
It was somewhat intentional. We knew kind of what we were doing going in.
We definitely
Not entirely
encouraged against a thing or two, but one thing I do have a what-if question for you. So, you forged a relationship with Echo over the game, and you didn't know in the final battle that Echo would regardless be left behind. You had to use a luck to save yourself and a luck to save Echo because of that bond. Had you ended up using a luck during the battle, would you have saved yourself or Echo?
Probably himself, honestly. Ryan did care about Echo, but I will also say that a certain amount of that was also through. I mean, he definitely cares about everybody. I built and modeled out myself sort of the best and view of myself. Partially for easy role-playing purposes because I knew I'd be playing him for several months at a time on a day-to-day basis, so I wanted to make it easy on myself. And but he does care about Echo, but I think 30% of that relationship is out of a sense of duty more than anything else. I know there was that whole proposal scene that went on when he was getting Echo back on their side, which was, at least to him, there's a reason there was a friendship bracelet and not an engagement ring ultimately, because like there was a moment, and I don't know if you two would remember it, but when they were having the sex talks with Echo, he was legitimately freaking out and like worried that it was like him she was interested in. And he was like not into that. So that was a whole thing in itself.
Interesting. So we would likely have had to use the corpse of Echo thing at the end, but you had 2 luck.
Oh, jeez.
And you didn't have to do that, so that is good.
Yeah, he, albeit this is sort of the meta thing, but he was saving his belief and also trying to just keep subconsciously every single resource he had to protect people at the end because he knew that blast was coming. He was hoping he could also protect the others, and that it would ultimately be him. If he had to sacrifice himself to save everyone, he would have done that. He would have happily spent as much luck as he possibly could to save as many people as possible, but ultimately I didn't have that choice, so.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
If you were doomed, you were doomed. That was all that was. You had a bit of an extra wrinkle being the chosen, but...
Yeah.
And we placed the death of Father Moses Orlando, who only died because his player dropped, onto you.
Blamed me for that.
Yep. For a bad roll.
I rolled low on between session rolls.
You had bad weird.
I mean, we were planning to
fate
pick
was
him anyway.
terrible.
You had such bad rolls.
The first 2/3 of the game, I had the worst between session rolls ever. And there was at least one time where I ended up using luck in between sessions just to make sure a roll didn't go crazy. That's not even counting the Minotaur mission, and where I also had to roll for luck to make sure everything went. That's a question I have for you guys: is what would have happened if I didn't spend the luck on the Minotaur mission to basically roll a 12 to make sure everything went well?
Well, you would have had to keep fighting it. You wouldn't have been able to behead it.
I'm referring to the after we killed them. There was a roll I had to make. It was kind of like a between sessions roll where we killed the Minotaur, and then I went to my Echo room basically, and that there was a between sessions roll I had to do right with the elsewhere. It wasn't between sessions, but it was like it.
Madeline, you looked like you were saying something.
I was just forgot that roll happened, and I don't remember what we had set up on a fail.
That roll specifically, I believe, had to do with the state Echo would be in at the end of the game, how willing she would be to work with you, and it would be if you failed that roll, like, you might have no chance of getting her on your side. It was basically, how far are you knocking down hers and Carl's relationship status track before you start? Like, how attached to Carl is Echo going to be? How difficult is it going to be to... So you may have had shorter times inside, you may have had more challenges. It was definitely like, how much is Echo also working against you? Where in the end, she wasn't. You didn't have challenges reset frequently. you had the minimum amount of resistance you could before without bonding with Echo. So that's what that was. But yeah, Ryan was a very interesting character, and I liked what he brought to the table. And I liked having, again, the pre-established connections like yours and like Olivia's. That created some really interesting dichotomies in the chats.
There's another thing I kind of wanted to go into, if that's okay, which is just as the role I was suspicious of everybody, which included Echo, and I didn't even know who Echo was at first. I just knew that, like, she was my mysterious patron who basically told me that the group that I'm working with is unknowingly working toward the end of the world, and that's what I started with. And this is what I had to do to stop it, which was the monsters get people to use big magic. So that's what I knew I had to do, and I didn't. But there were certain characters that really really messed with my trust, and I definitely didn't trust them, which were number one, first and foremost, Vixen, because on the first day of the chat, there was this like element of basically calling out this,
where she just said, "Okay, so who's the saboteur?" There's always one. It's like, well then, you're not wrong, but also
the player knows me too well.
But
yeah, so that was made on the first day. I was like, well, I know who to avoid. From there, I also developed a suspicion. I was originally contemplating trying to recruit Marcus, and then it became very in terms of our ideals. He would be too loose-lipped. Sage, I was going on and got more suspicious the further. Pandora, I knew she was hiding something. I could not what it was. So ultimately, it came down to I needed to trust somebody, and I couldn't trust Olivia, so I ended up trusting Nadine. Be a very good decision. And because I'd already been on at least one other mission with her, I went to Manhattan so I could tell Roland, but that didn't pan out. So ultimately, it was going to be either Nadine or Roland, ideally both. And I spent the entire game trying to figure out how to crew chat, and it didn't work.
But it did certainly change things. It did certainly affect things, and I look forward to seeing what you'll bring in the future, because Ryan has been incredibly fun to watch, and Madeline has left us. Goodbye. Welcome back.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of what I did was behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Which is both great, but also means that there's probably fewer questions on it.
Yeah, we had a lot of all the work you guys did, and all of the things you made were almost echo stitches for some of our players.
Yeah. I think we need to move to the next person. But thank you so
All right,
much,
sounds
Michael.
good.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you guys. You guys were amazing. And I can't stress enough how awesome and how grateful I am that you guys put in all the work for this. So
thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Alrighty, let's get Baxter in here. Goodbye.
Gonna just show off as we get Baxter my blue butterfly dice that Madeline got for me.
Yeah.
That are awesome.
Hello.
Hello.
Voice or I don't have a webcam, so
No problem.
No,
You've already got your beard
That's
reveal on the
the
picture.
Yep.
Yeah. Alrighty, so Baxter,
Yeah, what's up?
our bar guest.
Mm-hmm.
What do we have for Baxter? I can't even. I'm starting to get to the point of the day where I'm just like tired.
I mean,
Bax-
same.
Baxter, so you didn't have a gift.
No, I feel a little left out, honestly.
You would have. So I will say we had a gift planned for you, but the silver mummy was killed by your girlfriend.
Oh, gosh,
So
you know.
you would have
It's gonna be
likely
cool.
had some sort of silver mummy wrap tendril type of thing, or some sort of ability.
Ooh.
It could have been some ability where if you can find a certain thing, you can power yourself up, like the Silver Mummy's Consume ability. Or the other thing we were considering for it was just a driver's license, and you can just drive and summon a car.
Oh God.
Right.
We forgot to tell the inside joke of the silver mummy, and now we gotta wait for later.
The inside joke with
With the silver mummy, what inspired it?
I mean, isn't it the podcast thing?
Oh yeah, oh God, yeah, you all know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was like, I thought we already clarified it.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's but yeah, so we also had thought about giving you like something from Portugal if you guys ever dealt with Portugal, to try and find, because Nadine had Raja, but unfortunately, like, well, you were completely safe from Carl's Drain, you didn't have a unique special thing from that.
I know.
But
I was left out.
Baxter is a fantastic character. I love the growth, and just like you weren't as active at first, and then after the first mission you began to pick up more, and then after
There's a reason I had to be active now.
Right.
Yeah.
And after after meeting Nadine and Roland, just that, oh God, that was a great mission. And just the lemon shirt,
like hands.
the taking off the shirt.
Well, actually, funny story, everybody who's listening. 100% of the, I suppose, relationship can be attributed, at least in the very beginning, to.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It started when we were trying to really get access. Our cover was we were trying to pass off as Interpol or something, and so I came in as a tourist. So I was like, oh, I need to take off my stupid lemon print Hawaiian shirt. And no, it's just, does he have anything underneath? I'm like, oh, of course he does. This, he probably has a shirt. No, he shouldn't. Oh, well, okay, I guess he does. Just to humor Noah, and then it happened.
Now keep in mind, there's the question of I just pictured that, and then at the same time, Nadine was doing a move, and you had to roll help out.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
There's it was either from you or from me or from one of the players, one of the others, of just what if the help out was just because they were distracted by your shirt, and that became the horniest session.
It was quite horny. Especially when Delaware came, and then Roland also took off a shirt, and it was probably the best thing that's ever happened.
Yeah, it was just a
that session was wild. The whole time, I was puppeting Baxter, not puppeting, but I was in Baxter's personal character chat being like, here's your pure drive rolls. Roll for pure drive.
Yeah.
God, it was fantastic.
And I will say right now, Delaware was interested in all three of you. He
of
definitely
course.
had a
Why
thing
wouldn't
with
he
Roland
be?
at the end, but he was far... Now again, as you all learned, he's a fraud, and he got shoved into New Zealand, but... Delaware Johnson, Definitely interested in all three of you.
No thanks.
But, that was just such a good mission, and I just, I just want to say while we have you here, thank you so much for all of the wonderful artwork and things you have made.
No problem.
It is
Oh, yeah,
beautiful, it is
seriously.
amazing. You did not have to, but all of the emotes and things, it has made, just, a lot of people have changed the game on a game level, and Baxter has certainly done a lot there as well. But I just want to say, the feel of the game when people got all of those character arts, and you just could see who everyone was in the chats, it changed the feel of things completely in such a wonderful way.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the extremely cursed drawings of Echo with legs and front half fish human butt and all your wonderful artwork that you have shared and cursed us with.
Oh, no problem. It was fun to do.
Yeah.
Hopefully
We
in the
were
new
definitely-
game we could do something similar, but
Yes. And I will say, we definitely did, at a couple of points, get very, very excited for you on sessions, knowing that you would produce artwork. We were just like, yes, Emily's going to be there. So excited.
yeah, definitely.
But, yeah.
So thank you so much.
Trying to think of what more we have to say about Baxter. But
Baxter had an interesting thing where he was the most suspicious person of the blue butterfly in the swallow chat. In the butterfly
Wait, what do you
chat.
mean suspicious? As in suspicious
You,
to other
You just
people?
warmed
Or...
up the slowest.
Yeah.
You were the most suspicious of everything that was happening, and the slowest to warm up, and the least open to the butterfly and his shenanigans.
I mean, as the oldest person, he's probably like, oh, I don't know how I feel about this guy. It happened.
Very fair.
Sort of one of the things where I was sort of kicking myself every single time when this is sort of one thing I was wondering. When he first was able to sort of mentally link with the butterfly, you guys threw out the whole tower construct thing that was in his mind. And I was just like, oh shit, that's, something really important, right? And then every time I would bring it up in Butterflies, all of you youngins were, like, yeah, but, we don't have to think about that. And me out of character and in character, I was so frustrated.
And then it turned out that you spent 3 months hammering on that skyscraper.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Y'all should have listened to Dad here.
B was just blocking that out of his mind because he knew it was something to fear. Little did he know he'd befriend it and feed it pancakes eventually.
Right.
Terrifying.
Right.
Are there any moments or questions you would like to bring up?
No, not really. I am curious to hear what Nadine will say, so that is I'm hyped for that.
Oh yes. Okay.
Yes.
She is up
But it would
next.
be good things. So I will
looking
hop
forward
off.
to hanging out with you and talking about all this stuff more. Just slowly.
I mean, hopefully when Rona's over, but
Oh yeah.
All right, take care, guys. Thanks.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
And thank you for being awesome. All right. Next up
Nadine.
is Nadine or Nadine or
Hello.
Nadine.
Welcome.
You are muted.
You are muted.
Bum, 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 bum.
There we go.
There she is.
Hey.
Hello.
Ooh, we get a face reveal.
Hey.
Face, 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 face.
I don't know if it's working.
You've got the
I love
Nadine
the hat.
Oh, God.
Thank
I
you.
love
Oh wait, hold on. I need to.
It's,
There we go. Yeah.
it's so
Hi.
weird
Welcome.
to see all of these people who I've heard for
this
so long and always pictured in character but never seen, and it's great. But it's
Yeah.
Just so you
and
know,
it's-
this is this behind me. This is my green screen background for my Zoom meetings for work. I am posted up in the corner of my kitchen right now, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, I cannot even watch the stream. I muted it, but I can't even watch it. Okay, hold
yeah,
on.
the
Oh,
delay
yeah.
is too much. I would
There's
Please,
a lot of
open another
delay.
tab.
Hi!
Hello!
Hello.
How are you guys doing?
Pretty good.
It's been a long day. Jeez.
It has been a long day. I've been gotten very used to being on Discord for like 12 hours at a time.
Well, I drink. Yay.
Woo!
Resident wine ant, gotta get my drink on, so.
Oh yeah.
What's up?
Let's talk Nadine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got 4 people left. So, Nadine... Nadine was also similar to Baxter, another character that I don't think was as active early on, and then had a point where, like, you just very much picked up in the game.
I wonder when that was. No, I at first, all of this, like, playing on Discord and everything was very new to me. And so I wasn't really sure how to go about doing it. And then, honestly, for quite a while, I wasn't sure how I wanted to play her exactly. And then I would try something and I was like, man, I don't know. Like, there was a couple times I think I ended up butting heads, like, character-wise with people in the chats. And I was like, am I doing this wrong or what? And then I just kind of started to embrace it and it was fine. But yeah, I want to say, I feel like I think it was after the Boneworm mission, I was a little bit more invested, and then obviously after Egypt, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. After I just know Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, just
Yep, and yeah, I had prepared so much for that. I looked up the name of his assistant, and I had like 3 different tabs of stuff open on my computer just in case I needed to reference something. And then it ended up not being that big of a deal. But I was pretty proud of. Honestly, the name dropping is one of my favorite things that I did with Nadine.
Oh yeah, I love it.
It's
so good.
You are just that one character from The Good Place. But
yeah.
it was...
that was I did like that reference. I was like, oh yeah, kind of.
And then you have all of those established connections for Endgame, but yeah, I really liked the play between you and Baxter and you and Ryan with the biological aspect of things, and the relationship between the big game hunter and the monstrous is something that I really enjoyed.
Yeah, and it's funny because I never really thought about that. I don't even think it was until after the fact that I was like, oh, wait a second, that's actually kind of ironic and kind of funny. Like, that ended up being the thing because it wasn't my intention at first. I don't know if I've ever mentioned this, but I actually thought that it was going to be, if he would have been into it, if it was going to be like Nadine and Roland, actually. Was kind of like, well, if it was going to be anybody, it would probably be him. But then after the Egypt mission, it was too organic, and it was too much fun to not go with Baxter. So
I also had the moment of Nadine and Roland on Egypt where I was just like, oh, I can see it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but yeah.
Yeah.
But God, and then of course you got Raja.
Yes, Raja, who I wanted from the beginning.
and the role of Baxter rolling close enough to that room, getting a failure, which means you piss something off, and just having that pissed off relationship with Raja.
That was, that's your girlfriend's dog hates you. I love that. I thought that was hilarious.
But I will say that mission was one that could have gone a lot differently, so it was actually a negative consequence with a positive end, where otherwise you would have been able to recognize Raja, but it would have been a lot more of an ordeal to find him. Like, that was certainly a Where's Waldo of challenges, where the fact that you had Baxter with you, who would trigger a visceral response from Raja, like, that instantly solved the puzzle. You just had to deal with having your Yeti hate your boyfriend.
Yeah, luckily we were able to work that out, which I'm really glad, because I don't know if I could have forgiven you guys if we weren't able to make it work.
I had plans for him to just punch Baxter and be good, but he never got that punch out, so took some time.
No, he did on the roof. He did on the roof.
Right.
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
got
on
there
that
eventually.
mission. I mean, on that mission, so it took some time.
Yeah,
before
I
he
do.
did.
I'm just glad that Raja became a thing, because I remember when we were doing the character build chat back at the beginning, we were talking about how we were going to have to change the way I wrote Nadine just a little bit, because I think I'd said that she was saved from a werewolf or something, and you guys were like, that can't work because of what we're doing. And I can't remember exactly how it came about, but at one point Noah was like, well, what if you just found a Yeti or something? And that's kind of how this started. And then we started joking about the idea of her having the Yeti with her later on. And you guys were like, well, maybe, but I think at that time it felt kind of dismissive. I was like, oh no, I'm locked in on this now. This is I'm gonna make this happen.
And then you did.
It gave us the opportunity to put, and you got sort of that first inkling with the map magic of there is something under the world. The world is not just what's on this map.
It was entirely that beautiful clue was entirely wasted on me, I feel like, because I didn't get it at all.
It was also just a really cool night that you set up for us to have in your prep. Of you laid out the whole ritual, you wrote the story, it was just gorgeous.
Yeah, that was a little bit back more into my wheelhouse, the kind of RP that I'm used to. So I was like, I'm gonna make this work for me.
Yeah.
And it did.
Just Nadine was a very good character. I'm glad we got to see more of her as the game progressed, and
I'm glad you guys let me do the third-party things. I know that it's not, that it wasn't a super familiar playbook or anything, but I had a lot of fun when I had the idea, and so I'm just glad that I got to play her. I thought it was cool.
To be honest, as we've told some people, this was both of our second time ever running the game. The first time being a one-shot for the other person, so all of the playbooks were unfamiliar. But,
oh, okay.
Yeah, we wanted to use that, but we also didn't know how balanced it would be, so it worked out well, and...
Yeah.
I will say, there were playbooks, the third-party playbooks, that we were absolutely not. The meddling kid, we were just we can't.
Oh yeah, no. Some of those are kind of weird, but I liked this one, and I liked the. I don't think I wrote anything for it, but I just thought the luchador was a funny one. So
both of those they're better.
Your flavor of the big game hunter is a very good flavor, and I like it as more of a
thank you
capture and study and rescue.
Mm-hmm. Though I do wonder how the Nadine-Ryan dynamic would have turned out if you had gone full-on trophy hunter.
Oh gosh, yeah, probably not. If I don't see how you can go on, be full trophy hunter and not just kind of be an asshole.
Yeah.
And I like theoretically I love the the wall asshole character. Or evil or whatever, but I get very apprehensive about things, and so I think that I wouldn't have been able to really do that justice, and so I was just I don't know, and plus like I said, I'm new to playing through Discord and stuff like that, and then I'm also super new to Monster of the Week and a lot of RPG games and stuff, so I was well, I'd better play something at least emotionally is a little bit more like me in the sense, and especially when I'm trying something out, I'm a little bit more reserved, a little bit more let me see and watch and see how it works, and everything. And so then as I got my feet wet and I started to understand, I was okay, now I can open up and now I can really, start.
Someone just mentioned in chat that was a bit as well. It's
say that one
you
more
you
time.
took a while to get comfortable.
You cut out.
Rooftop RP.
Ah, yes.
So fantastic.
It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. It was good to kind of have some of the that bit of just romance, and even I know that you guys got onto it a couple times. We're hey, stay in character, and I had to every now and then just kind of take that step out and just because I could not handle how cute it was.
Oh no, you two were hands down cutest couple. Honestly, it was adorable.
I'll wait for my plaque in the mail.
Yeah,
We have a word somewhere.
it was very good.
It was really
Nadine
really
was
great.
a very good character, and I'm glad, again, from what Downtown, or what Ferret was saying about that story, I'm glad you found the game and decided you wanted to join, and that even after it seemed like, because it was a while before that post, and between then and when things really got started, I'm glad you both stuck around and became a part of this.
Yeah, I was there was a time or two in there where I was worried and I was like, well, I guess it's not gonna happen. Darn, But so I'm glad. And obviously Ferret, awesome that you stuck around too. It was a lot of fun. I wish that he and I got to go on a mission together. That would have been so much fun, but
next time.
Yeah.
Yeah. But just when Noah was like, oh yeah, I put this on Reddit and we have a few random people, I was like, oh boy, but you guys are fantastic.
Don't worry, I'm one of the 5 good people on the internet. It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, can I show you guys something that I made the other day?
Oh, sure.
I made a Baxter head. I don't know if you can see it very well, but
oh my god, that's adorable.
That is amazing.
So cute.
This is what I do when I have to listen to webinars at work for work. So, but yeah. Emily, this is coming to you. I'm gonna send it to you.
That's so cute.
So, anyway.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, I think we may be moving on. Do you have any other questions?
Do you have any final questions or things?
Oh god, see, I had something earlier and now I can't remember what it was. I had the question about what would have happened if I screwed up the scrying ritual, but because what I was terrified of at that time was if I didn't get that right, and that's why I ended up having to use the luck on it, was that we're gonna have a Yeti eat me. That's what I thought was going to happen.
No, the Yeti was always there, and they could be found. It's just you wouldn't have gotten any information toward that, and you probably would have gotten hurt. But
it's all good.
I think what we had set out on a 6- was you stumble across a snow leopard and you have that. You might take a little bit of harm from that, but it wasn't too bad.
I think
that's what would have happened because I had it. That's what another thing that I loved is that I never thought of Nadine as much of a magical character, and so I feel like every time I tried to do any kind of weird roles, I failed them, and I was super happy about that. I was like, this is perfect. This is so on brand.
It did work very well.
I think what we would have actually done is give you a very clear clue that was wrong of where to go, and you would try and submit an investigation or something to find them, or encourage you to do that, which would create a monster and not your Yeti. And you would instead have to fight a Yeti that is clearly not the one you knew.
Yeah.
Oh, I do remember what I was going to ask, because you guys talked about how Baxter didn't have an item.
Yes.
Did you have one for me? Because I didn't have one either, and it was something that I was kind of jealous about.
So for you, you also could have potentially gone from the Silver Mummy, though if it was between 2 or 3 people, we tried to give it to someone who had a specific moment in that adventure.
Oh yeah, then that would have been
Baxter had the punch. I'm trying to think of if there were any later items you were on. We also looked at Portugal, but we also knew you had the Yeti, which would give you a big bonus inside and was a special unlock for you.
That's true. Yeah.
So we weren't as thinking about, how do we get an item for this? But yeah, unfortunately, there was no mission that gave you the item. The bone worm was killed on that, and so you could have gotten something from the bone worm. There are a lot of possibilities, but you ended up on Ryan's team, which helped of killing the monsters, but also kept people from getting those last few items.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's fine. I wasn't in any of the cool kid groups either. It's fine. Whatever.
Now you're part of the cool
You
Echo
weren't in-
group.
You weren't in the cool kids groups, but you did have a lot of free belief going into the end game, and you did make some good plays.
I used it all at the end.
You did. It was wild.
All the free belief was gone. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you
It
lived.
worked out. Yeah, so I'm good.
Okay. Thank you for talking to us.
Yeah, thanks
Okay.
for having me.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Roland. If he's available. Oh,
Oh.
there he is.
There he is.
He is on the way. There he
Then
is.
we will do, after Roland, we will do Morgan and then Lyra, and have I forgotten anyone? I think that is
I
everyone
don't think
who
so.
said they're available.
Hello.
Hello!
Hi.
Hello, face cam.
Oh, wait,
Oh,
is it on? Wait,
it
I
went-
can't see me.
It's there.
Hello.
Hi.
I can't see me, but apparently you can see me, so that's good enough.
Yeah,
What's
we can
up?
see you. Hello. I love the close-up of the beer.
Gotta stay on brand.
That's fair.
Roland
So let's talk
Montgomery.
Roland,
Sad old man Roland, yeah.
our
So,
artificer.
sort of, yeah. Yeah, no, it's an interesting ride.
So, I want to start with
Hmm?
something early on, and talk about one of my
Go
big
for it.
fuck-ups with the game. Which was naming a character to go with the
Oh,
fancy name
yeah.
Raphael Montgomery at Bash, which
Yeah.
then became a
Is-
part of the clue.
It's like, hello, I'm a Montgomery.
Was the one time
Yeah.
we had a character I don't think we cost you belief for this, but basically believe yeah, this
Well-
person's probably my relative, and
That was a luck move sort of thing, that was
Yeah.
where you did the expert tie in the background thing for using luck. It was like, well, this
Yeah.
isn't your background as an expert, but it's your background. So it's like, yeah, no, it makes sense.
Yeah. The other
Got a
thing
cool
that
2
we-
mil.
You have a lot of money now. You're rich. You still eat ramen.
I can't take it with me.
I have a
Yeah.
list of things to discuss with you, but a few important things I want to go to. One, you became sort of a magic item smith later in the game, which was an interesting take on the class. I keep jumping around, but before I get too deep, I want to give an apology, which was that this game, based on just the set of the game, we really should not have allowed the expert as a class, and it worked, but definitely
Yeah.
made it harder.
No, I was thinking about it. In the last battle, I think 4 out of my 6 moves didn't work.
Or cost.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so that was, less than ideal, but,
And that was definitely on
something.
us.
But you became sort of a magic item smith, which was an interesting new direction that I really liked, and I'd want to call out something that Christian asked us directly, which we had mentioned to him, or we had just mentioned there was other ways of reducing the cost of magic. You had your magic laboratory, so that also had the
Yes.
cost. Had you and Christian gotten together, you could have made something crazy big for a crazy low cost if you had gone on a mission together. And spent the
that's a little bit on me, because because of the lockdown and everything, I've been stuck here at home with, a shitty little laptop and
Right.
horrible internet. So, I was pretty inactive for the majority of Endgame. I was sort of laughing about it, because, not only did I miss the wedding, I missed the entire marriage between Cassia and Olivia. Which
Oh, no.
felt like a little bad in retrospect. It's like, oh, well, till death did you part, I guess.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that was a little dark, but
Yeah, just a little.
But
yeah.
the whole backstory with you and your kids and the Mickey Mouse hat, and then also just coming to terms with the fact that your kids don't actually exist. It's not that they don't
Yeah,
love you,
no.
it's that they love you because you thought they didn't love you.
Yeah, no, that was, I mean, other people had elements of that too, right? Where it's like, oh God, this shitty world that I've been living in all along was a creation of my own design. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that was an element, like, there's an in-character element to my quietness during Endgame as well, because Roland was just like, you know, incredibly just broken up, depressed, everything about just like, oh God, this is the life I've created for myself. I'm literally like a backstory character in my own life. But yeah, no, that was a big one for him.
But yeah,
I forget where I was going with that.
I still really love Roland as a character, and especially just you, like, still I maintain that the Silver Mummy mission is one of my favorites, and that was because of the chemistry of all three of you. And
that was definitely my favorite, far and
Some of my
away.
favorite RP moments were at the beginning of the Sweet Peas New York mission, with you just driving around in New York in your van, trying to find like where the other two were.
Hey, we're a college-age kid and like a 14-year-old, I think, still at the time. Like, let's meet up in a public park. And Roland rolls up, and like, I'm a 50-ish-year-old man in an unmarked van. Hey, kids, come on over. Get in here. We're going to the big old plant building thing.
And there was just like 15 minutes where we would cut to Roland still in traffic, cut back to the park, cut to Roland. It was so good.
Oh God, there are
And
so
then
many
you
great
made-
moments with Roland.
It was so good. I know there's been a little bit of issue with the umbrella and the fact it didn't have a super snazzy effect in the end game.
Yeah, I mean, because when we were designing it, I kind of like had the impression there's going to be a lot of stuff going on during the last mission. So I was like, so for the umbrella, I don't want to just be like a passive thing over the whole time. I would rather like, you know, a short term, you know, very tangible effect. And then it was like, nah, it's just. But it ended up, what, like you said, doing effectively 10 damage to him, or like a little bit more because of the quick stand as well.
It ended up preventing a lot of things he could have done. It ended up like, you saw that 4 harm attack he did to everyone. Imagine that happening a lot more regularly and even more powerful. And him constantly saying up, like, now people have -1 to attack. Now, like, that was his whole shtick, and it killed that, but I will say it was a weighing of going with something more flashy to going with something we knew would actually have a use on the fight, where a big effect wouldn't be effective against Carl, and we didn't want we wanted the last action to be noticeable, but we also didn't want to feel wasted, and if it was a one-off effect, that wasn't something that would...
It was just with, like...
Yeah.
The lack of narration made it feel like it wasn't doing anything at the time, except for, you know, draining so much belief that we couldn't save Lyra at the end. You know?
Oh, it did not make a difference.
It was kind of a
Lyra
bad
was
deal at
so
the
dead.
time.
Hannah's gonna come in
Well, we
here
only
and be
missed it by
like...
2, right?
She was dead by like 8.
The rules for that final
I thought
thing-
that we healed her down to like 9 harm.
You healed her down. She needed to heal 2 or 3 more harm. So you needed to heal her by 3 or else she would have been dead. And that would have been
I think like 20-ish belief went into the umbrella.
That would have been more.
There's at least like 20 into the umbrella. That's what I'm saying.
Except for the fact that the person who put the most amount of belief into the umbrella was Lyra, who didn't have a hand in saving herself. So that wouldn't have helped in the finale.
I guess.
The thing I wanted to spotlight with the umbrella, I wanted to bring up was the most tags out of the game. The most expensive item of the game.
Well, it was worth 75 or something, right?
Yeah,
Sorry.
weighing in at a whopping 75 belief, the most expensive ritual ever conducted in the game to make that item, which had the best tags, and we were really proud And I do want to say, I wanted to give it more flavor and say, like, the salt's falling, the salt's spreading, you see the salt swirling around Carl and all that, but we had to abandon flavor to keep that fight running smoothly. It was so hectic.
But it was just like, with that being like 3 of my luck and then the sword being 2, and you saying like, that was explicitly useless except for, metagame fail fodder. Yeah. So that was just sort of like a bad feel where it's like, oh, like I killed myself for, no visible.
I'm sorry that the sword ended up being useless. That was that was where it could make your character a lot better, but in Ryan's hands, like Ryan had the super powerful glaive. We were trying to say, you can use it to make someone more powerful. You could give it to Lyra to do something crazy, but for Ryan, Ryan already had a super-powered weapon that just was directly connected to his abilities.
Yeah.
It was just like, my thing was that originally it had been crafted, for Ryan, and when I was trying to upgrade it all along, I was trying to keep that in mind, because Roland had this whole thing where, his backstory didn't get brought up much, but he effectively was the mundane sidekick to the chosen one of a previous generation, not the actual playbooks or anything like that. We talked about that, way back when. And so it was just oh shit, Ryan is a connection. I see the parallel. This is my duty now. I'm the old man to this young new hero,
Yeah.
And that archetype was really cool to watch unfold and really cool to see. I also just love, we didn't get too much of your backstory like you said, but we did get one very important thing, which was the name of the villain that your previous hero defeated.
Everybody, if you look at the names of everybody in my backstory, I made them all just super tropey.
They're all puns.
Anybody who doesn't know, Darlaku, so, an anagram of Dracula, was the big bad vampire. The main character hero guy is Marty Stew. His rival character, aka the Lancer of the 5-man band, is named Lance. The big guy is named Hugh because he's huge. And then the old man of that group was Mr. Exposition.
Yeah, it was a lot.
That was one thing. I was so disappointed because it seemed like such a low-hanging fruit when we got to Endgame, where it's just oh, we have Mr. B, we have this, alphabetical building. Where's Mr. X?
Yeah.
But they'd never been brought in or anything, so based on the overall lore of the world, it didn't really make sense. But it seemed like an easy sort of shoe-in. But
I didn't even think about that. That would have been interesting to see in character.
Because I had written him as the ultimate archmage of my world originally or whatever. There's some.
That was where we had the rule of if backstory isn't brought in by the player, we can't bring it in. So. But there's one thing, as we're getting lower on time, that I do want to make sure we get to with you, because it is pretty important, even though it's not technically as much about Roland. Let's talk about Damien.
Oh god, Damien, the best character, hands down. I didn't summon him nearly enough. That was my mistake.
He didn't come in on the Minotaur mission and just Damien.
That was 2 turns.
I know.
I was oh, I see the plane. I wanted that plane ahead of time. And it's oh, it's going to take 3 turns to fix that plane. I noticed it on my first turn. It's okay, turn 2, I'm getting to the plane. Oh, that was one mission I found a little anticlimactic because the sword was oh, if you roll a 12 plus, it decapitates someone. And we're okay, we're going to set up this big, cool combo move. I'm in the background okay, I'm playing backup just in case. They set up this big, cool thing. And then so many people mess up. I think 3 different people used luck on that combo attack for it. And it's just well, at that point, we're guaranteed to win. That's just... It's anticlimactic from a gameplay perspective. That's just okay, we'll just guarantee the win, whatever.
Right, and it was exactly what Carl was trying to push you to do, to waste that belief, to waste that luck, and that was a Carl organized mission. But back to fucking Damien. Just How did you feel just getting his card and then being told, this is a magic item, you can now summon Damien?
Oh, that was... Oh, I was so hyped at the time. It was basically the greatest thing that I got. That was better than the Pest Dispenser, for sure. Those came from the same mission, and it's just magic item, get moves from the Monstrous playbook. Give me this fucking business card.
That was good.
But yeah, that was very fun. I definitely should have summoned him basically every time, but he wasn't really a good fit a lot of the time.
Yeah, he's chaotic.
Because Egypt, it was oh, mixed success. Wonder what happens. And it's just nah, he just gets bussed by the feds.
Yeah. I mean,
fuck you, Dave.
The rules are
diplomatic immunity forever.
He is right there, or he is somewhere nearby and can try and get to you in time, or he's just he's not nearby and he is in danger.
Right.
Fucking.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, no, he was definitely a good one. Damien was the greatest NPC, hands down.
Oh yeah, the fan favorite for sure.
Yeah,
mine at least.
Yeah,
and we have some art of him that Emily made, but yeah, Damien immune to. Damien, diplomatically immune.
Just permanent diplomatic immunity in Egypt. Just gonna raid all the pyramids now.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ches, for being an awesome part of this game. And I hope...
No, thank you guys for running it.
I hope we have a happier character from you next time.
Yeah.
Even though it's a darker game.
Yeah, and knock on wood, a more complete character arc, because, I knew I was doomed, but being told you just disappear off screen is exactly the most satisfying character death. Might be exactly the least satisfying one, but
Yeah.
I realized it was going on time and whatnot, but I was hoping for some final moment or whatnot, and not just you're gone now, buddy.
A number of people got nuked.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's true, but it's not exactly the most satisfying end to a character arc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We definitely could have handled that better, or could have had it be... The big debate going on for us, I'll just reveal this right now, was do we kill them off in the final battle, or do we have it be that they just can't travel with the others, and that they're going to get that last week of goodbye? But the issue that poses is then... based on how all of the players were acting, we would have a week of everyone trying to figure out how we could save them and how we could break. And the game was set up that that's what happens when you...
That the game was over then, yeah.
Yeah, so it was that decision to spend that last luck. But...
Yeah, I still would have been preferable, have some moments for a last, set of words or something, but yeah, I get it.
Yeah. But
next time you will have plenty of time to say goodbye to people.
The whole game to say goodbye.
The whole game. Yeah.
We're all just so dying. Yep. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you.
Peace.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Cheers. Drink Tecate.
Oh, God. Bye.
All right.
Gus.
We have a Gus.
Holy shit, that scared me. I was so into the stream.
You definitely want to mute that, by the way.
Hello, Gus. Face reveal.
Hello.
That's what you look like.
Oh yeah, we had no idea.
Beautiful. Mwah. Chef's kiss.
Thank
you.
So Morgan is another character I have to start off with an apology for. That we trapped you in the mirror world for so long. It did end up with you having a large stockpile of belief and being able to do a lot of stuff late game, but it also cut you out for quite a bit, which part of this game, and I will say this for everyone, is that we're running with a mix of people we don't know, a mix of people we sort of know, and a mix of people that we know intimately. Gus is someone who's been in pretty much every game I've ran. And
yeah, basically Noah popped my D&D cherry with Numenera.
Oh god. But and specifically I try when it comes to RPing I try when it comes to RPing to read the players, try and figure out what they enjoy and what they want, and give them that, as well as give them challenges as tailored to them as I can. And so with many of my players, I tend to like have a good judge, like with Christian and Michael. With Gus, you're definitely a bit harder to read just because you're typically chill with everything. So, so making an interesting story to get you really involved can be a bit more difficult. That you're good to get involved, but like tailoring to you is difficult.
Yeah, no, definitely it's hard because like at times where like I get like overwhelmed with like out of character stuff and shit. I sometimes like lose track of what was happening in Echoes. That's why I was both AFK.
Right.
So even before I was trapped in the mirror world. So being in the mirror world actually made it an in-game reason for me to be AFK.
Yeah, and I think that ended up working out with how much you were able to play and then getting you back in later. And just, God, that was a traumatic experience for Morgan.
Oh man, no. When you described what was happening, I was like, holy shit. I'm ready for this because I know you always have something interesting planned, but so you're not trapped in the mirror world. Take one harm. They didn't come to get you again. Take another harm. You just kept going until I had 0 harm left. And thank God I chose the Postman rings. Wait, was it the Postman? No, it was the...
it was...
The Long Goodbye.
The Long Goodbye, where you can't die with an open case. And I would not have taken that as the route if you didn't have the open case, but just proved to be so interesting to me for a mission to, like, rescue this person, but also, before you get out, you have to heal them somehow. And
yeah, if I had not been healed at all, I would have just died and...
Yeah, because the case would be over. The case of the missing Morgan. But I got to... And your play of Mirror Morgan was very fun. And just the moment... We lost Madeline again. But just the moment of... like... Any other, most of the other players were like very careful about the whole mirror people thing. Meanwhile, you're asked to write your name, just completely forget, write your name.
Oh, yeah.
It's clearly backwards. Give it up right away.
Basically, since I have player intrusion on Thursdays and I also play D&D, so and since I rarely did much of the week before, and it was like very irregular for me to join in, I forgot the rules. So when Madeline said, "Hey, roll under pressure," I was like, "Wait, what? What is that? What did I do?" I forgot to roll under pressure for writing my name.
I will say, I should not have asked you to do that because canonically it's not something you can control.
Yeah.
But I wish you had been given the opportunity to resist anyway.
Well,
yeah, I mean, I just forgot.
Yeah, it was like he was asked to write his name. He could have made up an excuse. That was the whole thing of the mirror people can't do that, like need to make up an excuse.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Just,
yeah,
that was just such a great scene. Again, shout out to Emily's art of that scene. Of
honestly, that scene is
at your hand.
Best art.
But I had a lot of fun with I thought you as the mirror person was a lot of fun. And then later in the game, I will just say for the song parody I was writing, you know Portal, you know that song. One thing I was thinking instead of, and Carl's now gone, we're at a new dawn, the real lyric is, and the science gets done, and you make a neat gun. And I was thinking of changing that lyric to, and believing gets done, Morgan's arm is now a gun for... And there's people who...
Oh yeah, the gun arm that I never used at all.
Yeah, unfortunately, like, I like, this isn't blame, this isn't, like... likely you would have been on that last mission if Lyra wasn't, so that would have been interesting to see, but it was good to have Lyra back, and that definitely shaped the finale, so. But I do want to go over with you what your Bond thing was and the secret of the bathrooms. So, had you been...
Secret of the what?
The secret of the bathrooms. Had you been in the final battle, you would have been... had you been in the final battle, you would have been able to instantly make mirror structures, no limit, at a much larger scale. And, specifically, if you had ever walked into the bathrooms in Echo, which we mentioned a few times, you would have found the bathrooms have no mirrors. Outside of the room where the Mirror Queen was being kept, there were no wall-mounted mirrors in Echo, thus only you could access the mirror storage from there. And specifically, if there are no mirrors on the wall, if you look at the wall in front of where the sinks would be, or where the sinks are, you just feel a sense of like self-hatred and disappointment, as you do when looking in front of a normal mirror. But
yeah,
and part of the reason was that we justified strong emotions fuel strong monsters. Carl, when trying to create Lobsterman and Moonspider, and the Yetis, Lobsterman and Moonspider were testing things out. The Yetis were testing out placing monsters in someone else's universe to get them willing to come here. The specific of the mirror people was he was working off of something he feared, which was something out of his control, something that can handle belief, and he was afraid of mirrors. He did not like what he had become and was afraid of seeing himself. So had you create a mirror structure, that would have just offered +1 ongoing to everyone working against Carl, because he would just be inherently afraid.
A narcissist who is afraid of mirrors.
After what happened to him, it makes sense.
Yeah. That is true. Poor narcissists.
But are there any moments or any things you want to talk about or bring up or ask?
Let's see. Moments I enjoyed so far, Roland's Drunken Arcade. That was the best. Also, the accidental rivalry between Downtown and Morgan. That was
So very good. Yeah. Oh, your code.
Yes, your code. Would you like to reveal what your code was?
Yes, so my code was save life at all costs. Overall, any life at all costs.
So if you had...
So I tried to avoid to kill anything at all.
If you had the ability to save someone on a mission, you needed to, or you would lose your code. So the Downtown mission, where Downtown wanted to eat people, like, that was directly against your code. That would lose all your bonuses if you let Downtown eat someone and you ended up winning out.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. That was interesting, because he wanted to eat every single person right in front of him. Like,
oh yeah.
The security
that whole
guard.
mission was just Downtown being like, "Can I?" and Morgan being no.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was definitely a good code.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was very interesting RP wise.
I'm glad.
Especially when it became you have to save the other hunters, kind of was the
true
aspect
yeah.
of it.
Had you been in the final battle, you would have basically been required to, and it was the last move, but you would have needed to spend all of your remaining belief to save Lyra, basically, if you wanted to keep your code. But, because you weren't down there was nothing you could do, so.
Yeah, it happens. You win some, you lose some. Actually, I was planning at the beginning to have Morgan die at some point in the game. That never happened. I was planning to do heroic sacrifice, since my original idea was just this grumpy person who saw everyone as a coworker. No attachments, but I mean, I don't know. But I think part of me slipped in, so I had to
yeah.
Which is why.
Yeah.
And that's a bit of the story of everyone, but
Yeah.
I do want to answer a question from the chat. What was involved with why Morgan specifically went to the mirror realm? It was set that the mirror people are set up, and there was a mirror room, and so they went to do any last exploring because I really want someone to explore around because there was something there, and he decided to check out that room before they left. And there he got swapped, and it was just
basically what happened. We finished the mission, and then I can't remember keeping a mental note in my head of how Echobot repeated the words Atbash and mirror. And since there was a mirror room in the Atbash manual, I was making a connection there. So I said, there might be something in the mirror room. So I went in there. No one asked me to do a roll. I rolled. So I
You cut out there, but you rolled the mirror resisting roll.
Yeah, I rolled the mirror resisting roll. I rolled so goddamn awful, and yeah.
You were in there, and you were trapped.
I was in there for like 6 months. Wait, no.
Yeah, it was a long time.
Wow. But I know, and then the worst thing was when during the winter break. I just got a message from Madeline saying, hey, Baxter told me that she's thinking that Morgan's just lonely stuck in the mirror realm during Christmas.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll try and get you in for our Christmas one-shot, because Morgan deserves a happy Christmas, and even though that one-shot's not going to be a happy Christmas, it's going to be ho-ho-hoo boy.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, Noah's already got a monster for that.
The world has created a monster for that.
But yeah, I wish I could have done more, but at the same time, I'm glad I didn't since I saved up some of that belief. But I'm excited to see what Terminus has.
Yeah.
Let's see, any other points? Oh yeah, my backstory and old Morgan stuff. Usually when I play my characters, I try to improvise. No one knows. Basically, my first character, Knave, I just said, I just want to play this dude. I have no idea what backstory, and I had no one make the backstory. But for this one, I had to improvise the whole thing. So I didn't even know if I wanted Morgan to be a girl or a guy, since I was unsure to play another girl character after playing Elsa in Player Intrusion. But that's why I chose for the gender-neutral names for both Morgan and his partner.
Aha.
I didn't know anything yet.
Well, I really enjoyed Morgan as a character, and he was a lot of fun. And I look forward to seeing what you bring in Terminus.
Of course. Also, why wanted a coin?
What?
So why a coin for the mirror coin?
We tried to have a different just item type for everything. So going with something mirroring, we already had a necklace in play, we already had a ring, and jewelry didn't seem to fit for what we wanted to do. So making it something holdable, but that you'd keep with you, like a large coin felt like the best way to make something out of a mirror-y thing, rather than a diamond ring or earrings, which were similar to stuff already in play. We had to get creative as the game went on.
Yeah, makes sense. So do you have any other questions? I don't remember. I think I had one. Yeah. Oh yeah, what was your favorite from?
Oh gosh.
Can you say that one more time? You cut out for me.
So as a keeper, what was your favorite Morgan moment?
Him dying in the mirror realm. No,
You know what?
I just love. I mean, we didn't get to talk about, but him and Army.
Army.
That was
oh my
a
God.
horrifying thing. An armed centipede spider thing that becomes your familiar, but is also a robot.
Oh yeah, curse knowledge, everyone. So Madeline said that basically I had the choice to choose whatever body part I wanted to swap, and whatever body part I chose, I would have had to fight against it. But thanks to Sage, I didn't have to. We didn't have to fight. But just imagine me just offering my skeleton, having a skeleton me, like a skeleton cyborg, just follow me.
Yeah, you have just had your skeleton just following you Spooky, scary skin.
Yeah. Oh man.
But you could have also had like your skin as just a weird skin jellyfish. There is a lot of different stuff it could have been, but
It could have been your neck.
could have been your neck as a slinky.
My neck.
A slinky neck.
Oh my god.
You're
Oh.
very welcome for that mental image, chat. Everyone.
Emily, if you want to make art of that, go ahead. If not, save yourself.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay. Anything?
All right, then.
Any other burning questions? I'm sure y'all will
Uh,
think of something.
I think we do need to move.
Oh, yeah. So what was your favorite, / least favorite Morgan RP, and why was it the Hot Pocket conversation and just out of nowhere with Baxter?
It was the Hot
ASMR.
Pocket. I love the ASMR.
Yeah, that was it. It was just literally like.
I literally just saw a video of
soothing.
someone doing the same thing, and then I just trying to see like about it.
Okay. I think we gotta kick you out now, even though I do want the audio clip of Hot Pocket ASMR because it was very soothing in a weird way.
Yeah, someday we'll just jump into the next one shot. That would be just Morgan's ASMR.
Amazing. Okay, thank you, Gus.
Thank you, Gus.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Good night.
All right, our last person, as Madeline brings them in, just a quick answer. What is going to be Kassia's final battle benefit? We didn't have one prepped for Kassia at that point, but we had loose ones for Lyra, Vixen, and Marcus, but we prepared those a bit later into the game. Those were not there from the beginning. Welcome,
Hannah.
You're muted.
Hannah.
Final
You are
face
muted.
reveal.
Hello, I will hopefully appear.
Oh, there you are. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. I'm in a shady place. How are y'all?
Good.
Tired, but good. This is the final thing of the talkback.
Oh, here we go. Happy ends.
Yeah, indeed. So Lyra came out of nowhere for the final battle. Chose the best move in the entire game for her level up option, and then proceeded to wreck us.
That's pretty much who she was as a person, to be
Yeah.
honest. It fit her RP really well. But as Madeline and Noah know, I had like a lot going on this year. So that's why I really am. So whatever the feud strength or I was fucking hey. As for the Wallace Street mission in particular, for those of you who didn't know, that was actually going to be my last mission because I was going to leave Echo. But then I had so much fun that I was like, no, I'll figure it out. I'll move things around. I love this world too much and this character. So for those of you who are worried, I'm kind of glad that Lyra died just because I think it was the most fitting end to her arc. Just because she was born a selfish person. All she wanted in Echo was to get the money Wallace Street stolen from her family back, not even for her family, just for herself. And then when she did that and captured Street, she went on the mission because she started to care about these other people around her. And then finally making like that last selfless sacrifice that doesn't pay out in the end for her is like, wish I wrote that.
You're the one person who died without using up all of your luck because you put yourself in a position where it wasn't damage that could be avoided, it wasn't a roll that could be undone, and it was a situation where it was too quick to resurrect you. It was
Exactly.
just it needed to be done there.
Yeah, like for those of you who don't know, the move, I didn't level up the entire game because I kept not being sure if I was going to be able to play again or not. So when I was in the final battle, I was like, oh, I have 2 level ups that I've just never done. Can I take this move Berserk? And basically the move is just, you can sustain as much damage as you want or is inflicted during the battle, but you cannot die. So even though my max harm was 7, I was at 18 harm the guy at Number, I kind of knew that there was no way to come back, and that's why I also find it funny that Lyra was the only one to survive out of the two who went on the mission, when both of them had very emo reactions at the beginning, which wasn't in the mission report, of like, oh, we may not come back from this. And Lyra's like, it's okay. Like, who cares? Like, we're going to go to Rite Aid and get cake after this. Like, it'll be okay.
The optimist to the end.
Oh,
Queen
for sure.
Of Starbucks. Yeah.
Oh, Queen of Starbucks. Always with the Starbucks in her hand. That was the worst part about the world not being real, was that Starbucks wasn't real.
Starbucks was in your heart all along.
Yeah, but yeah, not a very frequent player, but you just came in and, like I've been mentioning, you have perhaps the best character, my favorite moment of just chaos in the game, which is just walking into Wallace Street's office and standing on his desk.
Oh yeah.
Which was so peak Lyra, and then you just managed to defuse that whole situation and trick him into turning himself in. It was a power move.
Oh yeah, it was definitely boring for downtown though, because I know that he wanted to munch, but I know Lyra was proud to outwit. Like that was the true battle for her, to prove that she was better than him mentally and smarter than her parents also, and so she felt satisfied. And also didn't feel the need to rescue him because she thought he was a jackass and was just like, he can disappear out of existence for all I care. I got what I needed.
You know, I respect that. I respect that plot arc for Lyra. It was so good. And it was such a joy to have you kind of come back out of nowhere. It was amazing.
Just being like, hey guys, I exist. Sorry, I've been gone, but love y'all. Yeah. That was pretty much Lyra's whole motif throughout the game.
It was great. Do you have any burning questions for us? Or
yes. Well,
not about your horrible character idea for T.
Oh no, I'm not going to talk about that. That's a whole other day. But
I want to know what this is.
I'll tell you later.
Please do.
But basically, my main question is, if I had rescued Wallace, what would I have been able to do with him on the final mission? Like, would he have done anything?
So, it's a bit difficult because, first off, you would have needed to get to the advanced level up. So, you would have needed, like, 3 more levels to get that bonus. We had it set that, you would also...
Uh-oh.
Oh, no!
What?
Noah!
Am I gone?
You're roboting. The last thing we
back
heard
now?
was, you're back now, sort of. The last thing we heard was we had it set that, and then you kind of died.
Oh, no, that was just me waffling normally. I didn't say anything after that.
You were also a robot for it, though.
I may have been a robot, but I didn't say anything. I was just going,
Okay, okay.
It was convenient.
We actually messed up a bit with your character plans, which we never ended up changing because it didn't seem like they would happen. Which was that we had planned to have your bonus be you could reassign your wronged to Echo, not realizing that was already an advanced level up option for the class. So we didn't actually have a personal bonus planned for you. If you rescued Wallace, but your group bonus would be that you could choose one word to try and imprint on everyone permanently as a tag. So, similar to the downtown bonus, giving some sort of bonus to every other player.
That's fun.
And then in the final battle, it would probably be you just have the ability... Well, like, I would like to think it would be something of Wallace Street being able to use the pen additional times on each person. So maybe acting through that, like, well, you can attack and fight and do things. Wallace Street could use that to enhance the other players or something. But we didn't have a plan for that because it didn't look like that was going to happen.
That's
I
fair.
also had a thing for Wallace that if you had an option, if you had tried to rescue him, of rewriting his contract. So you had a lesson there somewhere, like, situations you must do this, and he would have been bound by that. So you could have been like, you have to physically attack Carl, or if someone's going to take lethal harm, you have to die instead. Any of that could have been written into his terms of service, for lack of a better term. And I kind of wish we'd gotten to see that. But...
well, what I would have done is I would have allowed him to eat mangoes and switched that sucky clause with like the new one you just described. So then at least he would have been like, well, my life may only last a week, but I can at least eat mangoes again.
Yeah, he would have been very happy with that.
That fucking mango thing of just like Madeline and I walking, like sitting around a table trying to figure out what his rules would be. Me just BSing like, we should have like one joke one just to be whoever wrote the contract be a dick of just like, he can't enjoy mangoes. Not he can't eat them, he just can't enjoy them.
He can eat them all he wants, but he doesn't like it.
It's so sad.
It's very sad.
Two things. One thing I just want to quickly say, because we're not gonna get to go over this, and we're probably ending shortly after Lyra finishes, but because Vixen's not coming on, Vixen's jacket allowed her to turn 2D, and like stealth along walls and stuff, basically a link between worlds. The bonus would have been when you use your 2D ability, you can make a weird or tough roll to break the surface you are on, coming out of 2D, and the group bonus would be Vixen would have broken up 4 new entrances into Echo up to floor F, so you could enter from many different floors you had unlocked, skipping floor Z, cutting straight to other places. But the other thing, we have a question for Madeline related to Lyra.
No, dear.
From Ferret.
No, dear.
Please tell her what my plan was. I have been wanting to tell her this whole time. Regarding Wallace Street.
Madeline.
I don't remember, Ferret. I don't remember. I'm too tired. Oh, God.
Do we want to bring Ferret on?
Hey, Ferret.
If he's available, I can't remember what you were gonna do, dude. Please come enlighten us, because I'm loose. I can't remember.
It's been a day.
It has been a day. It's been so long.
Yes, we know.
Oh!
Yeah,
No, you had to go. I don't remember. I'm so sorry.
Wallace Street mangoes.
I can't remember what it is. I'm so sorry. Here he is. What am I forgetting, Ferret?
Okay, sorry, gotta pause the stream. Okay, so the Wallace Street mission. We're sitting there, paralyzed at the desks, while he's like going on about his contract and shit about mangoes.
Yeah.
The whole time I'm sitting there, bored out of my goddamn mind. Don't get me wrong, this was an awesome moment for your character. It got there. I was like, oh shit, she's so good. I never would have thought of that. That was awesome. It was amazing. But like an hour before that, if I had realized I had my powers at the time to get like giant tentacles that could go about 15 feet.
Oh yeah.
I messaged Madeline like an hour ago. Put it right in front of dunked it, and then forced him.
Hold on. I missed a part of the story because things roboted out with 4 people in the call. Can you say that one more time? What you messaged to Madeline?
What do you need me to start
from there on?
I can remove my face.
What you messaged to Madeline, and then from there on.
Oh, okay. So what I messaged to Madeline was, if an hour ago I had used my harness, which I got from the Shark King mission, which let me grow giant tentacles that are like 15 feet long, I could have grabbed this mango that he put right in front of me on the desk that I'm paralyzed at, and slam dunked it into his mouth, and then forced him to chew on it by wrapping the tentacles around his head.
Amazing.
Which would have
I love
at the time I thought about it, you already were like maneuvering him into the trap. And so I was like, I obviously can't do it now because like it's been an hour and this is clearly shaping up to be like your character's moment. Like that's you, that's Lyra. I would be such an asshole if I stepped all over that with what would, I mean, I'm gonna toot my own horn here for a little bit, been totally sweet and kick-ass.
Dude, I wouldn't have been offended at all. I would have been like, that's so fucking good. I was just talking out of my ass there. I was like, I don't know if this is gonna fucking work. So I would have been like, great, we're done.
That would have been wonderful. I completely forgot you sent me that, but thank you for reminding me. But yeah, thank you for...
Thank you for dropping by.
I've been home for tanks since that mission. Like, God, I want to tell people this could have happened. Okay.
I wish it did. Like, that's so good.
No, you were amazing, Lyra.
Oh,
you were so good.
You were too, Town Ferret. You were so good.
Oh my God, long distance hugs. okay, I'm hopping back off. You guys can go back to your thing.
Yeah.
That was
And
great.
I think we're going to be wrapping this up, but any last things, Lyra, before we do?
I think you guys made everyone far too curious about my Terminus character when it was just like a dumb idea I came up with and texted Madeline.
I'm sorry, you can't just send me something like that and expect me not to respond. I'm gonna tell Noah, and we'll discuss more.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys were great. I was watching and creepants, but reading all the conversations, and they're great. And I hope we get to play together soon.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I'll see you Monday, but...
I mean, yeah, but you're not Ferret. You're
That's
not
fair.
Nadine St. Pierre.
Well, we will be moving right into talking about the future of Echo, and then saying our final goodbyes, but there is a future for Echo that we will address very soon. But thank you for joining us, Hannah.
Thank you guys for having me.
And thank you for the wonderful game.
And thank you guys for building such a beautiful universe that we could all just traverse and go around with to the extent that you guys, we love you still, but we love you. I'll be guys.
Goodbye, Hannah. Thank
Bye.
you. Goodbye. I know you were trying to go for the high five there. I can't tell on my screen what you want me to do. I'm sorry.
It's just the... But now you're above me.
Yeah, so I can go like that.
Woo. Okay.
All right.
So future of Echo. So Echo is not completely over yet. There's one last little thing. I will be posting a piece in narration to close things off about where we've learned that people end up, what happens from here, and that will set up one final moment with the remaining hunters and Mr. B setting up for the chance for them to meet one last time and tell any stories they wish to tell, setting up for any non-canon episodes of Echo. We will be continuing to run things, though probably at a much less stressed pace, but we will be running non-canon sessions. I will also be running random one-shots to test out characters. We still need to test out the natural, and we are hoping to record a one-shot, if people are interested, that Madeline runs, where I play as Damien, Delaware, and Mr. B, all with standard playbooks.
I have a headache just thinking about it, but it's fine.
So we may do that if we're both up for it. We will see. I also plan on running a Christmas special and a +1 Kraken special, I know that Madeline has plans for a monster that was not able to be used in the game. Outside of that, we will be taking a bit of a break from things and working on Terminus after a bit, but it will be a little while before the next project, but hopefully we will be able to get to the characters for that soonish as things come in and as we figure out who else we may invite. Thank you all so much for an amazing time and an amazing game. This was a lot of fun, and I'm glad it all came together in, I'm glad it all came together in such an amazing way, and that you were all, that this worked. I'm still shocked that this worked. And we still have more secrets and things that I'm sure we forgot to say that we'll talk about in the main chats. But, thank you.
Seriously, thank you guys. It is a miracle off as well as it did, and it is honestly amazing. And it never, every time I think about it, I tear up a little bit, because it's just like, wow.
This was a lot of fun. This was all, like, we put a lot of work into it, but you guys all also did, and it would not have turned out the way it did without these players. And so, thank you so much for a wonderful time. Just a quick final as well. Thank you to those who have donated via Venmo during the stream. That will all be put to Echo and Terminus stuff. And thank you so much for that. I will put up that link one last time. As we close off the stream.
Yeah.
But I'm really glad you all enjoyed this, and we're looking forward to the future and to the end. In Terminus.
Oh boy.
Thank you
Thank you guys so much. Good night.
Good night.